Hey guys, how's everybody doing? I'm gonna share this out a couple times. Let everybody get in here. Let's see. Get in here. Let's see. Get in here. Let's see. I don't know why it took me out of here. I don't know why it took me out of here. Hold on. If you guys don't mind, those of you guys that are just everybody's coming in, please share this out. We've got Tanawa coming in tonight. He is going and he is serving each state at the highest level. He is an insider that is actually here to help us, guys. So please share this out. Let's get some people in here. We got Ava joining us. Let's go ahead and tap the screen up. Let's get some people up in here before he joins and starts sharing what he has been working on, guys. He's been working on this since 2023. He's already got, how many was it, Lee? 39 states served?
Yeah, I think it was 36.
Okay, and it'll be 39 at the end of this week.
Yep. He's traveling.
This is, if if you're in the community of like the legal aspect of things and just trying to be free, this is guys, this is what we've been waiting on. This is what we've needed. We've needed that inside help to actually be able to accomplish these things that we are trying to accomplish. This is a movement I 1000% am so happy to be behind and to be able to be a part of, y'all. And we need everybody. If the more affidavits we can get, we want to get 5 million affidavits. We want to walk in there with, 5,000 boxes. We want to have 5,000 people carrying boxes of these affidavits into the Supreme Court and letting them know what they've done. Are you going to fix it, or are we going to fix it? But we're going to stay peaceful. We're going to stay in good faith. And we're going to operate the way that we're supposed to, guys. This is what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, because the thing is that he has a good following and he's on the inside. We necessarily aren't on the inside, but he can actually talk to the bigger people and he can,
in their language that he's got a lot of clout already. So guys, this is what we've been waiting on. Please share this out. Please tap the screen. Please comment. All the things. Y'all know
that will help.
Y'all know I normally am not on here asking y'all to share and like and do those things, but
hey, Caitlin,
we need that tonight, guys. He'll be joining us soon. It would be great to hit hundreds in here and really start getting people to back this movement. If everybody could spam the comments with hashtag we shall be free. Let's get it trending. Let's get this out there. Let's help him. He needs help. He needs all of our help. He can't do it by himself. He's on the inside. So he needs one of us from at least, he needs one person from each state to put the case under. From there, whenever it all comes down, it's all going to come down the pipeline for every single one of us, guys. We just need everybody to tap the screen, spam the comments with "We shall be free."
Yeah, like and share and do all the things.
All the things today, guys. All the things.
Because
we need all the help we can get.
Because the more people that jump on this and then become aware, the better. I think. Hey, Tanawa.
Hey,
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
You're
thank you
welcome.
for coming.
Awesome. Well, of course. So let's make this a good, epic conversation.
Absolutely. So the conversation that we were just having was basically about what you're doing and how you are traveling around to, put people on notice and that kind of thing. Do you want to finish or continue that conversation there?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so the problem is that we have a lot of public officials across the country that are not acting lawfully. They're in willful defiance of the Constitution of the United States. In fact, over the last 18 months, I bet you I've been in no less than 70 different courtrooms in 16 different states where the judge has made the statement that Constitution doesn't apply to my courtroom, right? I think that a lot of you probably have even heard that above and beyond the people that I already know and that I personally have witnessed myself. That's an egregious, insane statement because, but for the Constitution, there wouldn't be a court, right? The court is created by the Constitution. So to say that the Constitution doesn't apply to their courtroom is absolutely nuts, right? But there's a lot of public officials that are under that belief. And George Orwell, he said in his book 1984, he said that a tyrant rules by fraud and force, but once the fraud is exposed, all they have left to rule by is force. And you know what? We've exposed the fraud. And now they're just using force, guys. Now it's just threats, intimidation to try to get us to comply with their desired results. And so we got to do something about it. And that's what I did. I went around the country. We've done 33 states so far where we provided service to the highest executive officer, which is the Attorney General in those states, and to the highest judicial officer, which would be the Supreme Court. We provided notice of an actual criminal act that's being committed in direct willful defiance of the Constitution of the United States by their agents, and we gave them an opportunity to be able to act in a lawful manner and direct their agents to act, consistent with what the law demands. And when they don't, then guess what? Notice to agent is notice to principal, but notice to principal is notice to agent. So when we provided notice to the highest executive officer, right, through their agent and assistant attorney general, and all those videos are available here on TikTok on my profile. They're also available on our Rumble channel, also our Facebook page. You can go out and you can watch the videos of the service that I provided to the assistant attorney generals, which is the agent of the attorney general of the state, and also to the clerk of court at the Supreme Court of each one of the states. And so, I think that one of the best examples of the message that we all need to see is actually the service that I provided on the Assistant Attorney General of the state of Ohio, right? Which was a great video. But in that particular video, when I served the Assistant Attorney General, they let me into the building, and nobody's supposed to go up to that level. But I said I had evidence that is an ongoing federal litigation, and I believe that they probably assumed I was a U.S. attorney, but it doesn't matter. Nonetheless, they let me in. I didn't do anything wrong. But I went up to their level, and this assistant attorney general came out. He identified himself as an assistant attorney general. I said, I have evidence in ongoing litigation. I gave it to him, handed it to him. The guy read it, and he literally threw it down the hallway, and said, I don't accept service. That's a problem. That's how much they respect the laws of the people of the United States, right? That's how much they respect the crimes that are being committed by their own agents. And you know what? People in the United States need to understand that what they believe in isn't real, okay? What we call good here in America isn't good, because good is out there killing people with absolute impunity, right? Of the 1,500 people that our nation's put to death since the late 70s when the death penalty was reinstated, of that 1,500 people, 139 of them have been proven to have been innocent after they were murdered. That's not good. Another 186 of the remaining were exonerated after being placed on death row. That's not good. Of that, that's 18% of the people we placed on death row here in America that were factually innocent after that's not good. So if that's what we call good, then we got a problem, right? We got a big problem. And I want the people of the United States to understand that that's the reality of this system. What happened to the nation that Thomas Jefferson spoke of when he said that it's better that 1,000 go free than for one innocent man to be made to suffer? And yet when you open up the criminal procedure manual written by a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals judge, and you go down to the fourth paragraph of the preface, what he says is most prosecutors across the United States agree that as much as 15% of the people in prison are innocent. But that's an acceptable obedience because our system isn't perfect. And what I got to say to the system is, before you call something imperfect, I would first suggest that you use it the way it was designed to be used. Don't blame it for your incompetency or laziness, because that's all it is. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Absolutely. So for us, what would you suggest? What can we do? Is it something to where we have to contact the AG? Do we contact the justice? What chain of command do we go up?
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm doing is let me just do a couple examples. So, a lot of people have said that they would like to provide protection, right? I have people that want to give me flap jackets and all kinds of, but the thing is that I don't want the people of the United States to be afraid, right? But we can do this. We can stand up to our public officials because they are acting without lawful authority. Why should we be afraid of criminals, you guys? Why? Why should we honor criminals, right? Why should we stand up when they walk in a courtroom when they're criminals? That's not the reaction that I want, right? So I don't want to go around this country serving these attorney generals and these Supreme Courts looking like I'm afraid to do that, because I want all of you to understand that we can do this. Every single one of us, because you know what? We live in an incident-driven society. That means that it requires an incident in order for change. America doesn't just wake up one day and say, you know what, we're doing things wrong. Let's start doing it right. That's not how it works. There requires an incident. You know what? An incident only requires one person. See, one person is sufficient to be able to start a revolution, to be able to start a change, because they have a vision and they believe in that vision and that faith so deeply embedded that they're willing to go out and do what's necessary to bring it into fruition. That's what happened to me, right? I believe in America. I believe that we're better than this. I believe in the laws of the United States, and I believe that anybody that's undermining them has no right to be in a leadership position in this country. And I want to make sure that the people of the United States understand that these people are criminals. And as long as they're criminals acting outside of lawful authority, then what they're producing is unlawful, right? If I can show that there is a specific breach of constitutional obligation being committed prolifically across this country by every single judge and prosecutor and they choose to do nothing about it, then they're a criminal, because a criminal simply wouldn't transgress the law. It doesn't matter if it's the Constitution of the United States or it's a state statute. If you transgress the law, you're a criminal. And you know what? Criminals shouldn't be leading, because that's going to lead us toward criminality, and that's going to produce an environment of crime, which will produce a society of criminals, because we're following our leaders. But the problem is that if our government is acting unlawfully, outside of their lawful authority, outside of the will of the people, if they're doing that, then guess what happens then? Everything that they produce is unlawful, because the government cannot break the law in order to enforce the law. So if they want to hold people accountable for the alleged crimes that they said that they committed, then I would suggest that they act lawfully, consistent with their authority. And if they don't, then don't be surprised if we render void millions and millions, tens of millions of judgments, because they were never, ever valid to begin with.
So what can we do for you? I know you said something about having particular like affidavits and stuff like that. So are you needing it for each state? So let's say I was in Georgia, or let's say I was in Texas. Do you need 500,000 affidavits per state?
No. So, again, anybody that knows me and follows me is aware that I do this by faith, right? Every day I do this because I believe in it, because I've weighed the risk and I know that I can accomplish it. Nobody would be out doing the things I'm doing unless they had faith. I have faith in this. I believe in it. We're going to be successful. But understanding faith, the last time I met with the U.S. attorney, it was in Las Vegas. It was on 2 days before Christmas. And I was frustrated. Because I had been to the United States District Court in Tulsa asking for a grand jury to be convened to address these crimes being committed, right? Which is the correct procedure. I had been to the United States District Court in Columbia, South Carolina. Nothing happened. I've been to Indianapolis. I'd been to Phoenix, Arizona. And all these courts had just chosen to do nothing at all about these crimes that are being committed. They just blow it up and say, oh, man, we're not even. But you know what? The way a criminal conspiracy works is if you have knowledge of a crime being committed and you have the power to do something about it or prevent the commission of that crime, and you choose to do nothing about it, willfully or negligently, then you're part of it, right? If I know that someone's going to go out and kill someone and I don't say something about that, I may as well be the very person carrying that gun and pulling the trigger because I knew about it and I permitted it to continue. Judges, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Because I've been to your facilities. I have informed you of these crimes. Supreme Courts across this country, I've informed you of these crimes, and you've chosen to do nothing about it. Guess what? Every single child is being robbed from the families. Every single person is being unlawfully locked up. Every single innocent person that you execute out there, you're responsible for it. I had someone just earlier today that said that a judge was deeply offended because we said that, well, if you're aware of a crime, you're the murderer. You're committing murder. And they were offended by that. But you know what? The truth is that the truth is the only thing that can offend you. So if you're offended by us saying that you're a murderer, then maybe you need to figure out the fact that, guess what? You know about these things that are going on and you're not doing anything about it. And anybody that is willing to not do anything about it to protect people in the United States should not be leading the people of the United States, right? And we're going to expose you for the lies and the frauds that you actually are. So when I say 500,000, the reason why 500,000 came up was I was frustrated, and I went into the U.S. Attorney's office in Las Vegas, and I sat down with him. I said, "Listen, guys, I am no longer going to ask criminals to stop committing crime. I'm not going to continue to operate within the parameters and procedures of an institution that fails to follow their own procedures and parameters. I'm not going to do it." Because just as Gandhi said, he said that it's not the oppressor that needs to hear the truth. They already know it. They're busy concealing it. It's the oppressed that needs to hear the truth, not the oppressor. So last Christmas, I just knew that it's that continuing to operate or fight or battle against the very people that are committing these crimes, the very opposite, they're not the ones that need to hear this. It's the people of the United States. And that's when I committed to going across this country 19 times over the last 18, and informing the people, bringing up about this awareness. And, it's been a difficult journey, but the awareness is coming up. You guys can believe what I'm saying. You guys can go out and you can read the laws. You can understand that every single thing I'm saying is absolutely factually truthful, correct. You can not like me, you can dislike me, you can say anything you want about me personally, but you can't argue the fundamentals of the legal rationale, because it's all backed up by law. And so, I sat down and I said, U.S. Attorney, the two of them, that the next time you see me or hear from me, I'm going to be walking the United States Supreme Court with 500,000 criminal affidavits on behalf of victims across this country. And I'm going to lay it down in front of the justices. I'm going to say, what do you want to do about this? What do you want to do about these crimes that are being committed by your agents on your watch, crimes that are punishable as prescribed by law by death? What do you want to do about them? Because if that's not going to be enough, that's fine. I'll go back and get 10 million, because we have 70 million people that we could bring under this, 70 million. But I came up with the 500,000. We're going to be successful. That's the number that we need. That's the number that faith gave me. That's the number that was put into my heart. And that's the number I believe is going to work. That's the number I believe is going to work. So we're going to have that number, and we're going to have it before January 3rd. We're going to return to Washington, D.C., and we're going to expose these criminals for their criminality that they actually are. And we're going to ask the people of the United States, do you really want to swear in a bunch of criminals? Is that who we want to follow anymore? Do we want to continue down this path of enslavement, or do we want to start a different path? Right? Do we want to start a path that's going to lead to the freedom and rights and equality of every single person across this country? That's what we want to find out. That's what we want to ask. So thank you, guys. Yeah.
So they can find you by click on his box, and you can go to the top of his page, and then that's where you can find the affidavit, right? And I think that you put a video up that also explained how to fill it out. And everybody on this platform knows that we fill out in blue. I don't know if you want us to put like a thumbprint. That's usually our seal. Is that needed?
Yeah. So you're right. So first off, the affidavit is a 2-page form. You guys, we don't want to change that form. You want to fill it out exactly. There's 22 individual pieces of information that needs to go into it. You don't want to add anything else. What I'm doing is I'm creating a toll, right? I'm creating a class. But in order to have a class action, you have to have all the petitioners in the same procedural situation. So if your arrest was unlawful because it derives from an unlawful act, that's all we got to talk about. So when I bring everybody together under the same situation, this is the situation, right? On such and such month of such and such year, a person portraying themselves as a prosecuting attorney did deprive you, victim, of rights guaranteed by the Constitution when they charge you by information, not by indictment, as required by the Constitution for the United States of America. That's the base crime. That establishes deprivation rights under color of law, because any person who relies upon a inferior state statute to deprive you of a right guaranteed by the Constitution commits the crime of deprivation rights under color of law, Title 18, 242. We don't need to add anything else. I know that you guys got stories that you want to tell. I know that injustices has happened to you and your family, and that you want people to know about the things that have happened to you, but there's a time and a place to discuss it. This isn't the time. Right now, we're bringing everybody together under one single action, right? One single procedural situation, so we can have the numbers that's necessary to push me into the court so that I can litigate this on your behalf. I can win this argument. And when I overcome the procedural situation, then I can provide relief down to all of you. So I'm going to send help down from above by you guys getting behind me. This is a matter of one for all and all for one. When you deal with a habeas corpus, if one petitioner overcomes the procedural situation, all petitioners overcome the procedural situation. It's called vicarious relief. So it's one for all. One I'm going to overcome for all. But in order to get there, I need all for one. I need all of you to get behind me, to push me in, because we need the numbers so that they can no longer ignore this. So that they can no longer say, we're not gonna listen to you, right? No, we're gonna make so much noise now that they're gonna have no choice but to hear us. And when they do, I will win for you guys, and I'll provide relief down from above. It will come down in the form of a decision, and that decision will be that every single one of your cases were illegally and unlawfully adjudicated because the state has no authority to oversee the disposition of a dispute in which the state itself is a party to the cause. No law. Okay.
So Nay is asking, where do we find an example of this to make it exact what it needs to be?
So the form is in a Word document or a PDF document. Right now, it's on my Facebook page. You guys, you're going to want to follow me here on TikTok, okay? Just go out and follow me on TikTok if you're not already. We're bringing it up onto some other websites. So Mind Evolution is going to have it, right? On a outside of anything else. So Mind Evolution website, it's already there. It's already embedded, but I haven't released the link yet because I got to make sure that we tested it, make sure it works. I know that there's some other websites that are going to be bringing up. We've had some other people say that they would like to host it as well. We want a few different options, right? And so it's going to be an open source. So what you're going to do is in the next couple of days, probably before the end of the weekend here, it will be a link in my bio, right? There'll be a link in my bio. Right now, today, there is a link, but that link takes you to Facebook. And I know that a lot of you probably don't like Facebook, but it'll take you to Facebook. That will then take you to a Google Drive page. And from Google Drive, you can download the file, right? And all you can do, again, is just fill out the very simple 22 individual pieces of information, which is your name, such as your the date of the charging, such as the date of the arraignment. I mean, all of that is there. Now, there's a video as well, and that video is very specific. It tells you exactly what to put into those 22 individual blocks. Okay. So, and now the other thing is that it also has a number of instructions, right? So, for instance, the envelope, right? The envelope you might think is something that's that's unimportant, but it's actually very, very important. Right? So when you send this, right, it needs to have certain attributes on it because we're trying to set some traps, right? Because when you label it legal mail on the envelope, now it's identified as protected and privileged. And because we're in active litigation against the government, particularly the federal government, but the states as well, because we're in active litigation, we want to have some tamper marks because guess what? If anybody goes into these envelopes and tampers with these envelopes, tampers with this evidence, guess what? We get to file summary judgment, right? Because the states will have tampered with the very evidence that we're in active litigation against the states on.
Well, it's also postal fraud.
It is, yeah. And so that's why I say, like in the instructions, you're going to want to put legal mail on it so it's identified as protected and privileged. And then when you seal the envelope, you're going to want to sign across the top. So we have a mark across the top. And you're going to send it within the same instruction sheet. There's 10 different locations, 10 different P.O. boxes across the country. You're going to identify which one you want to send to. If you're along the Mid-Atlantic, you'll probably send it to Chief Justin Carey, who will be receiving them at the collection point there. But they're all post office boxes. You're going to send it to the closest one, right? And another thing is that it doesn't have to be just one. If you've been arrested 10 times in your life, remember, every single one of those arrests are a separate criminal act. You could send 10 of them in. And this is for just the indictment issue is what we're referring to. But nonetheless, every single time you've been arrested illegally and unconstitutionally because the state has exceeded the power authority statutorily conferred upon it, that is a separate criminal offense. Therefore, you could submit multiple affidavits. But make sure that you follow the instruction sheet. We do not want multiple sets of affidavits. So if you're going to send 10, we're going to need 10 envelopes, right? If you're going to send and there's other instructions such as no staples. We cannot have staples in it. You're not going to add any additional evidence into it. All it is just a straight affidavits. And what you're doing there is you are bringing all of this underneath one procedural situation. You're bringing it there so that we can push me up so that I can litigate and have this argument on your behalf at the court. And again, once we overcome the single procedural situation against the state of Washington, we can provide relief to all of you back down into each one of these states. So we're in.
What are we talking about? What procedure are we talking about?
What do you mean, what procedure? The procedural situation? So there's two procedural situations. It depends on whether it's a CPS issue or whether it's an indictment issue. We're using the indictment issue as the mechanism to get into the court because that's the easiest and clearest. It's a facial constitutional violation as opposed to CPS. So let me break them up between the two. So the indictment issue is this, and again, this is what is getting us into the court because these are facial constitutional violations. So when Clause 1 of Amendment 5 to the United States Constitution, I think we'd all agree that that's part of the Constitution. It was ratified and adopted by people on December 15th, 1791 as part of the Constitution. When Clause 1 of Amendment 5 says no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment of a grand jury, that's clear. You must have an indictment by a grand jury before arresting someone and holding them over for a capital or infamous crime. When the state of Washington enacts its own alternative legislation, its inferior constitution that says no grand jury shall be drawn or summoned in any county, now we have a supremacy issue. Now we have an inferior state constitution provision that functions directly to the contrary of the United States Constitution. So the state of Washington is the primary respondent in our litigation, but we're joining the other states because there are 13 states that do not conduct a grand jury in the same way the state of Washington does. But then there are another 28 states on top of that that only provide partial grand juries. So they permit their prosecuting attorney to charge by information or indictment by their discretion. Now, information cannot be used as the charging instrument for an infamous crime because that would be in conflict with the Constitution for the United States of America. So when the state enacts its own alternative legislation, substitutes it for the guarantees of the Constitution for the United States of America, that would be an unconstitutional law. That would be an unconstitutional act because states do not have the power to alter, amend, or destroy the Constitution of the United States. That must be done by an authentic act of the people in accordance with the special amending procedure of Article 5. So today, there's more than 700,000 people imprisoned across the United States of America on direct facial constitutional violations because the states have failed to follow the very basic, simple procedures and processes established and codified in the Constitution of the United States. So when, for instance, the state of Texas or the state of Oklahoma, when their inferior constitution says that the prosecutor can charge by information or indictment by their discretion, that is unconstitutional because it violates the Equal Protection Clause, because no state shall create any law that does not provide the equal protection of law. And when you permit a prosecuting attorney to decide who gets the right of indictment by a grand jury and who does not, that becomes an equal protection issue. And now we have those states also enjoined. So I've gone around the states, I've enjoined them in so we can provide relief back when we overcome the state of Washington issue. But what we're doing with the indictment or with the affidavits now on the CPS side is, so that would be a facial constitutional violation because the Constitution directly states you must have an indictment by grand jury, and these states are acting in direct willful defiance, refusing to do the very basic procedures that are necessary, codified in the Constitution. Those are facial constitutional violations, meaning that the judgments or actions of the courts are facially unconstitutional because they're not doing what is specifically enumerated within the Constitution of the United States. But where we're bringing in the CPS issue is when we get into the argument. Ultimately, the argument is not about indictments, right? That's the way we get in because it's a very simple, easy argument with a massive number of litigants, and that's where we're at. But the argument isn't about indictments. The argument is about, does the state have the right to oversee the disposition of a dispute when the state itself is a party in the cause? And the answer is absolutely not, right? So if a state brings an accusation through one of its agents, right, then that state itself, the same body men, cannot be presumed to be neutral and biased to act as a judge in the case. And as a result, that judge has a constitutional obligation to recuse himself because he has a conflict of interest. He works for the plaintiff, and that is constitutionally codified in Article 3, Section 2, where it states, in all cases in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. So if a state is named a party in a cause, be it civil or criminal, then that state has no authority to oversee the disposition of that dispute because the judge has a constitutional obligation to recuse himself because original jurisdiction is statutorily imposed, constitutionally applied, and mandated to the United States Supreme Court. And there's a lot that backs this up. We have the Federal Judicial Code, Title 28455, that backs it up. We have Chisholm versus Georgia, United States Supreme Court. We have Martins versus Hunter's Lessee that backs it up. I mean, we have the very words of the founders and forefathers of the Constitution in the Federalist Number 10 and Federalist Number 78, James Madison and Alexander Hamilton. So we have everything in our favor to overcome the not only the indictment issue, but also the issue of original jurisdiction. When you have original jurisdiction, right, when it says that in all cases in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction, there's two different jurisdictions of the United States Supreme Court that's in the Constitution. The first is original jurisdiction. Now, original jurisdiction means that that's the court to act first. No other court in the country can act before the court that has original jurisdiction. Now, the other jurisdiction is appellate jurisdiction, and that's the one that we're all familiar with. That's the one that we all are aware of. We think that we would go to the Supreme Court of the United States last, not first, right? Because of the appellate jurisdiction that exists. But that's in all other matters of equity and law, not if a state is named a party. If a state is named a party in a cause, then the state itself cannot be the judge in the cause, and as a result, it must recuse itself. So remember, CPS is simply an agent of the state. They're enforcing the laws of the state. They're operating under the authority of the executive branch within the state. And as a result, when an agent of the state brings an accusation of whatever that might be.
So how do we enforce that into CPS cases? How do we start teaching parents how to enforce that into their case?
Yeah, so we're not going to see the relief, Dallas, out at the edge. We're not going to see it out at the edge until we deal with the top. And you know, the analogy that I use is this: is that if our country, so the issue of criminality, the way we're trying to solve it today, you know, from the bottom up, where we go out and we arrest the people and hold them accountable for the crimes they commit, it's never going to work, right? Because if our country is being led by criminals, and remember, a criminal is simply one that transgressed the law. And it doesn't matter if you transgress the Constitution or you transgress the state statute, you are a criminal. But if our country is being led by criminals, people are acting outside of their lawful authority in violation of law, then that means our country is going to be led toward crime, which will produce an environment of criminality, and that will produce a society of criminals. So before we can deal with the criminality people, we must start at the top. We must ensure that we have leaders that are leading ourselves in a lawful direction out of love, faith, obedience to law, and respect for the will of the people. And until we do that, we're not heading in a lawful direction. But fortunately for us, when government is acting unlawfully outside of their authority, the very laws that create their office and grant them authority, whatever they're doing is outside of the law, and everything that's done unlawfully is going to produce an unlawful outcome. There's a maximum law that says that any act unlawful at the beginning cannot become lawful over time or by subsequent legislation. So we're not going to see the outcome right now out at the edge because the judges are simply following their leaders. And as long as the Supreme Court of the United States is permitting these judges to act unlawfully because they themselves are criminals, then we're not going to see the relief that we want. That's why I'm starting at the top. That's why I'm fighting against the Supreme Court. My fight is with them. But when I overcome this, right, and we're extremely close right now, and when I overcome this, then we'll be able to send help down from above, and that will empower parents to be able to seek reconciliation of the crimes that are being committed by them. It's going to require all the judges out at the edge to turn in a lawful manner because they will have to follow their leaders in the direction their leaders go. The reason why the judges are lawfully today is because their leadership is permitting them to do it because they themselves are criminals.
Right. So Downing, everybody knows my fight and what I do against CPS, but how can we help you in doing that, getting it to the top to where it's trickling down into the lower courts?
Yeah. So again, this is pushing me up to the top. So I'm prepared for this argument, guys. I could argue this in my sleep at this point in time. You know, I've been around this country. I've been building this case for 9 years. I've stood on the steps of the capitals of 34 different states, holding press conferences, asking and offering for these attorney generals and Supreme Court to come out and debate me on the issue, and they won't do it, right? So when the people are silent, we give our consent. We permit government to do things to us that they would not otherwise do because we don't speak up and speak out, demand they do it right. But when government's silent, that's an indication of their guilt. Government's guilty on this issue because they can't debate this issue. They can't, there's no right to self-defense for a public official who breaches a constitutional obligation. They're guilty on these issues, right?
Silence is compliance.
I think the biggest thing we can do, guys, truly is to get this message out, to get it out that we are doing this, to get people to fill out the affidavit. Let's go in there with as many as we can get. Let's put them in a position that, I mean, all eyes are on them. Everybody knows that this case is happening. Like, let's make this big, guys. Like, that's what we can do. We can
Well,
lead.
that's what I'm saying is I have a platform that could actually help push this, right? Everybody knows what I do with CPS and how I train parents and stuff like that. So if I am able to have the proper information, I could put together the information to push it out to a huge platform.
That's why you got tagged in the video.
And so I don't just have affidavits for the indictment issue. I also have affidavits for the CPS issue. And let me go ahead and do the scenario because I did the scenario for the indictment, but let me tell you, how I'm arguing for the CPS issue. Because once again, this is a matter of a state not having authority to oversee a case in which the state itself is a party in the cause. That eliminates jurisdiction. So in order for a court to render a legally binding decision, it must have two things. It must have subject matter jurisdiction and it must have personal jurisdiction. Subject matter jurisdiction is the right to oversee the type of case that's brought before it. So, for instance, in the case of a death, you wouldn't bring that to a small claims court because they wouldn't have subject matter jurisdiction to oversee the disposition of the deceased assets. You would bring it to a probate court. That would be the court that would have subject matter jurisdiction. Now, personal jurisdiction is the right to oversee the parties involved in the dispute, right? So when the Constitution of the United States identifies that every time a state is a party in cause, that the state does not have jurisdiction that the United States Supreme Court does, then that means that the Supreme Court of the United States has exclusive personal jurisdiction if a state is a party in cause, which means that according to Civil Rule 60b-4, right? 60b-4, 60 deals with the nullification or voiding the judgments. According to Civil Rule 60b-4, anytime that a court acts without subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction, not both, but either or, anytime a court acts without either one of those, what it produces is a void judgment. A void judgment. And a void judgment is always in forever void. It can never become valid because the court can never obtain jurisdiction when it lacks jurisdiction. And in fact, the United States Supreme Court came out in January in a ruling that said that the difference between a jurisdictional rule and a claims processing rule, which a claims processing rule would be an appeal, right? But the difference between a jurisdictional rule and a claims processing rule is that a jurisdictional rule can never be waived, can never be forfeited because the court can never obtain jurisdiction when it lacks jurisdiction. So they just came out and said that. So if the United States Supreme Court has personal jurisdiction, if a state is a party in the cause, then that means that that constitutional obligation is non-delegatable and it's non-discretionary because you cannot abuse your discretion to breach a constitutional obligation. So if there's a constitutional obligation, constitutionally codified, that says the Supreme Court of the United States has jurisdiction to oversee any case in which a state is a party, then guess what? Supreme Court, you cannot disregard that. You cannot use discretion because your discretion derives from the Judicial Reform Act of 1925. And the Judicial Reform Act of 1925 was an act of Congress. But guess what? Even acts of Congress must comply with the Constitution of the United States. So Supreme Court, you can be a court of discretion so long as the state is not named a party. But if you choose to disregard this case and decide to abuse your discretionary authority, you will have established a public wronging, and that's a whole different ballgame now. So we have the CPS affidavit, and this is how we've laid it out because we need to bring everybody in the same procedural situation. The indictment is clear. If the arrest is unconstitutional because they didn't have an indictment, that's the deprivation of rights. And by that crime being committed, every single thing after that is going to be rendered void because you cannot break the law and order and enforce the law.
What are you considering an arrest in a CPS case? Are you considering the
No, so the arrest deals with the indictment. So now I'll shift over to the CPS and I'll tell you about the deprivation rights. Because again, all we got to do is find the one thing that brings everybody into a single procedural situation, and it's this. So again, the United States Constitution provides the supreme law of land. The requirements that every single thing must follow. The reason why I didn't bring CPS in as the fundamental issue, right, and I chose the indictment is because it's clearly written in the Constitution of the United States that you must have an indictment by grand jury. That's clear. No one can argue with that. It's facially unconstitutional. But the problem with the right of intimate association is that it's not written in the Constitution. I've said this a number of times, is that our founders and forefathers, the first act of our government should have been protecting the family, not the last act. You know, the fact that they want to protect their property before they came in and protect the family is absolutely insane that we're having to deal with it. But nowhere in the Constitution does it say that you have the protection of family. However, it was found to exist by the United States Supreme Court in Roberts versus United States in 1984. So in 1984, the United States Supreme Court comes out and says you have the right to intimate association, meaning you have the right to have an intimate familial relationship with your child, and your child has the right to have an intimate familial relationship with you without government interference. And it's found to be protected under the First Amendment, which is extremely important because the First Amendment are all the God-given rights. So, you know, God gave you the right to speak. God gave you the right to worship, and God gave you the right of conscience. Those are all rights that are given by God. Until the day you die and called home to the Father, you will be able to speak. Therefore, it's a freedom of speech, but everything after the First Amendment are rights because God didn't create the gun. God gave you the absolute freedom to defend yourself, but the way in which you do it becomes a civil right. So everything in the First Amendment are all freedoms. Everything after that are rights. So you have the right to bear arms because that gun was created by man, not by God, but you have the absolute freedom to defend yourself. But the reason why the right of intimate association was found to exist under the First Amendment is because God made you a mother. God made you a father. State can't take that away. Therefore, it must be protected by the First Amendment. And what happened there is that the Supreme Court of the United States incorporated that right. It's not written, it's not enumerated, which means that it's not facial constitutional violation, but it's incorporated a constitutional violation. So we can still overcome it through the fact that it was incorporated because no state can create a law that shall abridge, diminish, or take away any of the rights that are guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, particularly the Bill of Rights. So when the Supreme Court of the United States came out in 1984 and said that you have the right to have an intimate familial relationship with your child protected under the First Amendment without governmental interference, then that means that when a state creates a law that permits a prosecutor or a CPS or a judge to interfere with your right to a relationship with your child, right? That would be an inferior state law that abridges the guarantees now of the United States Constitution incorporated by the United States Supreme Court in 1984. So now we have an issue of deprivation of rights under color of law that occurs because when the state enacts a law that permits them to interfere with your right to the relationship with your child in violation of what's been incorporated by the edict of the United States Supreme Court, and then they direct one of their agents to enforce the inferior state law that deprives you of an obligation that they have to protect the association or the relationship with your child, when they do that, that is now deprivation of rights under color of law, Title 18.242. Which states any person who, under the color of any state statute, ordinance, custom, or regulation, deprives any person of rights secured by the Constitution commits that crime. So every single public official who takes an oath and swears that they'll support and defend the Constitution of the United States, whether you're a prosecutor, whether you're a judge, you have an obligation to that. That's what your fidelity is bound to, not to the state, right? But when the state does enact a law, right, that is contrary to the Constitution of the United States, that is in violation of it, that is what's known as sedition. Now, sedition is defined as the speaking or writing of words, such as law established, in order to cause disaffection to the Constitution to procure its alteration in an other than lawful manner. There's one way to change the Constitution, and that can be found in Article 5, Special Amending Procedure. Any other way is an act of sedition committed by traitors to the nation. So when a state chooses to alter the Constitution in a manner other than what's prescribed, other than an authentic act of the people, consistent with Article 5, then what they produce is a seditious act, a seditious law, and then when they direct their agents to enforce that seditious law, that agent, the CPS officer, has a duty and responsibility to ensure that the power that they exercise is consistent with their authority. If they choose to exercise their power by relying upon an inferior state statute that deprives you of a right that they're obligated to protect, preserved by the Constitution of the United States and incorporated by the Supreme Court, then they have just committed the crime of deprivation of rights under color of law. When they bring that order into the courtroom and they say to the judge, I would like you to during the shelter hearing, and they say to the judge, I'd like you to take this child into state custody, that judge also has a duty and responsibility to ensure the power he exercises is consistent with his authority. If he chooses to exercise his power based upon the CPS officer's abuse of power, who relied upon an inferior state statute to deprive you of a right that's guaranteed and incorporated by the Constitution of the United States of America, he himself is now guilty of depriving of your right. And in addition, he has now established a conspiracy to deprive of rights, Title 18.241, because by and between himself and the CPS agent, because of the abuse of power that he has employed, right? And so now we have the base crime, deprivation of rights under club law, and we have the conspiracy established. And as a result, when that judge then makes the order that allows for that child to be taken away, right? Now you have kidnapping that's occurred, and anytime you have a kidnapping that occurs in conjunction with the deprivation of rights under color of law, the punishment as prescribed by law is death. These are extremely serious offenses. So what we're doing is we have this affidavit in those exact same form. On this date, on this year, a person portraying themselves as an agent of the state did deprive you, victim, of rights guaranteed by the Constitution when they interfered with your relationship with your child in violation of the Constitution of the United States of America. That's the base crime. And that applies to 24 million of you parents. That exact same statement, that exact same format, you don't add anything else to it because someone acting as an agent of the state has in fact deprived you of something that was guaranteed by the Constitution in violation of their oath. There is the crime. Then the second part of the affidavit is on such and such month of such and such year, a person portraying themselves as a judicial officer did conspire by and between a person portraying themselves as an agent of the state to deprive you, victim, of rights guaranteed by the Constitution when they interfered with your familial relationship in violation of the Constitution of the United States of America. That's it. That's all that has to be done. And that applies to every single father, every single mother. It also applies to every single child, because remember, your child has a right to intimate association as well that is being deprived without due process because no one ever had a hearing to make sure that that child is not fit to be a child. Because the right of intimate association goes two different ways. Not only does it go to the parents, but it also goes to the child. That child has a right to be your child without governmental interference. Where was the hearing?
I've been saying that for years.
So
where was the hearing? Yeah.
Panama,
Yeah.
so what would you suggest? So do we put the child in the private trust? How do we combat them? How, you know, when the CPS person shows up at our house, my kids are grown, so I didn't have that problem, but you know, like, how do we combat this? You know,
So I'm using a habeas corpus, right? And a habeas corpus is a judicial relief. It's not typical litigation. According to laws of 2254, which is writ habeas corpus, there is a limited duration of time. It's only 32 days. You only have 32 days to respond. The judicial branch does. So what I'm doing is I'm getting all these affidavits, these 500,000. That's the estimate that I have, 500,000. Give me 500,000 of these. Get 500,000 of these to me, right? Between now and January 3rd, I'm going to return to the Supreme Court. We're going to submit this habeas once again, right? Because I submitted it last September 29th, 2023, and then they disregarded it, which is obstruction of justice, and that's perfectly fine because I had to go and inform and raise the awareness across the country, which is what I've been doing. So now I'm going to return with 500,000 criminal affidavits, and we're now going to get action on this. Let me advocate for you. Let me litigate this issue on your behalf. I can do it. I'm not asking for anything. I chose to do this 9 years ago because it's the right thing to do, because I felt quite strongly that our country needed help, and that you guys.
Are you a federal lobbyist, or are you a lawyer? Are you a federal lobbyist? What are you?
So I'm a national civil rights advocate. So my degree is the exact opposite of what an attorney would have. An attorney goes through adjudicative law. They learn about the adjudication process. So they learn about ordinances, customs, judge-made rulings. They learn about all the laws that remove freedom, because that's what they're in the business of. They remove freedom. My degree is in substantive law, which is the exact opposite. I hold a degree in law enforcement. I would have a degree that a prosecutor would have, and I'm the exact opposite of an attorney. All that I studied throughout my master's programs, I have 3 different masters from George Washington University in Georgetown. And so my degree was all about the Constitution, all about the laws that set free. And so I'm the other half of attorney. We're known as advocates. We're not known as attorneys. Attorneys remove freedom. Advocates restore freedom. I speak on behalf of others, particularly in a legal matter, because I'm expert trained in the Constitution and constitutional matters. So I am able to advocate on behalf, speak on behalf of others in the legal matter, and that's what we've done. We've built a case that is so solid, so complete, and we're now bringing it out to all of you. And that's why a lot of you haven't heard of me yet, is because I kept my head down for 9 years, because that was the safest thing for me to do, right? It wasn't safe to bring my head up and be like, okay, what, you know, it was a much safer for me to build this case in a silo. And now over the last, 8 months, I've been bringing this out public with a fire hose level. And I know that a lot of this information, you guys are probably thinking, wow, this is incredible, but it's happening and coming out so fast. It has to, because that's the only way I can keep myself safe.
But you
I
are
have a
getting
question
couple
for you.
roadblocks, right? Well, go ahead, Joy Man.
Daniel, I had a question for you.
Out of the court.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
I had a question for you. So that was pretty awesome presentation and pretty strong, background you got there. But you know how a lot of these courts and states are now operating in layers. They don't even sign their own oath of office. They have more of a charter than anything else. And if you don't have them contract back into the Constitution or act in the behalf of the Constitution, you really can't get them in the legal side of it unless you trick them or do some kind of affidavit or whatnot.
Yeah.
Everything now is built in layers. They've got, everything's corporate. Like everybody's got EINs now. There's no more, sheriff, original sheriffs and stuff of that nature. How do you get around that particular stuff by using your procedures? Because, now you're trying to talk to somebody on the other side of the fence that has their own laws and contracts that most of us already contracted in without knowing adhesion and whatnot. How do you get around all that stuff? Because now, children is a patented name. Offspring is the actual real term for your kids. And you start using those words, you get, basically glued to those corporations and under their bylaws.
Yeah. So you're absolutely right. And so, one of the things is that we, people of the United States, we were never meant to be under state laws, right? I mean, we reside outside of the state laws because we're United States people, right? And the thing is that when we change our legal relationship with the state through the acceptance of a driver's license, through marriage, through birth certificate, all these things change our legal relationship with the state, and as a result, now we're under the authority of the state. This is the whole concept of dual sovereignty, right? Where you're a United States citizen at the same time that you're a state citizen, and that you only get your United States citizenship rights when you're in a federal adjudication. You don't get it within the state. And that was something that was espoused by the Wake Court back in the 1800s. It was actually established by the Marshall Court in 1833 in Barron versus Baltimore. But nonetheless, it's a terrible concept and it's not valid, but that's the bullshit we're dealing with, right? And so, I'm a person of the United States no matter where I'm at. By my birthright, I should be entitled to every single thing the federal Constitution entitles us to. But the Supreme Court of the United States came out in 1833, and they said that the Bill of Rights, which are the first 10 amendments, that they're not a restriction against state governments, only a restriction against the federal governments. Which, as of that moment in 1833, no one across the entire United States was protected by any of the protections and privileges, immunities of the United States of the Bill of Rights. So the Supreme Court came out in 1833 under the Marshall Court and said, you know what? We know better how to deal with all of you. You're not going to get the very things that are written, enumerated. And it wasn't until 1925, guys, 1925, that anyone was protected by any of the rights contained within the Bill of Rights. And that was the freedom of speech. It was a case called Gitlow versus New York. And so in Gitlow versus New York in 1925, and if you can imagine, 1776, we come out with the Declaration of Independence. We say we have the right to say the words that we want to say and practice the religion we want to practice. And yet it wasn't until 1925 that anybody was actually protected by it outside of the 10 square miles of Washington, D.C., because that's the only federal jurisdiction, right? And so when the Supreme Court comes out in Barron versus Baltimore and say that the Bill of Rights are only a restriction against the federal government, not the state governments, as of that moment, no one was protected by anything. And so then 1925 comes along, and all of a sudden, the Supreme Court comes out and says, you know what? Freedom of speech is protected against interference because of its codification in the Constitution's text. So as of that moment, now the states can't interfere with your freedom of speech, but then all of a sudden what happened then was that you would think that as of that moment, everybody would be guaranteed all the rights because, the indictment by grand jury, that's written in it too. So if you're going to say that the freedom of speech is protected against interference because of its codification in the Constitution's text, then all of the things codified in the Bill of Rights should be protected. But that's not what happened, you guys. That's not what happened. What happened was, as of that moment, they started the incorporation doctrine. And they started incorporating each one of the rights within the Bill of Rights one at a time. So, for instance, 1958, Miranda versus Arizona, the right to not self-incriminate, right? Or 1968, which was Duncan versus Louisiana, when that was a right to trial by jury. So they started slowly, one at a time, incorporating each one of the Bill of rights one at a time, and that's what the incorporation doctrine is. And so the last right to be incorporated was in 2019. It was the excessive fines clause of the 8th Amendment, and it was a case called Timbs versus Indiana, TIMBS versus Indiana. That was the last one to be incorporated, And what the court said in that particular ruling was they said that the privileges and immunities of United States citizens are at a minimum those enumerated within the Bill of Rights, given their legal effect against interference due to their codification in the Constitution's text. Now, I know that I'm, talking a little bit outside, but what that says is that if it's written in the Constitution, you, at a minimum, are entitled to it. Well, my point here is that there's one provision left to be incorporated, one left, and that's the grand jury clause of the 5th Amendment. Every other one has been incorporated as of this moment. But this is the one they didn't want to incorporate because this is the one that's going to set the people free. This is the one that is going to uncover all their lies because this one says you never had the authority, government, to arrest anyone because the very government that was created and instituted to protect the liberty of the people cannot breach its obligation of protecting the liberty of the people in order to slave the people. And yet that's exactly what they've done.
So can we use some of that? Can we use some of that in like our letters, our notices?
100%. So this is the last provision. But what happens here is if we overcome this, you guys, this is what we have at stake right now. This right here. If we can overcome this grand jury issue, what we get to do then is we get to say, you know what? We can go back to 1833, Barron versus Baltimore, to the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, who in 1833 directed every single court within the purview of the United States of America that you don't have to give the people of the United States the very rights that are guaranteed to them within the Constitution of the United States of America. We can go back to that court case, right? And that directs all civil and criminal. Every single court within the purview of the United States of America was directed by the highest court in the land that you don't have to follow the Constitution of the United States of America. If we overcome the grand jury issue, we get to go back to 1833. We get to remove Baron versus Baltimore because you know what? That was always unconstitutional. That was a ruling that was made by the highest court in the land and has directed every single court across the country to act unconstitutionally. And until the highest court in the land corrects that ruling and puts into place the correct procedure and directs all the courts within the country to act lawfully and constitutionally consistent with the laws of the United States, everything that it produces is fucking unconstitutional. Everything. There isn't a single one of these adjudications that's valid because the highest court in the land has directed all the courts in the country to act illegally and unconstitutionally. We had the power to go back to 1833, remove all of the bullshit that they put into place, everything. Because you know what? Judges don't make law, and judges certainly cannot alter, amend, or destroy the Constitution of the United States of America. That would be a separation of powers issue. The judicial branch has no authority to do what they did. Martial law derives from the martial court. That's where that word comes from. Martial.
So do you think
Military.
that the Chevron deference or doctrine, do you think that helped us?
So what happened with Chevron was, Chevron was reversed after I went and served all the attorney generals. I didn't do it. I wasn't the litigation firm that did it, but I certainly played a big part in it. And the reason why is because I went around and I served 33 state attorney generals with these specific crimes that are being committed. Now, when you deal with criminal conspiracy, right, for public officials, what it says is any person who, having knowledge of any of the wrongs conspired to be done and who have the power to prevent or aid in the prevention of commission of same, neglects or refuses to do so, may be joined in commencing action. So when I notify the attorney generals of the states that crimes are being committed by their agents, right, because they're bringing the incorrect charging instrument, right, and that's now resulted in millions and millions and millions of people across the country being illegally and unconstitutionally imprisoned in these for-profit institutions that we call sweatshop in China, but a prison here in America, right? Someone's head has to fall for this because the Supreme Court of the United States knows that this case is coming. They know it's coming, but they don't want to accept responsibility for it. So what Chevron did was, in order to mitigate your culpability in a criminal conspiracy as a public official, you have to do one of two things. You have to either, one, notify the authorities of crimes, but if you are the authority, then that doesn't do any good, which means that the second option is you must notify your co-conspirators of your intent to no longer participate, but that must be done by some affirmative action. What Chevron was all about was, does the executive branch have the authority to be able to bring the incorrect charging instrument, right, and charge by information, not by indictment, in violation of the Constitution of the United States because of their ambiguity? And the answer is no. So what the Supreme Court did with Chevron was they notified their co-conspirators of their intent to no longer participate. They said to the executive branch, you know what? You don't get to alter, amend, or destroy the laws based upon your ambiguity, executive branch. And as a result, they are notifying their co-conspirators of their intent to no longer participate. They are placing the blame upon the executive branch. And that's what we wanted to have them do. Because we needed to get the first issue was that the executive branch has no authority to be able to bring the incorrect charging instrument based upon what they call their ambiguity. So that's what Chevron was. But the problem is, guys, is that I was blaming, for 9 years, I've been blaming the prosecutors. All through this, it's the prosecutor's fault. They've been bringing the incorrect charging instrument. They've been doing it something unlawfully but you know what? It's not the executive branch's fault. It's not the executive branch's fault. It was the judicial branch's fault all along. But I needed to get the leverage to force the judicial branch to actually notify their co-conspirators, the executive branch, that they can't alter, amend the laws of the United States. They don't get to amend the Constitution because that would be a separate powers issue because all legislative power is vested in the legislative branch. Executive branch doesn't create law, doesn't amend law. Anything that they do would be unlawful because that's a branch of government that has no authority to create law. Same thing with the judicial. But here's the thing. The Constitution, Clause 1 of Amendment 5 says, no person shall be held to answer for capital or otherwise heinous crime. Who makes the decision to hold someone over? Well, that would be the judge. So guess what, judge? You guys are responsible for the crimes that are being committed. Yes, the prosecutor can bring the incorrect charging instrument, and great. I'm glad that you notified them that they can't alter, amend the law. But guess what? You can't hold someone over without having an indictment by a grand jury. So it doesn't matter what the prosecutors brought. So now we got the second half. We got the first half with Chevron. Absolutely, it's gonna be beneficial in all this because now we have the executive branch that's gonna be on our side. Because you know what, executive branch, you can either take the fall for this. You can say to yourself, you know what, we'll take the fall. We'll accept the fact that millions of people have been illegally and unconstitutionally imprisoned because we were bringing the incorrect charging instrument. But you know what? You were directed to do it by the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court. They told you you didn't have to have an indictment by a grand jury, and you were relying upon them. So, executive branch, you can accept liability in this. You can say that this was your fault, that all these people are imprisoned illegally because of your incompetence, or you can step up now and notify your co-conspirators of your intent to no longer participate, but that must be done by some affirmative action. Executive branch, you must notify the judicial branch that you will not obey and enforce their unconstitutional edict. And if you don't, then you will take the fall for this. You will absolutely take the fall, because that's what the judicial branch did to you in Chevron ruling. They placed the blame on you by taking affirmative action to notify you that you don't get to create law. Now you get to come back now and say, you know what, we're not going to be a patsy. And now we're going to put the blame on you, judicial branch, because you told us we didn't have to do it. But that had better be done by some affirmative action, because we don't see action from you, executive branch. There is no action, and you will be responsible for these millions of people who have been illegally and unconstitutionally deprived of the very rights that they're guaranteed by their birthright.
So as we gather like around you to help you get, because you're on the inside. So, as we help you push forward and we start to get these affidavits to you and we start to like really rally, is there anything that we can do on the grassroots locally to start to kind of, I don't want to say get rid, because that sounds horrible, but just to,
peel off the layers of these corporations, courts, and everything else, and expose them.
I feel
Because
like
if they're
also
not, if they're
we
not
have
operating,
we have
yeah,
one
if they're not
issue.
operating at all with the under the Constitution, they need to be removed from their corporate status. Period.
Absolutely, 100%.
You know what I
that's
mean?
What I'm doing. I mean, honestly, that's what if I could sum up everything I'm doing into one paragraph, it would be this: I'm not trying to change laws. Rather, I'm pointing out what the laws state, and that the ways in which they're being enforced directly contradict with what is specified. Therefore, I'm not trying to change the laws. Rather, I'm asking we uphold them. If the laws state that something will be done a certain way, then we must follow that way. Laws do not change arbitrarily. That's tyranny. Constitutionalism demands that the laws evolve only through suffrage. Therefore, it's up to the people to decide whether or not the Constitution applies to them, and not a judge or a state. If, in the opinion of the people of the United States, any of the provisions or guarantees of the United States Constitution are in any particular way wrong, then let it be corrected by an amendment in the way in which the Constitution so designates. Until, if and when that time comes, every single person in every single jurisdiction is entitled to every single right secured by, enumerated in the Constitution, regardless of where they choose to reside within the jurisdictional United States.
Fuck yeah, that's awesome.
What's
Well
the
done.
biggest problem that you're facing right now? Like, what is your biggest worry or issue that you're going through that's like what could possibly stand in your way that we can kind of help out
What gaps you need to be filled, and how can we help? In other words,
So you guys, 9 years ago, I started building this case. 9 years ago, I was on the other side, you guys. I was on the other side. I was very high up in national security. And I was doing a lot of things that, in my ignorance, that I didn't understand. I was protecting government from the people in this concept or notion that we have called national security, which I've come to understand is nothing more than code word for domestic terrorism. The things that I did in my ignorance 9 years ago when I was high up, I mean, I was the youngest chairman of the National Physical Security Council. I was a chairman of the National Transportation Security Council. I was appointed 4 times chairman of the Advanced Video Surveillance Working Group. I was named best and brightest in 2015 by the National Security Institute. I was very high up in national security. But when God brought me back and showed me that I was on the wrong side, at that moment, I said that I have a duty and responsibility to fix the things that I myself was doing wrong in my ignorance. And I have not taken a check in 9 years. I will not work for money. I will not take on a contract. I will not work for anyone. I will only work for everyone. I will only advocate for the people of the United States and its collective, right? And I can do that. I can litigate on a massive scale with these arguments and issues that I have here, but I will not work for money. Right? I only work on donations, and that puts me into a very, very difficult situation, because driving around the country, serving 33 state attorney generals without any money is extremely tough. So my point is that right now, what I'm doing is I've got 5 states that I'm getting ready to serve. So on Monday, I'm going to New Mexico. We're going to get New Mexico served, the attorney general and the state Supreme Court there, so we can get New Mexico enjoined. Then I'm heading over to Kentucky to make sure that they get enjoined through the attorney general and Supreme Court. Then we're going to Arkansas, then we're going to Tennessee, then we're going to West Virginia. That's going to bring us up to 39 states that will have served on behalf of the affected litigants within those states. Now, we're doing that while we build these affidavits, right? While they get in, because we have about 4 weeks before I'm going to go around, pick up these affidavits, and then bring them back to DC. Now, remember, you guys, 500,000 criminal affidavits, 500,000, and that's only 500,000. 500,000 is 140 boxes of paper. big boxes of paper. That's the message that I want to get across when we get back to DC. I'm going to need 140 people to help me carry these boxes into that court. I want them to see these are written, these are actual factual crimes done by they're victims of the United States by our leaders. Crimes that are punishable by death. I want people to see that. And that's 500,000. I think we can exceed that number easily. But 500,000 criminal affidavits is 140 boxes of paper. I want to return with those. I want 140 people walking in that court with me. I want to drop them in. I want to say, what do you want to do about these crimes that are being committed by your agents under your watch? Crimes that are punishable by death, that are in direct willful defiance of the will of people and their faith. And let that court decide. Do you want to tell 330 million people that what they believe in is not real? Because if you do, good luck getting home. Good luck getting home.
Have you reached out to Mark Christopher by chance? He's doing very similar things.
No. So there are a lot of people that are doing the same thing. I'm not offended by it. This was something that God gave me. This is something I've been building for a number of years. But it's only gonna help. But no, I haven't reached out to him. I don't know Mr. Christopher. No.
I think he's like the planetary judge or something like that. He's kind of got the highest office, I think, and he's trying to get most of these corrupt people out of position, punishable by death, treason, stuff of that nature. And he's got a lot of power to do so. And apparently he's been doing stuff in the back to do all of these things. And like I say, he may, work with you or not. I mean, you're doing a good job as yourself, but if you need us for anything, we're here to back you up. As much knowledge as you can give us, the more firepower that we can have to help you out.
So again, I do this for free. My time is absolutely free. I'm very limited in my followers because I haven't been out doing this for very long. Because, like I said, I had to build this case in silence. I couldn't have a whole lot of exposure and a whole lot of people seeing this and knowing what I was doing, because that would have put me in a dangerous situation. That's why this is coming out. But that's also why I don't have a big following. But you guys do. So one of the things that would be extremely beneficial is that people want to hear the things that I have to say, right? Now, whether they want to get behind it or not is irrelevant. I have a lot of information that would benefit a lot of people. And I would love for those people to get it because it's free. I'm giving you this because I have this knowledge and because I know these secrets, these truths, and I want to offer that to the people of the United States, but I offer it for free. What God gives freely, I got to give free to everyone else. But one of the best ways that you can help me out is this needs to get out quick. We need to get it out really quick. So you guys have following. You guys have, even if you have 100 followers, I would be more than happy to come on, do a live with you guys, just like we're doing right now. Talk to your audience, because that's a group of people that I'm not associated with. You are. And so you guys would be able to bring me in and saturate this market very, very quickly, get this information out very.
Oh, shit.
No, I bet 20%. But it's not about me. It's about the message. It's about getting this so that people in the United States can get the entitlements that they have, the rights that they have. And you know what? I don't care if anybody knows anything about me, as long as the people and God gets the glory on all this. So that's what we need to do. And you guys can help me do that. That doesn't cost anything. You guys have following. Invite me on. Let's do live. Let's talk. Let's get this out to your audience.
And the affidavit is in your bio, correct? You click on the link in your bio, and then you can get access to that affidavit, right?
Yeah, the affidavit's in the bio, but some of these people here, like Mr. Dallas, you probably have a website, right? You probably have a better way of being able to put this onto the domain. I would be more than happy to take these affidavits, place it wherever, so that people can go there outside of the mechanism I have. The mechanism I have is pretty archaic. I have a link in a Facebook post, right? That's not the best way to do it. But I
actually have a lot of ways I can actually promote it.
Yeah, I don't have the money. I don't have the money to be able to do a website, because that's the one thing that I'm lacking, right?
Tanner, so we can go on to Moxo, get you on that app Moxo, and we can start uploading documents and getting a huge following on there. And then if you post something, we're all together on it. It's very, very secure compared to this platform right here, which we don't know who's what and what's what, but I think that's a better solution for you.
Great. We could get the affidavit and actually post it on our TikToks and be like, fill this out and then send it here. Are there certain different locations, Tanawa?
10. There's 10 different locations or PO boxes.
I have it. Yeah, there's 10 different PO boxes. And that's important, that it's going to a PO box. It can't go to a street address, because street address drops it down to a state jurisdiction. I don't want this at all touching any state jurisdictions. So when you mail it and you put it in the federal in the federal jurisdiction, and then it goes into a post office box, that remains the federal jurisdiction. It never touches state. I don't want states having any access to this evidence whatsoever. So it has to go to a PO box, and all of these people, except for maybe one or two, are all veterans. They've all reinstated their oaths under authority of someone warring against Constitution domestically, which is consistent with their oath. So, Chief Justin Carey, for instance, United States Navy out of North Carolina, he's the consolidation point for the Mid-Atlantic. So he has a PO box, and everybody that's in the Mid-Atlantic area, they would all be sent into Chief there. He's going to be receiving it. He's reactivated his oath. He's brought himself back into active service to act as an evidence custodian, to receive this evidence, hold it in his custody until I can come pick it up, and then carry this as the primary evidence custodian back to the administrator or back to the court to be able to deliver this evidence on behalf of people in the United States for these treasonous, unconstitutional, illegal acts. And ultimately, what you got to understand is that a criminal affidavit is not a criminal complaint, right? A criminal affidavit is evidence in a testimony form from an actual victim of crimes that are being committed. So what I'm offering to the court is this: you can actually do what you're lawfully obligated to do. Let me have this debate with you, or we're going to take these 500,000 affidavits and we're going to start converting them to criminal complaints, and we'll start doing this the messy way. We'll start bringing these judges and prosecutors up, or you can go ahead and do the right thing. You can admit your error. You can let us have this debate. And if you do, awesome, right? Great. But if you don't, if you ignore this, if you don't permit us to actually do this, then guess what? These 500,000 criminal affidavits are going to be converted into criminal complaints, and we will do this the messy way. But when you do that, remember, Supreme Court, if you do that, then you will have given up all of your power, all of it. Because the only thing that gives you power, Supreme Court, is the Constitution of the United States of America. And if you refuse to recognize and enforce that Constitution, you just destroyed your institution. You just removed all of your power. You may as well go get your resume, brush it off, and go get a job at Burger King, because you're nothing at that point in time. Nothing.
Well, and it sounds like whenever Trump went around to all the countries and then they capitulated. So it sounds very similar of what you're doing, going around to all the AGs to explain to them, like, you have this one opportunity to do right and fix your soul. If not, then the hammer's coming down.
Yeah, I mean, like I said a few minutes ago, when I realized that I was doing things illegally, right, and when I was undermining the laws of the United States, even after having taken multiple oaths to it, right, when I realized that, I have a choice. I can be honorable and honor my word and do what's right, even if no one else is behind me. Because when I took that oath, no one said that there was going to be anyone else fighting with me. No one else said that there were ever going to be reinforcements. That oath is an individual obligation, right? My fidelity is with that. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my integrity, a man of integrity. I'm a man of honor, and I'm going to do what's honorable. That's my choice. That's the choice that I got to make. But I want the public officials to decide, is that the choice you want to make too? And the problem is that today they didn't make that choice, because I served 34 state attorney generals. Not one of them have corrected any of their unlawful behavior. None of it. And now guess what, attorney generals? That's a whole different ballgame now, because now you are knowingly and willingly engaging in criminal behavior. And that pisses me off, right? Because I chose to do what's right. I chose to, even if I have to stand against every other public official, I'm going to do what's right, because that's what I promised the people of the United States that I would do. So if you're going to be notified and informed of criminal acts that are being done, that's destroying our country, that's killing our people, that's robbing them blind, and yet you're going to just ignore it as though nothing's happening and go about business and continue to profit off of your illegal acts, then that's a whole different ballgame, because now you're knowingly and willingly engaging in criminal behavior that's punishable by death. And so...
Well, don't you think they're compromised? I feel like some of them are compromised. Like, there's a lot of blackmail that goes on and that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I get it. I see you shrug your shoulders, but I'm like, I just wonder.
Compromised?
Yeah.
Being compromised is not a man of honor. And,
right.
And a person that doesn't have integrity has no right to be in a leadership position in this country. And I'm going to call you out for your bullshit. If you're going to be a criminal, right, and you're going to act criminally because you're too afraid to act lawfully and do what's in the best interest of the people and honor your word and promise that you made to them and preserve our country even in very difficult situations, I'm going to call you out for your bullshit. I'm going to call you out for what you are. I'm going to call a duck when I see a duck. And right now, you're all traitors, every one of you. And until you choose to return to the established rule of law, and obey the will of people and fulfill the promise that you made to people in the United States, that's all you'll ever be. And we're going to make sure that the whole country knows that's exactly what you are. That's what this is about. I want something big enough. We return and we say, this is what these criminals, this is what they are. And no one needs to honor a criminal. No one needs to stand up when a criminal walks in the room. And a criminal certainly can't profit off their criminal acts. And yet every single one of them is making millions and millions of dollars at the expense of citizenry through their illegal and criminal acts. And that's
I
disgusting.
agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like we could do stuff on the like grassroots. You know, we can start to push back too, which is gonna create.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So in doing that, how do we do such as that? Because a lot of us are in a standing to where, you know, we are postmaster generals, we are private attorney in facts, we are private, you know, bounty hunters and stuff like that, that we've already established ourselves within that realm. So how are we able to, you know, not only protect ourselves, but, you know, also put them on notice?
It needs to be like if you were to put some food coloring in a pond. You don't go in there splashing and kicking. You go in there and you slowly color the water, and you get them like a frog in a pot. They don't realize, like they're doing to us. You reciprocate,
Yeah.
and
Right.
you'll get them in the long run. But we have to do it as unity. We got to come silent, and we got to come deadly.
And
And I don't mean that like
silent. We are
harming
on-
somebody. I mean that as a figure of speech.
yeah.
By calling
Come
them
under the
out.
same procedural situation as well.
You
That-
fight the enemy where they're not.
Yeah, that's extremely important. Is the same procedural situation, because you know there's a philosophy that an army of lions and bears led by a sheep will be defeated by an army of sheep led by a lion, right? So you know if the prosecutors and judges are all lions and bears, right, but they're led by the leadership of a sheep because the Supreme Court of the United States is criminal, then the only reason why all of these courts exist is to protect the weakness of that sheep, right? Supreme Court are criminals. They've never followed the Constitution for the United States of America as long as they've existed, because the Constitution is contrary to their business model, right? If the Constitution got its way, they'd all be out of a job because the Constitution declared that all men are to be free. So who are they to continue to proliferate this idea of enslavement of our people, right? So they're undermining the laws of the United States. They've been doing it since their existence, right? But an army of lions and bears led by a sheep will be defeated by an army of sheep led by a lion. You see, if we all come together, right, under one single procedural situation, we come into one cohesive team, then all we have to do is defeat the Supreme Court of the United States, the sheep, right? And when we defeat the sheep, the whole army of lions and bears is going to fall because they have no power without their leadership. So we can come together under one procedural situation. Let me advocate for you. Let me have this argument on your behalf. You know that I can do this, right? I've been practicing this. I've been preparing for this my entire life. This is my purpose, right? I can argue this in my sleep. Let me defeat the Supreme Court. Let me defeat the sheep. And in doing so, the whole army of sheep are going to be able to overcome. But you guys need to push me in. We need the numbers in order to get into that court. We need the numbers to come together under one single argument. Because just as Scripture says that you're all just a bunch of clanging cymbals, all out there making noise. The problem is that today we're all talking about our own individual issues. Those are all distractions that they want you to have. So they get you to talk about, you know, the irregularities in the evidentiary procedures, or how the judge is acting biased, or how the prosecutor brought up lies, or CPS, you know, brought in hearsay evidence. Those are all distractions from the main issue. But they want you to talk about those distractions, because as long as you do, we're all just a bunch of clanging cymbals, making a whole bunch of noise, and we don't know which direction to look. But if we come back together and say, you know what? They didn't have authority to even take that child because they didn't have jurisdiction, because the state is a party in the cause. We come together and we come together on that one issue. We reduce the noise that surrounds us, and then we zero in on the issue. And now, by focusing on that issue, bringing all attention to it, because we've reduced the noise of all the distractions, now they can't shut it down. Now they can't keep it quiet, because now they know exactly which direction to look. That's what we need to do. When you come together, one single issue that affects everyone. Does the state have the authority to oversee the disposition of a dispute in which the state itself is a party in cause? Hell no, they don't. That's a conflict of interest.
So if
You
we
go up
into
there.
court,
Go ahead.
sorry, if we go into court and we have already done like our assumed name, and we've already separated ourselves from that ens legis, that fictional name that we were given, does that hold weight? Because even like I know a lot of people that have already done that process and separated themselves, although the courts are saying, no, we're going to charge you, you know, and it's like but we as the living person is not the debtor, you know, and no matter our thought and even like affidavits that we've sent in, it just seems like they are going unheard.
Yeah.
What do you suggest to that?
You know, again, I'm afraid that we're not going to get the outcome that we're looking for by going to the lowest court.
We
Okay.
need to go to the top, like he was saying, go up there and cut the head off of the snake, get them to be correct, and all of our problems and all the tickets and all the things would go away by default. It just would trickle down and just heal everything.
Yeah. If we can show the criminality of the highest court in the land when they directed all of the courts within their purview to act unconstitutionally, if we can go to the highest court and get it for its criminality, then all of the issues will be resolved, because the whole army of lions and bears, all their judges and prosecutors, will lose all their power when we go after the leadership. The reason why the courts exist, the reason why clerks exist, all of these agents that have been built around the Supreme Court, the reason why they exist is to protect the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's weak. It's weak because
So
it's
can
criminal.
we contact one of them? Can we contact one, obviously in good faith and honor and not like combatant or anything like that, but just kind of say, hey, like do the right thing.
Here's a question for you.
I can't tell you to do that because I'm in active litigation against the United States Supreme Court. That would be against my ethics. And I can't do that because that would be an ex parte. That would be going to the opposing party and essentially providing threats and intimidation in the same way prosecutors do to defendants. I don't want to do that. So I can't say that, but I also can't say that you guys can't, right? Because you guys are not in active litigation against the Supreme Court. I am. I can't do it. But if you're compelled to do it, you know, that's something that you could do if you're not in active litigation against the United States Supreme Court.
So I
I'd
think
So here's a
go your
question.
route.
Here's a question for you. If the lower courts are obviously corrupted and criminal, and they're not recusing themselves off of the cases, even though they know they're acting outside of their oath of office, what makes you think that we're going to go to the highest court of the land and outside of civil war, get them to admit to their criminality and recuse themselves and change the laws? If they're, how do you expect that to work?
Great question. Great question. So we're dealing with a couple of different things here. What we're primarily dealing with is what's known as cognitive dissonance, right? That's cognitive dissonance is primarily what it is. Cognitive dissonance is when your actions and your morals don't align with one another. So you're a liar. So you may believe that you're honorable. You may say that you're a leader, but if your actions are contrary to honorable, then you're a piece of shit, right? And you're a liar. So, you know, when you deal with cognitive dissonance, what happens is that they justify their actions in order to offset the feeling of discomfort that they would have to have. So if I'm a judge and I'm committing all these crimes, if I'm a prosecutor and I'm securing all of these convictions through threatening and intimidating people into pleading guilty, right? I know that I'm committing witness tampering. But I say, yeah, if I don't do it that way, then look at all these guilty people that will go free. Or if I don't do it this way, it's going to clog up the system. All they're doing is they're creating excuses to offset the discomfort that they would have to feel from knowing that their actions and morals don't align. That's what cognitive dissonance is. And so when you read the DSM, the desktop, and you want to understand how to overcome cognitive dissonance, it's quite simply truth. Truth. You tell them the truth, right? So when I say to a judge, right, and I say to the justices, which you can watch some of my videos, the great video would be the video on my page that's pinned. It's never wrong to do the right thing, right? Never wrong to do the right thing. I'm doing this with the justices. I'm talking to them directly, and I'm calling them out. Justice Thomas, you're a fucking criminal, and you will be a criminal until you choose to return to the established rule of law, right? Because you're acting unconstitutionally. But then in the same breath, right? Justice Thomas, I know that you're honorable. I've read your book. I've read your memoirs. I know you've got honor in you. I know that the reason why you dropped out of seminary school was because you wanted to help save your people and free them from Plessy versus Ferguson and segregation South. I know that that's why you became an attorney, and I know that that's what you want to do. Now, I also know that your predecessor, Mr. Marshall, he was the one that actually overcame Plessy versus Ferguson. But I know, Justice Thomas, I know that you want to help your people. I know you want to leave your mark on this country. I know you've been looking for an opportunity just like this to where you could put your mark on that piece of paper. That writ of habeas corpus that's sitting on your desk. It was delivered to you on September 29, 2023 by Tanoa M. Downing under the case Tanoa M. Downing versus State of Washington. Mr. Thomas, I know that you're honorable. I know that you could do that. It only requires one signature to sign a writ of habeas corpus.
These judges are not honorable if they're willing to violate your rights and violate the Constitution and destroy the American way. You're not honorable.
But you're right. You're not honorable. But with cognitive dissonance, if you read the DSM, when you use truth against them, right? You use truth. What happens is that they have to come to terms with it. They have to feel the discomfort of knowing that they're not being truthful. They have to realize that yes, this is unlawful. And then what has to happen is to deal with the discomfort. They have to either one, realign their actions or their morals with their actions and say, well, I'm a criminal and therefore my morals are going to align with criminal. But that's not what happens. According to the DSM, every single time, once you feel the discomfort of knowing that you're a liar, of knowing that you're a criminal or a traitor, what will happen is they will have to realign their actions with their morals. Now, that's the psychology of it, right? That's the psychology is I'm bringing this up and I'm bringing enough attention to this that they understand you guys are nothing but a bunch of criminals. You guys are nothing but a bunch of traitors that are killing and destroying our country, and you're doing it to prop it up your illegal acts. And there's nothing at all that's honorable about that. So stop calling yourselves honorable. Stop calling your institution honorable. You know what? It's nothing. It's destroying the country, and you guys are responsible for all the crimes being committed. That's the psychology of the issue. But now there's another part of it, and that is that we all know that power doesn't give up power, right? Once you have power, you don't give up that power, and we know that, right? So there's what's known as the doctrine of master servant. And what it says is that a servant will perform mechanical duties on behalf of his master, but in the course of his duties, he will always favor or act in the best interest of his master. So if the judge here in the state is an agent of the state, his master is the state, then we know that the mechanical duties that he performs is always going to be in the best interest of his master, the state. So we're going to see the results that we're expecting out here at the state level, right? Consistent with the state judge doing what the state in their best interest. But when you get to Supreme Court, they have a different master, and it's the only court that has a different master. Their master is the United States of America and the preservation of the United States of America. Their power derives from the Union and the strength of the Union. Their power originates from the Constitution of the United States of America. Therefore, if they choose to permit the state courts to be more powerful than them, they just voted themselves out of a job. They just destroyed their institution. They just went against their master. They don't want to give up their power. So we're appealing to the power of Mr. Roberts. We're appealing to the power of Mr. Kavanaugh. We're saying, you know what? If you do not rule on this, if you do not get your agents to act consistent with your edict, if you don't have the power to lead your workers, your agents, your judges into lawfulness, then you're nothing. You're a bunch of liars. You have no institution. Your honor is gone. And guess what? Go brush off your resumes. Go get a job at Burger King because you are not what you say you are. You don't have the power that you say you have. Go home. We don't need you anymore because the state courts are more powerful than you are. They will not give up that power.
Right. But what I'm saying is, and I completely understand that 100%, and I think everybody in this room does. But here's my question is we can't just go into a room and go to Congress and point our fingers at them and say, shame on you, you're a liar, go get a job at Burger King. They're not going to do it. So outside of civil war, how do you enforce that?
So the only option we have, so remember, Justice Gorsuch of the United States Supreme Court, he just wrote a book called Overruled, right? He's going around the country, he's doing press conferences, right? You can watch it. It's readily available across TikTok and YouTube and everything else. Now, I submitted the writ to the United States Supreme Court on September 29th, 2023, right? So last year, I submitted the writ that details all of this, right? On November 11th, Justice Gorsuch issues a judicial notice to every single federal judge in the entire country. A judicial notice to every single federal judge. And what he said in that notice was, he said that most of the people in prison today are there illegally and unconstitutionally because the courts are proceeding under administrative law and not common law. He went on to say that most of the children they're being deprived of their or being removed from their families being done illegally and unconstitutionally because the courts are proceeding under administrative law and not common law. And then he went on and even said that most of the property that's being deprived by the United States, people in the United States, is being done illegally and unconstitutionally because the courts are proceeding under administrative law and not common law. Now, to understand what he's getting at there and how it applies to what I'm doing here is you have to look at the three branches of government. So the legislative branch creates all law. Clause 1, Article 1 says all legislative powers vested in Congress of the United States, consisting of Senate and House of Representatives. So all power to create law vested in the legislative branch. No other branch of government can create law because that's what legislation is. So all legislative powers vested in the legislative branch. Second branch of government is the executive branch. It's there to enforce the laws, right? They create orders. They don't create law, but orders can't order the people because only orders can affect those that can be ordered. The president can't order the people because the people are only governed by laws. So when the executive branch creates orders and then applies it to the people, that would be Chevron, right? The illegality of Chevron. But orders can't affect the people because the president is a servant of the people. He can only create orders. He can't create law. Now, the third branch of government is known as the administrative branch. They are there to administer laws, the judicial branch. And so when the judicial branch creates rulings, because that's what the judges create is rulings, right? Judge-made rulings. But rulings only affect those that are being ruled. People aren't ruled by it. But when the judicial branch creates a ruling and calls it law, case law, that would be administrative law. So when the judicial branch creates rulings, places it at the foundation, modifies the Constitution of the United States through their judge-made rulings, calls it law, even though the judicial branch has no authority to create law because that's a separation of powers issue, then what they put at the foundation is unconstitutional. That's what Justice Gorsuch is going around the country talking about. That's what my whole argument is. That's what his book is all about. So guess what? We only need one justice to sign this writ. One. It could be Gorsuch. It could be Thomas. But we got Gorsuch that's literally running around the country telling all the judges across the United States of America that they're all committing crimes and violating their oath. But the problem I have with Justice Gorsuch is, you know what? At least the other 8 justices, at least they aren't admitting that it's wrong. You, sir, are admitting that it's wrong. You, sir, are admitting that it's criminal. You're admitting that it's happening, and now you're permitting it to continue. In his book, Justice Gorsuch wrote, and I just read it just in his book, he mentioned multiple times, that prosecutors are threatening witnesses to get them to plead guilty. He went on to say in the CPS chapter that CPS agents are threatening parents in order to take their children. Well, the word threat is very, very important because threat is what we need to establish extortion. Because anytime you use threats or intimidation to enter into a contract and formulate that contract which is formed is void. We have the very.
I teach in my consultations, and every time I deal with a parent on a CPS case around this country, I'm always showing them how their case is not built on nothing but fraud upon the court, extortion, threat, and intimidation. And I show them how to present it to the judge. And even if they present it to the judge correctly, even fraud upon the court, and they're recusing the judges, and they're either through disqualification or a recusal, the judges are never acknowledging it. They will straight up just ignore that motion or that petition, and they'll continue on adjudicating that case, no matter if there's fraud upon the court or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Dallas,
agreed.
Dallas, we haven't had judges since 1789. We haven't
Correct.
had judges since 1789, and the courts have been dissolved since 2008. So, like and the U.S. is insolvent. So the whole thing is like a scam.
I know that.
for us
You know
to-
that.
We can like make this a thing. Like,
And I said in the beginning, that before you were on, Dallas, that I've been across this country 19 times over the last 18 months from coast to coast. This is what I do. I meet with the people in the United States all across the country. The brother that I'm staying at here in New Mexico, amazing guy. I just met him a couple days ago, and he offered to bring me in, give me a place to stay for a couple days while I meet his family and meet the people in this community. That's what I do. But the thing is that I have been in no less than 70 courtrooms over the last 18 months, personally sat in 70 different courtrooms in 16 different states to where a judge has made the statement that the Constitution doesn't apply to my courtroom. That is absolutely insane that's the
Right.
statement that they're making. And that's just what I personally have experienced over the last 18 months. And I don't go into courtrooms that often, but pretty much every single one I've been in over the last 18 months across all these states, the judge says, Constitution doesn't apply to my courtroom. Does not my
That's because your courtroom is a corporation.
Well, it's that, but that courtroom was only has the authority to be a courtroom because of the Constitution. We got to remember that the Constitution is the creator, right? If we look at it from a creator perspective, the Constitution, the
Right.
creator, Constitution created jurisdiction. Jurisdiction then creates the court. Therefore, the court can't grant jurisdiction because that which is created cannot be above the creator, right? So jurisdiction existed before the court. The court must determine whether or not it has jurisdiction in order to be a court, in order to call anyone in order to take any action. And if it doesn't have jurisdiction, then anything it produces is
But the
unconstitutional.
court can't. But the court has no authority to determine its own jurisdiction.
100%. You're right. Right. Because that which is created cannot be above the creator. Jurisdiction existed before the court. Therefore, the court doesn't grant jurisdiction. The case grants jurisdiction, right? Judge can't say that we have jurisdiction, we're going to take it. Or no, they don't have the authority to be able to do it because jurisdiction is statutorily mandated. It's created by statute. It's created by the Constitution, right? And
Correct.
if you say that you have jurisdiction to take action in a case in violation, and you say that we're not going to follow the one thing that you're obligated to follow, well, guess what? We got a big problem right now. And that's what
Right.
these courts are doing. And that's why George Orwell said in book 1984 that a tyrant rules by fraud or force. When the fraud is exposed, all they have left to rule by is force. We have exposed this fraud on multiple levels. You guys have, I have, we have exposed this fraud. They know it. And they're just grabbing for anything that they possibly can. And the only option they have, just like any other tyrant, is rule by force. And we need to overcome that force because they got nothing. They're nothing. Those 40,000 judges across the United States of America, what do you think they're going to do when 330 million Americans wake up and realize that they aren't following the will of the people, the faith of the people, the very laws that create their office and grant them authority? What do you think they're going to do, right? We have the number.
Move to a different country. You know, they're gonna hide. I would hide if I did that and I knew that I wasn't upholding God's law, you know, universal law, and I was just like, I don't know. You're gonna have like that. I feel like those judges would have to have a real, you know, come to Jesus with God.
And that's what I keep saying. I mean, judges, and I'm going to speak directly to you guys right now. I would suggest that if you think that I'm not real or I'm not serious about what I'm doing here, then I would really suggest that you turn off your TVs, get out your Bibles, and get to know God a little bit better, because you guys are criminals, and you guys have no power. And I'm not afraid to come after a criminal. I'm going to do what I say that I'm going to do, and I've already proven you guys have no power because I've already been across this country 19 times serving these courts in these states and calling you out for the criminals that you are, and yet you guys haven't done a thing to me, right? Because you can't, right? Because if you create a martyr, you're only going to increase your opposition. You're only going to prove that I'm right. And you guys know it. I've already told you guys that. But the thing is that, yeah, there's 40,000 judges across America today. What are those 40,000 judges doing that's keeping the people of the United States in a state of fear like they are right now? Every single person in America, it doesn't matter whether you're involved in it or not, everybody knows that there's something wrong with America right now. We all know that there's something. Like, our hearts are screaming that there's something going on, and we just can't put our finger on it. Well, I sure can.
So, Tonaway,
Judges.
so going back to my original question is like when I said outside of civil war, right? So if you believe that we can honestly do this without pushing the boundaries of civil war, because in the olden days, if a judge or any public servant was in the acts and got caught in the acts of committing treason, to the extent of what these court systems are doing now, we would drag them out in the middle of the daylight and string them up. So how, like, do you honestly believe that this can actually be accomplished without that extent of action?
Yeah, so I do. I 100% do. My faith would not tell me to go out and do these things. And let me just inspire you, because I would not advocate for violence at all, right? I wouldn't do it. But if a patriot is defined as one who loves and defends his country, because that's the definition of a patriot, one who loves and defends his country. If you love something, then destruction would never be an optional outcome for that's loved. I love this country, right? I'm as much a patriot as this country has ever produced, right? And so as a result, patriotism is not a call to arms. It's not let's go out and get our guns. Let's go out and fight our brothers and sisters. Let's shoot each other up. That's not patriotism. Patriotism is a dialogue between your fellow man and larger world as a whole about not only what is good about your country, but how it can be better, right? Power is not guns. Power is not a badge. Power is not a title. Power is the ability to influence others in their future decisions. Power comes from your words. If you can effectively present your argument and get people to hear your faith, believe in your faith, and have faith in it together, right? Then you have power, right? And we can all have this same power, because everything I'm saying right now to you guys is consistent with what you believe in. Because I'm only talking about the American principles, American values. This is what we believe in, all right? And so I do believe that this will work. I do, because government has no power but for the power that the people have there. And so as we start bringing this out, I guarantee you that not every senator, not every representative, not every judge wants to be responsible for the destruction of America. So as we continue to bring this message forward, right, as we get it out even more, like tonight, I believe quite strongly that tonight is the start of something absolutely fucking amazing, right? That we are about to just embark on something that is just going to light a fire across this country, because the people can believe in these words, what we're saying, right? And they can get behind this, because this is nothing more than the beliefs and values of the American people, right? And so what I'm saying is that as we start to get judges to say, you know what, he's right, we're right, you know, we got to do what's in the best interest. When we start to get them, we're going to start seeing the scale start tipping back in our favor. As we start to get one judge come across, we're going to see another 10 come across immediately, because I don't think that any one of them wants to be called a traitor. I don't think any one of them wants to be responsible for the destruction of America. I don't think any one of them wants to undermine the laws of the United States. They've just been following their leaders. But once we start to get them to come across, they're going to come across by the droves, because they don't want to be tied up in this, right? And as we start to get them to come over in our favor and start supporting what we're saying, because every bit of this is supported by the law. Every single thing I'm saying is support. You guys can like me, hate me, whatever. I don't care. But you can listen to the words I'm saying. You can believe in the words, because they're all supported by law. You guys can go out and read them yourselves, right? And so the thing is that as we start to get them to come across, Dallas, we're going to tip the scales in our favor. And I don't think it's going to take very long for that to happen, because once we start to get that first senator, and I have a couple senators, senator from Rhode Island, senator from South Carolina, they're already on our side. They're already backing this. They're not publicly doing it. But once we get them to actually publicly step up and do this, right, and we start to get a couple to come across, we're going to see them come across by droves, and that's going to tip the scale in our favor. And in doing so, then we'll be able to identify who is responsible for this deprivation. And so we need to do this in the least destructive manner, and that means that we need to do this out of love for our country. Because remember, if you say that you love your country, because that's the definition of a patriot, one that loves and defends his country. If you say that you're a patriot, but then in the same breath can't say that you love your fellow countrymen, the problem is this country is nothing more than an aggregate of the people. So how you treat your people is a direct reflection of how much you love this country. And I can say right now today that there isn't a single public official that I've met that is a patriot, because the way they're treating the people of the United States is absolutely disgusting. So
Tanya,
No,
so
you're fine.
I got official confirmation that I've actually landed myself on the FBI watch list for the stuff that I'm teaching parents on how to defend themselves in court.
yeah,
And I tell my clients and my audience all the time, like, listen, I literally do not care if I land on Hillary Clinton's hit list. I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing.
yeah.
Right. So if you want to team up and you want to partner up and spread the word and you know, whatever I can do to help you, let me know. I'm down for it.
I say let's do it. I mean, you know, I don't think we have a whole lot of time. I really don't. I think we have about 4 weeks to save this country, and I'm honestly saying that because we're already seeing the country fracturing, breaking apart. We've got states that are talking about seceding already because of this pendulum that keeps swinging back and forth and the divisiveness of this nation. I just want the country to start talking about the issues once again. Start communicating with each other, right? Let's debate an issue. Let's not just ignore it and pretend like it didn't happen or isn't going on. Let's have the courage and strength as leaders of this country to step up and talk about the issues that this country is facing. Don't just ignore them. Don't just pretend like they're not happening because that's not a leader. Leader's going to do the right thing. And I think that we right now, like the people on this video right now, I think we have an opportunity to be able to step up and actually start leading this country in a good direction, because we all believe in the things that's being said here. Absolutely. Thank
Yeah,
you.
because I remember like earlier when you and I were talking about even Jubilee, I
Yeah.
totally think that it's right around the corner. It's not too far off the mark.
So remember a jubilee, according to the book of Leviticus, it must happen the following year. Last year was the year of Jubilee, so it must happen this year, right? According to the book, it always happens the year after. So the year of release is always the following year of the Jubilee. Now there's two requirements for the Jubilee. Two requirements according to the book of Leviticus, right? One, all slaves must be released. Two, all debt must be forgiven. Those are the two things I'm asking for. Release the slaves, get them back home to their families, right? Get them the love and support they need so that they can heal from the trauma that's been inflicted upon them, because every single prisoner is nothing more than someone's child who had hurt that was inflicted upon them by the breakdown of the familial unit, by a system that's acted illegally and unconstitutionally in order to proliferate its institution and its business, because for every child that you remove from love and care of their family, that is a child that grows up with an 80% likelihood of going to prison themselves. Now we have a long-term self-sustaining product. You want to talk about why mass incarceration exists? It exists because of this familial breakdown. It exists because of what we're doing to these children in the CPS. That's why mass incarceration exists, because of the trauma that we are creating so we can go and trade it on the New York Stock Exchange in the form of Geo Group, Core Civic, and CCNA. It's disgusting. And then we tell the American people that they're nothing but a monster, but that monster was created. It was created because of the trauma that was inflicted upon these children, right, that nobody cared about, right, and nobody wanted to do anything about it. And then we just say, oh, well, look what they did. They're just a monster. That
Right,
monster's
but
created.
but hold on. Even if you look in the Black's Law Dictionary, the definition of monster is not even us. So even in the jails and the prisons, those are actually voluntary. We don't realize that we're consenting and
Yeah.
using Joinder to join us to that fictional name that they created. That's not even us.
Yeah, most people don't know that. Here in America, you cannot be sent to prison without your consent. That's Title 18, subsection 4083. You cannot be sent to prison without your consent. Now, consent is a very interesting term because that's a contract term. Therefore, you are sent to prison through your consent because of a contract. You are enslaved because of a contract.
It
And so-
actually goes deeper than that.
Yeah.
And so here, I don't want to interrupt you, but here, so the reason why a court system wants you to have a lawyer so bad is because it takes 3 signatures to put anybody in jail. It takes the judge's signature, it takes the prosecutor's signature, and it takes either your signature or your attorney's signature. So if you have an attorney on your case representing you, he has the authority to sign in your place. That's why they want you to have a lawyer so damn bad, so they can control the system and see and make it go any which way they want it to go.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. But what they do is they put us into the minor status, because the moment that you change your legal relationship with the state through a driver's license, through a birth certificate, through purchasing a house, through a job, all these things change your legal relationship with the state. And when they do that, now you're in a minor status of the state. Therefore, and that's what pro se is. And so then you must have a prosecutor. And the purpose of the prosecutor was to negotiate the terms on behalf of the breach of contract on behalf of the minor, right? So a minor can't negotiate the terms of their own contract because, and so for instance, let's take the driving issue, right? If you don't have to have a driver's license because you have the right to travel across the country freely without governmental interference, then when you change your legal relationship with the state and go get a driver's license with the corporation, the state corporation, now you've changed your legal relationship with the state and you've entered into an agreement that you will be bound by the state driving laws, right? You'll drive in the court. And so then when you're out driving or traveling too quickly, right, beyond this, the limits of the or parameters of the law, then they can pull you over. And now they can hold you accountable for breaching the contract terms that you had entered into. But you can't negotiate the terms of that contract because you have to have someone there to negotiate the terms of the breach. And that's the purpose of the prosecutor, was to negotiate the terms on behalf of the breached party that is now a minor status with the state. So that's part of the correcting of your status, right? You got to remove all these contracts that you have with the state, get out of all these things that place you in a minor status, so you can negotiate the terms of the contract on your own volition. That's what sui juris is. Sui juris means of one's own volition. So once you remove all the contracts that exist with the state, now you can negotiate the terms of the contract on your own, and you don't need a prosecutor to do that, right? But the reason why they bring in the attorney is, remember, an attorney, according to Corpus Secundum, Volume 2, is an administrative officer of the court. Administrative officer of the court. Now, remember, going back to what I talked about just a little bit ago about the administrative law and what administrative law is, that means that an attorney is an administrative officer. That's why they rely upon judge-made rulings and call it law, right? That's why they imprison you, is because they are an administrative officer following administrative law, right? They're not following common law. They're not following the Constitution of the United States, because they're an administrative officer of the court following administrative law. But that's why they're locking you up. And that's why I say that why would you presume that an attorney, right? Why would you presume that you could go to them for a post-conviction relief, asking them to set you free when they're not qualified to be able to do that? They don't have the technical expertise to do such a thing because they're not trained to do it. That's where a different technical expertise is necessary. That's what I do. I deal with that because a degree in adjudication or adjudicative law, it ends with the enslavement of the person. It doesn't end with the freeing of the slave. It ends with putting the person in prison. So they don't have the technical expertise to be able to do the things that I'm doing because they aren't trained to do it. They don't want to do it either because it's their business. Look at how much money they're making off this business. They don't want this to go away. But you're right. You're right. The people of the United States need to understand that contract that you're entering into to go to prison is voluntary. They claim it's of your volition, right? Because you can't go, because government cannot take away the very object of which they are constituted and established to defend and protect. The sole purpose of creating our government was to protect the rights not given up in the social compact: life, liberty, and environment of happiness. Those are the three purposes of our government being established and created. So if the contract itself, the contract that establishes government, which is the Constitution of the United States, if that Constitution, the sole purpose of it is to protect the liberty of the people, then when the government breaches the terms of the contract to enter into a new contract with the people to enslave them or collateralize them and enslave them to financial institutions, nonetheless, they are now breaching the terms of their contract to enter into a new contract. And anytime you breach a contract to enter into a new contract, both contracts are void. You can't breach a contract in order to enter into a new contract without voiding that contract. So no judge can breach the obligations that they have of preserving and protecting your liberty so that they can enter into a new contract with you to enslave you. Because that would be a breach of the first contract to enter the second contract. None of them are valid. Same thing with the children. If they're constituted and obligated to protect the familial unit without governmental interference, that's what the judge's obligation is, incorporated by the Supreme Court, 1984, Roberts versus United States. So when the judge then decides to breach his constitutional obligation, right, breach the terms of his contract that he entered into when he made an oath and promised a future outcome that he'll do what the Constitution of the United States says, just like in Article 6 where it says the judges in every state shall be bound thereby anything in the Constitution or laws of any state contrary notwithstanding. When he breaches the obligation that he has by his oath or affirmation in order to enter into a new contract with the people in order to take away and interfere with their familial relationship, guess what? That's a breach of contract. And by that breach of contract, the contract that you created is void, not valid, nothing.
So if we go into court, or if we, can we submit our trust? Start to put everything in trust. That way it's separating us. They can't create joinder, because we've already taken over the all caps name, so to speak, the Inslee Just Fictitious Corporation. And then also from there, then the contract essentially goes into trust law, or equity law. And then we can actually take those bonds, because there's the 3 bonds: performance, bid, and then payment bond. We can actually liquidate those because essentially those are ours from the beginning, as well as the warrant.
Yeah, I mean, so the first step has to be that you have to correct your status. You're right, because you have to back out all of those contracts that you erroneously entered into with the state. Mm-hmm. If we have a freedom, right, a freedom to travel or you have a freedom to whatever. And right to travel is the easiest one, right? So if you have the right to travel without governmental interference, and you have the right to use your private property without governmental interference, then why is it that you're going to take your personal property, your vehicle, register it with the corporation, right? And then operate that vehicle, assuming that you're free, because right, and then yeah, you can't do that. And so the thing is that is your vehicle. That's your property. Government can never interfere with your property. That's why the Supreme Court came out in Thompson versus Smith and said that you have the right to travel across country for non-commercial purposes freely, right? And that's a right that you have. You have that right because because that property is your property. Just like you can't be sent to prison without your consent. They cannot take away your liberty without you giving them permission to do so, right? That's why you have to give your consent, is because our government cannot interfere with the rights that were not given up in the social compact: life, liberty, and environment to find happiness, right? They can't interfere with your use of private property unless you permit them to do it. You don't have to register your private property. That's your private property. Government can't interfere with your use of private property. Unless you are hurting someone or injuring someone with that private property, government cannot interfere with it.
They do, though.
Unless you go and you register with the corporation, right? Unless you change your legal relationship with the state, in which case what happens? Yeah, in which case at that point in time, you change your legal relationship and now you've subjected yourself to the state laws, whatever those are. And so we change our legal relationship when we get married and get a marriage license in a state. We change our legal relationship when we purchase a house, right? And deed it with the corporation. We change our legal relationship when we go and buy a car and register it with the corporation. We change our legal relationship when we go and get a driver's license. We do it when we get a professional certification, when we have a job, a bank account. All of these things change our legal relationship with the state. We have to correct our status. And we have to say, you know what? I'm free. I don't have to contract with any of your bullshit. And when you correct your status, which is a very difficult thing to do, trust me, everything I do is outside of a contract. I have eliminated every single contract. I'm not married anymore because that was one of the things that had to be given up. I permitted the state to take away my right to my children 9 years ago. That was something I had to give up. I don't have a job. I don't have a bank account. I don't have a car. I don't have a license. The only ID I carry is my veterans ID issued by a federal organization. I reside within the District of Columbia. I don't spend more than 30 days in any single location or single state. All of which is eliminating my contracts with the states. I've gone through, it's taken a long time, but I've removed every single contract that I had with state, which means that no state has the ability to be able to have jurisdiction over me because I reside in a federal domain, not a state domain. So I can walk into the federal court in the Capitol and I can invoke my right to Article 3, and they can't say go back to a different court and deal with a different court because there is no court that I'm contracting with.
What about the post office? Why don't you bank with the post office?
I don't know. I mean, God just hasn't directed me on that. I mean,
We'll go down that hole then, because that's what I do. That's my thing. I'm the post office all the way. I've been learning about their banking and how they were created before the corporation itself was created, before the Revolutionary War. They created the railroads. So I think that we actually do contracts with them. So we get the contracts with them for the electrification, for the minerals, for the, public utilities and all of these things. We get that through the post office. And that's the route that we go because it's federal. And then you get your post office address. So you're federally, you're on land,
Well, I imagine that probably the reason why God hasn't had me go that route is probably because I would have to have an address to get, I don't know. I mean, so I don't carry anything at all that has an address on it. I don't have any mail sent anywhere, right? I can't carry debit cards because that would require an address. So, that's why I use Cash App, Chime, Venmo, PayPal, is because I can use my phone for all of it. No address.
Business account? So the business account actually includes an address, like an actual address, one of their addresses for your like you can get that for free with the business account, like with the business PO box. And it gives you an address, and it's on land. So you're on land.
Yeah.
Because the post office is the only place on land.
Because Tanawa, you have a whole trust in there, and when Starseed started down the postal road, I mean, there's millions in that account, and we've seen it. We've seen it.
It's crazy. Like, and that's how we're supposed to operate, because that's that private membership where you change your status that way, but you have to do it the right way. You can't.
Right. So consider this, right? If you look at what my role is within the much larger scheme of things that's being built, because everybody's doing their own part right now, and a lot of people don't really see all the parts connecting. I see a lot of it, but I don't deal with trust. My role and what I'm doing in all of this is I'm nullifying the state laws, right? So if I can go and challenge the Supreme Court and say, you know what, Supreme Court, you don't create law. So when you create a ruling and you call it law, case law, and you place that at the foundation, that is unconstitutional. So when they did that, because they've been doing that for years, stare decisis, they say, oh, we make the law, case law. Well, according to Norton versus Shelby County, that any law that's unconstitutional, it grants no office, it grants no authority, provides no protection, no court's bound to follow it, no person is bound to adhere to it. It is unconstitutional from the moment it's created, not from the moment it's deemed such, as though it's never even created at all. So when the judges create a ruling and calls it law, that's unconstitutional, because only the legislative branch could create law. You cannot legislate to the bench. So when we destroy the laws created by judges that were unconstitutional, when we destroy them, then all the state statutes that relied upon the judge-made rulings to create them are also unconstitutional. So when we remove the judge-made rulings that say, oh yeah, states, you can do this, you can do that, right? Then when we remove the judge-made rulings and we place the foundation back, that's the Constitution where it's supposed to be, then all these state statutes are all going to be removed. And when the state statutes are removed, what will happen then is that all the contracts that were created relying upon those state statutes must also be removed, because they're presenting to it. Which means that when we remove the contracts that the state or the laws that the states created because they relied upon a judge-made ruling that was lied to and told that was law, then that means that all these contracts that all you have, right, that bind you and change your relationship with the state, they're all gone. I can wipe them out completely. And now you all can have the freedom that you were entitled to by simply me nullifying the laws, because I'm attacking the Supreme Court. I attacked the Supreme Court. I render what they lied to the people about and said was law. It's not law. When I destroy it, state statutes fall. That means that all contracts that the people have that relied upon them, those are all removed. And now we're in a position where all of you can then negotiate the terms of a new contract for your trust, for your money, and don't enter into the bullshit, once again, that imprisoned you and enslaved you. So we have an opportunity here to nullify a massive number of unlawful contracts that you guys, I don't believe, entered into maliciously, but nonetheless, they're there and they say you're accountable to them. No, we're gonna set all you free, because these contracts that they put into place, we're gonna destroy them. We're gonna destroy them because the judges had no authority to create law, and when they did, then that makes it unlawful. It makes it unconstitutional. So whatever was produced from the reliance upon a judge-made ruling, it was called law, to create the statutes, to create the contracts, all of that is removed. All of it. Going back to 1833. If we overcome this last provision, this grand jury provision, if we overcome it, we can go back to 1833. And we can say, Supreme Court of the United States, everything that you've done, everything that every court has done across the country, ever since you directed every single court in the country to act unlawfully, relying upon something other than the Constitution of the United States of America, all of it's unconstitutional, because you messed up. You directed them, all these courts within the nation, to act unconstitutionally. And so it's your fault, Supreme Court. Your fault. You did this. No one else did. No, you can't blame anyone else but yourselves, Supreme Court of the United States. You caused this. This destruction's on your hands, because you guys have never, ever, ever followed the laws of the United States, because you felt as though you knew better how to rule the people than people knew how to rule themselves. This is the first time in the history of our country, the first time that any person will ever be protected by the Constitution of the United States, the entire Constitution. This is what we have at stake. This is what we're able to do right now.
And again, how do we do that? For everybody that's joined in the last little bit?
Let me advocate for you. Submit an affidavit. Go out, 2 pages, 22 pieces of information. Go out to the link in my bio, but at least follow me, because we're going to have this on a website. Hopefully before the end of the weekend, we will have it on websites. It will be openly available. You need to fill out a 2-page affidavit. You need to print 3 copies of it. Sign in wet ink signature those 3 copies. Fill out the information. Then you need to send it according to the instructions that are included in the video. Send it out to one of 10 different consolidation points across the country. You need to do that within the next 4 weeks. Give me the opportunity to advocate on your behalf. Let me argue this for you to secure the freedoms and rights that you have been deprived your entire life, but you're entitled to by your birthright. Give me the opportunity to do that. That's all I'm saying. Put your faith in me. You don't need to give me, I'm not asking for money. You're not going to contract with me. I don't work for anyone. I will only work for everyone. If you feel in your heart that you want to get behind this, you want to donate, you have the ability to do that, great. That will alleviate a lot of my concern, a lot of my stress, because I don't have money and I only operate on it. But nonetheless, I'm doing this because there's millions of people across the country that don't have money, that can't afford an attorney, that can't get the help that they need, and someone needs to do it. And I promised that I would do it.
Can I ask, will you be putting out a notification when you get that all set up?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll put out a video. Yes, Paul, I'll put out a video. But nonetheless, I would say that before the end of the weekend, come to my page, go into my bio, and before Monday, there will be a link there that will take you to probably the Mind Evolution website, but there might be some others. Nonetheless, Mind Evolution has the video embedded, and the video is step by step. I tell you exactly what to fill out, how to fill it out. There's an instruction sheet that tells you exactly how to write the envelope, the particular countermeasures that I have into place. Because remember, another one of my degrees, I have a master's in forensics as well. So I know how to deal with that. And so as a master's in forensics, along with the master's in substantive law, the forensics degree is important because I'm putting into place very, very specific countermeasures that are going to be able to provide indication of whether or not this gets tampered with. I want them to tamper with it, right? Go ahead, opposing party, tamper with the evidence from my victims, from my witnesses. Do that, because we're going to file summary judgment if you do. So there's specific instructions. Follow those instructions. Do that. Put your faith in me, and let me litigate this, because it's only going to take 32 days, right? You put your faith in me for 1 month, right? Follow this, and I promise you that within a month, I'll have what I need to get back to DC, and I will invoke Article 3 with that court, and they'll have to issue a decision within 32 days. I can win this, guys. I can win it. My faith tells me that I wouldn't be out here doing what I'm doing right now if I didn't believe I could do this. If I haven't already weighed the risk and the life, I wouldn't be out here doing this if I didn't know 100% that I could overcome this. I wouldn't sacrifice my life. I wouldn't be out here being this crazy person living a life that's absolutely nuts on the road, on trains, sleeping there, traveling across the country so that I can meet with all of you if I hadn't already weighed the risk and knew that I was going to be able to overcome this. I can do it. Let me do it. I believe myself enough that I ask you to just put your faith in me and let me litigate this on your behalf. Let me secure the liberties. Let me go back to Supreme Court and let me fight against the criminal acts that's been committed against you and your family by this government. Because I can do that. That's what I do.
Awesome job.
Thank you guys so much. And I only have 2% left on my phone, and I've now been talking for about 5
That's why
hours.
you're talking so fast.
Yeah. So I talk really fast because remember, I'm from Washington, D.C. I spend a lot of time with shallow and insignificant people known as politicians, and politicians only give you about 4 or 5 minutes of time. So I have to get in as much words as possible, because I never know what it is that they'll cue in on. Some want to hear about plea bargains. Some want to. You never know. So I got to just cover just a broad range of stuff so I get an extra 4 minutes of their time. But you know what? One thing I'm saying is, like, I hate DC. I hate it. It's a filthy place. Those people, they're not honorable. Stop looking up to them. They're nothing but a bunch of criminals, right? I hate being in DC. I hate being around shallow.
I've already been on your website and downloaded the files to my computer so I can get them printed off. I sometimes have technical difficulties doing that stuff, so I've got them saved to my computer. Hopefully I can get it all printed off.
Awesome.
Get it done, because I'm a victim of family law. I'm dealing with some other issues myself.
Yeah.
So basically, let's say if you have 3 cases, you can fill out 3 forms. You don't have to necessarily put 1-on-1 or 3
Well,
on
so the
one.
numbers can go up exponentially, because remember, the right of intimate association The right to have an intimate familial relationship with your child without governmental interference goes two different ways. You have the right to be a mother for that child without governmental interference, but that child has the right to be a child without governmental interference, which means that you could submit one on your behalf and on behalf of the child, because your child's rights have been deprived as well without governmental interference. But that child can also submit one for their father, right? And the father can submit one for them. So if the one child is removed from a household, you can get 4 felony affidavits from that one instance, right? But guess what? It can go even higher, because that child has a right to have a relationship with their brother or their sister, right? So now we can go those 2 different directions as well. And guess what? Grandma and grandpa, their rights have been taken away without government, without due process as well. They can submit because they have a right to have a relationship with that child as well. So one family, right, that has 2 children taken away, you could get 24 affidavits from one family that has 2 taken away, grandma, grandpa, brother, sister, mother, father. It goes exponentially. The numbers that we can have goes up. And remember, like this is one thing that I want people to understand, is that when you have the right to intimate association, meaning that your child has the right to have a relationship with you without governmental interference, you have the right to have a relationship with your child without governmental interference. The government comes in and they say, okay, you're not fit to be a mother anymore. And so they take you through adjudication process to remove your right to have a relationship with your child. So they've taken one person through the right or through the process to remove your right. But you know what they missed? They missed the process for the child's right. That child is now being held in violation of their rights because no one has taken them through an adjudication process to remove their right and to deem them not fit to be a child of you, which means that that child's due process for intimate association has been violated by a state, and that means writ of habeas corpus because they're kidnapped and they're being held in violation of due process. Right? So you guys can file this on behalf of your children, because your children have never, if you want to have an adjudication to remove the right of intimate association, you must have 2 different adjudications that occur. One for your child to determine that child unfit to be a child, and one for the parent to determine the parent unfit to be a parent. But now we have all this collateral damage that happens as well, because the familial unit extends much beyond just simply mother and father and child. It extends to aunts and uncles, cousins, brothers and sisters, grandma and grandpa. They all have a right to have a relationship with that child. That child has a right to know who it is that they are, their heritage, where they come from, and have a relationship with these people. And guess what? Government came in and said, you know what? We're going to remove mother's rights. And as a result, you have all this collateral damage, right? All these collateral violations of rights from grandma, grandpa, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, cousin, all these people who've had their rights removed without due process whatsoever. And every single one of them can also file a writ on behalf of their rights, because no court can take away a fundamental constitutional right without a hearing. Where's grandma's hearing? Where's grandpa's hearing? Where's aunt and uncle's hearing? Every single one of them can file. So we can get these numbers up exponentially, right? There's 12 million children roughly that are in the system. All 12 million all have a mother and a father. Now we got 24 million parents, right? But then from those 24 million parents, now we got 48 million grandparents, right? These numbers go up extremely fast. And remember, every single time that they do this, every single deprivation act is a separate criminal offense. So we have a massive, massive number of crimes being committed across the entire fucking government. It's happening pretty much to every single family. Because every family's had every single family in countries had a child taken somewhere in it, and that child has a right to know their parents, know their family, know their heritage, and know where they come from. We as a nation are losing our identity because of this issue right here, because we've got children that are growing up that don't know who they are, that don't know where they come from, that aren't taught the things that they need to learn because their image of self is gone. And we can't allow that to happen, because a family can survive without a nation, but a nation cannot survive without a family. And what we're doing to the familial unit, the trauma we're creating with these children, this is what is leading to mass incarceration. And whose fault is it? It's the very system that was instituted to protect and defend the laws of the United States and to preserve our liberty, our familial unit, our lives, and our happiness. They've completely gone against everything that they were instituted and created to do.
Okay, so in order to find you, you just go to his page, and there's a link in bio. But if you want to donate or anything like that, what is your Cash App or how can we donate to you?
Yeah, so guys, I only operate on donation, and so I don't ask anyone to give me anything that they can't afford. And I do that because there's so many people across the country that need help, and someone needs to help them. And if I focused on money, then unfortunately, you guys would continue to not get the help that you need. So I do this because I love my country, because I want to see all of us have a new opportunity. So I only operate on donations and donations only. I don't need much money to do that, but I do need some funding to be able to get across the country and do the work that I do. But we have Cash App. I have Cash App, I have Chime, I have Venmo, and I have PayPal. Cash App, Chime, Venmo, PayPal, they are all exactly the same. It is We Shall Be Free. That's WESHALLBEFREE. We shall be free. And every single thing that you guys give to me, just know, I don't take that. It doesn't pop. I don't get rich off this. I don't even have anything other than a bag of clothes, because I put every single thing into this because I know that I can do this. And so every single cent that you guys give is going to be used to overcome this issue. Every single cent. I promise you. This will not go to anywhere else but making sure that I get across this country and deliver on the promises that I'm making to you right now tonight. So I love you guys so much. I appreciate everything you guys have done. I thank you for the blessings. I'm going to be coming across this country again. If you guys want me to talk with you, if you want to set up a town hall, right? This is what I do. God pays for my time. He demands it. So if you guys want to set something up in your area, right? I'm in New Mexico right now. I go anywhere. Right? It doesn't cost anything other than to travel to get me there. Set up a town hall. I would love to come sit down with your group, with your area, and answer questions and help you guys understand what's going on and secure the affidavits that we need to successfully return to Washington, D.C. on January 3rd to litigate this on behalf of people of the United States for the deprivation of rights and freedoms that have been caused by this oppressive government. Thank you.
You're awesome. I appreciate you coming on. I have contacted a couple of my people that have pretty big platforms that I think I can get you on. So I'm trying to coordinate that right now. I do think that town halls work. That's what I'm talking about, the grassroots, getting the town people to understand what's going on in the big scheme of things. Because a lot of us are awake, but a lot are very much asleep.
Yeah.
And even scared to stand up.
Right. And that's one of the reasons why I said earlier that I don't want anybody. I don't want guns around me. I don't want flak jackets. I don't want bodyguards. What I'm doing is dangerous. I know that, but I don't want the people of the United States to be afraid to stand up against criminals. I don't want the people of the United States to be afraid to step up against government officials that are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, because those aren't leaders. And criminals should not be in a position of leadership. They should not be honored. They should not be respected. They're criminals. And so that's why, I do this on my own. I'm more than happy to walk into a building. If it's my path, if it's God's decision that I should not make it through this, so be it. I accept that. But that's not what God's intention is. And I don't want anyone out there to believe that they need to be afraid of their government, that they need to be afraid of leaders that are criminals. I want everybody to know that I'm walking in there. I don't have any protection. I don't need protection because I got all the protection that I need. And he makes sure that I'm safe every single time I do this. I'm going to be in Santa Fe on Monday morning, serving the Attorney General of the state of New Mexico and the Supreme Court of the state of New Mexico. And then I'm going to be off to Kentucky, Arkansas, Tennessee, and West Virginia to make sure that all of the people that are being deprived in those particular states are also covered by this, and that we get the relief once this argument is actually presented in another couple months. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I need to step up here. I've only got 1% left, but
You have a good night. Thank you.
I'll drop you down. You having a good night.
You too. Thank you guys so much. God bless all of you. And
Thank you.
Together we shall be free. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
I love that. That made my heart happy.
Me too.
I love that he's on the inside, that he can help us. And he's got the terminology and he understands the lingo and the laws down to a science.
All the stuff that we've been trying to do and working so hard to do.
Right?
And we just have to do the affidavits. And he's telling us basically that we ourselves can do an exponential amount if we do it the right way, you know?
Yeah. I thought it was interesting how he told us to set up the envelope too. 'Cause
Yeah.
we
To sign
learned that
through it.
yesterday. Yeah.
But if we tell somebody, I'm gonna stitch that part, like where he's explaining everything, I'm gonna stitch that. That way y'all can share it and we can get that out there too, that so that other people that weren't just in the live know they can do that.
Well, and also that's what I think it was G-Man, or no, Gray Man, where I think that if we could get the affidavit and then just show it, like put it up on our TikTok and show it, and then like write the different, like there's 10 locations you said, yeah?
Yeah, he said 10 PO boxes.
Yeah. And then be like, fill this out, send it to your particular location, you know, he needs this, this, and this, but I feel
Let's
like
get "We Shall Be Free" trending. Let's make
Oh,
that
yeah.
FYP. Like,
I think it can be done, y'all.
it can totally be done.
I'm excited. What's up, Mr. Difficult? I hadn't seen your ass in a while.
I know.
I'm just trying to get my hurdles jumped over, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
I see the only way any of us are getting over our hurdles is by following the lead, because we got to start. These lower levels are not fucking working.
No.
Acknowledging or even.
I missed it. What does the affidavit say? It might be a long story.
Well, I haven't really got to. Well, I did actually. I filled it out, but it's basically he's doing one for child support, the fraudulent contract under Title IV, Section D, deprivation of rights, and all of that good stuff. And basically, he's saying that we can file an exponential amount just for, like, say that you had a case and they took your child. Well, you can file a case, or you can file the affidavit for you, but then you can also file one for your child, for them finding your child unsuitable to be your child. And then you can also, it goes like with the father, or, you know, the mother, and then you can do grandparents is what he was saying. So just for you, you can submit that many, and then your child. But we want to get as many affidavits filled out as possible, because he's right now he's going around to all states, and he is personally serving each one of the Supreme Courts. Whenever he gets that done, he's filing the writs of habeas corpus. So whenever he gets all of that done, then they have 32 days to respond. Because we like as many as we can get, because we're going to stack this case. We're going to lean on it, you know. Everybody comes together, united we stand. Like,
And it doesn't necessarily have to be like a CPS. It can be any charge that was brought against you.
Correct.
So if you have two, then you would, if you had two cases, then you would have two affidavits.
Right. Because I mean, at the end of the day, they're trafficking, right?
Well, I think what he's trying
It
to
is.
prove is that all the fraud. Everybody's like putting in these affidavits going, look, this was fraud, this was fraud, you know.
Oh, I see from that angle. Oh, okay.
but he's also got a couple master's degrees, and he was a very high level, actually, inside.
Intelligence, yeah.
So he's coming at this from a different angle than us, which we've done the work, we've studied, and we know these things, but we don't have
We're not on the inside.
yeah, we're not on the inside, and they're just,
Yeah, we're kind of coming up with what we get that falls off the plate, you know?
yeah. And
Totally.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of getting fucked. Like, people just don't, like, whenever you get put on child support specifically, your child is said to be a ward of the state, and the federal government gives the state money for child support while they come after you. So everybody says, oh, you don't want to pay for your kids. No, that's not it. It's not that people don't want to take care of their kids. It's that we are sick and tired of being taken advantage of. It's that we are sick and tired of struggling just to barely get by or not even get by. It is pathetic that the fastest growing homeless population that we have here in America is our elderly. It is pathetic that we have more empty houses in neighborhoods than we have filled, but we have more homeless than we ever had. Like, have we not? I've had enough, and I'm totally behind this movement. I think that it is so smart to stay in honor, to do it respectfully, and just.
But it's people like him that are on the inside, and then it's us that are going to be like the movers and the shakers, because he can do all of this. But if we don't back him and put in our own, like, hey, these people are criminals and we're aware of it, the more the better, because then it shows that we know what's going on. So when he goes in to present the case, then he can be like, look, I have 500,000 affidavits of truth. Like, and I know that affidavit means truth, but you know what I'm saying? Like, this is all criminal shit. It's proof that he's going to be able to show. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, you got the 3949s, right?
Right.
There's all kind of ways. Like the SEC, you can file claims, but like, who's at the end of the day, which of these people on that side are enforcing it? I mean, I guess if they get it in droves,
None of them are right now, and that's why we have to make them.
right?
It's our job.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, it's our job per the Constitution
We the people.
we the people, we have to defend our shit, or they're going to take, like, it's just like, if you're in jail and somebody comes up to you and takes your food and you let them, guess what? They're going to continue to take your food. Like, I'm not saying we go and fight, but we have to
Let our voice be heard.
have, like, just like Tanawa was saying, we have to have the conversations. We have to have the talks. Let's talk about these things. Let's debate this stuff. Quit hiding behind this fake fucking propaganda bullshit. Let's talk about the problems. Let's work it out. What the hell happened to a world where we did that? Where we communicated and talked about our problems with things and worked on it and built. Everybody is so scared of what? What are we so scared of? We are the ones with the power. Nobody wants to stand up and fight because everybody, oh, it's okay. Just, you got to pick your battles, and you're crazy. That's not what it is. No, we've studied, we've done the work, we know.
You don't know what you're doing, get a lawyer.
I'm currently battling the city of Des Moines over a traffic violation that I would like to talk to you briefly about, because I've uncovered actually some pretty in-depth fraud that's going on in the city of Des Moines government with the city manager, the city attorney, the city clerk. All of them are involved in it, in a conspiracy to deprive the rights of Iowans. So I want to just tell you real quick here, this section of the Municipal Code 114243 talks about violations of automated traffic and cameras. And at the end of it here, it says a person who receives a notice of violation can contest the violation through a hearing pursuant to Chapter 3. And Chapter 3 is the rules governing the hearings. And so I contested this citation, and I received a letter that said my hearing would be held by phone unless I requested by mail. So my hearing was supposed to be by phone on March 20th. Well, I received on March 14th a final determination. They had changed the hearing date to March 6th without notifying me, and did a by mail hearing.
That's because, you should have never, if you ever have an
I know,
opportunity again.
I was messing around. I wanted to see what would happen if I sent them a claim that we didn't have a contract So, but in any case, it's actually turned out really well because I've been covered some pretty deep fraud. But so this final determination that I received, it said evidence viewed found liable by hearing officer, and the hearing officer portion of this is really important. So I got a copy of Chapter 3 and started reading it and looking into it, and it said that Chapter 3, Section 3-3A says that the city manager shall appoint one or more hearing officers to conduct these hearings for the city. Well, the hearing that took place for me was done by an administrative law judge. So I immediately started questioning what the deal is with that, and if the administrative law judge was equal to the hearing officer. And I asked for open records request for the law judge's appointment, letter of appointment, and they said there wasn't one. And, so I doing some investigation and couldn't figure out how it was that they were using these administrative law judges to conduct these hearings when the code clearly said it had to be a hearing officer appointed by the city manager. And more information requests revealed that the city manager hadn't appointed any hearing officers. So there were no hearing officers to hear these cases if they were all done by the administrative law judge. And upon final determination, you're supposed to be notified of your right to seek judicial review, which I was not notified. The final determination itself was fraudulently dated March 20th because the hearing took place March 6th, not March 20th. And it contained the word null, like just tossed on the page below the information about if you want to call in and have any questions, call this number between these hours, and then null, just kind of dropped on the page sort of randomly. And I thought, what is that doing there? Null and void, whatever. So this final determination, they voided it. And, so I asked questions about that. Why is it say null in the final determination? So it's just in-depth fraud. So I'll get to the crux of it here. So after reviewing the city code, Chapter 3, multiple times and looking into all this stuff, I found where it was that they were, how they were getting away with this. It says in the very beginning of the Chapter 3, it says this code is established to and used for by the administrative hearing officer. So right there, the administrative law judge can slowly and quietly close the book because it doesn't apply to him. So they circumvented they say you get a hearing pursuant to Chapter 3, but the administrative law judge doesn't have to follow those rules because that rules don't pertain to him. So they've put a catch-22 in the code to allow them to get out of the requirements of the Chapter 3. It's just insane that the city is doing that. I just can't believe that. And it really opened my eyes to the fraud that's going on in the whole country. But I have I'm still battling the city over it, and I'm filing a petition here soon for judicial review. But I'm hoping that to expose this fraud that the city has going on here.
You're saying that the law, quote unquote, that he should be following, he's not because it doesn't pertain to him.
Exactly.
And unless you bring it up, he's not going to.
No. And I've asked for explanations, for various aspects of this, and they just ignore me. Nobody will give me an answer. Certain information requests have gone unfulfilled. They claim, attorney-client privilege over things because I caught them basically lying, misrepresenting my statements and using it to advance court action against me. And then, because they're quoting, the city clerk emailed me and said that you requested this and that and the other thing. Now, I did not say that. And then, and then I try and get the email and then they block it and say attorney-client privilege. But I'm going after those too, because then I can prove that the city attorney is acting in bad faith and being a misconduct,
Yeah. My thing is, we already know that by the time you walk in that courtroom, they've already got the decision made.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're only
anytime you walk in their court, though, the court is held on paper.
Yeah, but they've got the decision made. The judge has got everything signed. They've got it signed in the back room, And when you go in that courtroom, it's all just a show to justify coming to that predetermination, man.
Right. Oh yeah, they screwed me on because it starts out as a citation and a civil infraction, and then it escalates to a municipal infraction in district court, which they did escalate it on me because I wouldn't pay it because they wouldn't answer my questions, and so
Right.
when they escalated it to municipal infraction, I was served a notice, an original notice that's supposed to be under the court seal with the clerk's signature, and it didn't have either of those two things, so I ignored it. So they did a default judgment against me. So I responded to the default judgment. But when I received the default judgment, it had a certification of service in there that the city representative said, signed and dated September 9th, saying that I was served with the copy of this motion for default judgment. And that was September 9th. The letter, the envelope was postmarked September 16th. They held on to it for 7 days after they filed the motion before they mailed it, but claimed they sent it on the 9th. And then I didn't even get it for another 3 days after that. So on the 19th, I received it a full 10 days after they did the motion. Just more fraud.
So, like, here's the thing. I think they go to Harvard to learn how to do all these tricks.
Yeah.
And that's
All
what they're
tricks.
going to Harvard for. It's not to learn the law. It's to learn how to get them. Okay, guys, they learned this. How do we get around them learning that?
Right. But just the thing in the code where it says right in the beginning, this is established for the use of an administrative hearing officer. I was like, son of a bitch, that's it right there. That's how the law judge can close the book and not have to follow it. It's just crazy. And then, I got into, I emailed the bureau chief of the appeals processing, and asked him about it. And I said, does the chapter 3, anything in chapter 3 change because it's an administrative law judge and not a hearing officer? And he said, I can't provide legal advice. And I said, it's not legal advice. It's regarding the very judges and the rules that you govern or that you're responsible for managing. And you're telling me I'm asking for clarification. And, it just, so, he was, demonstrated a willingness to, look the other way, willful blindness.
He's like, look, sir, I charge $50 an hour. All right. If you want me to answer your question, you got to pay me.
So he's culpable in this too. So it's a conspiracy. I've got him on a conspiracy, all of them. Like 6 people.
My thing is, we know that though. We know it, right?
Right.
We know it. So it's like, why are we continuing to like figure out these laws and all these other things when we know what's going on?
And they don't care that it doesn't concern them at all.
Man, I just feel like we should just involve the right people. I mean, because how much money are they making?
Right, and that's it. They've installed people that they want in there. If and it's taken a while for them to do it. I don't understand why all these people would do it. I mean, they've got to have some information on these people to make them do what they want them to do. All the television stations in coordination together.
I don't think they're people.
Well,
Right.
I had a conversation with Tanawa and then patched Starseed in earlier, and we were talking about a Supreme Judge or whatnot that he actually filed a writ on. And I think if we would all just contact him and be like, look, do the right thing. Like this guy, this superior dude could be, I don't want to say a hero, but he could go down in history as the one that did the right thing, that flipped the script, that shifted the energy. So his name is Clarence Thomas, and he's, I think, a superior judge or whatnot. But I wrote him earlier and I was just like, look, like, please, do the right thing. I pray that your heart softens and that you realize that it's we the people and we have constitutional rights, and like you could really shift the energy, you know, no, not in other words, a savior. I don't want a savior, you know, and so I think if we would even write him and say, you know, you have a writ that's been sitting on your desk since September of last year. I need you to sign it, because as soon as he signs it, it's going to trickle down. Tanawa said he only needs one. He only needs one judge to sign.
I think Mark
that.
Crenshaw's a good one too.
Mm-hmm.
Because he does educate people and he does put the information out. I think he would be a good one to lean on. What we need to do is be talking about this. We need to have people talking about it. We need to have this all over the FYP. Everybody's making it, like, we want to make an impact and actually make this thing, give them no choice but to have to answer. Because if you have an entire nation looking at you, you have to respond. And I don't care what side of the fence you're on. At that point, everybody's invested. It becomes personal.
Well, when I went on the guy's website, it had like a little drop down that basically asked for like my name, my email address, and then it asked for like my comment. And my comment was basically just saying like, please do the right thing. You know what is right. You know, I pray for your heart to be softened, that, you know, like you could go down in history. Like I just kind of, but I didn't want to come off like combatant or anything like that.
It's not supposed to be a business, Moonchild. It's not supposed to be a business. This is our lives. This is our children's lives. This is not supposed to be ran as a business. That is not what we're doing here. That is not what living is.
Yeah, but we also weren't supposed to be raised to be slaves. We are also not supposed to be raised to think that.
But we're at a turning point now. We have the opportunity in this moment.
What Moonchild is saying though, whether you say it's not a business or not, that's how they're treating it. You know, so it's like if they're gonna play that game, you better learn how to play that game as well. You know.
Can I share here?
Okay, sure.
So a lot of these judges and lawyers, I look at it as, I was in the system for years of working at the Postal Service, and I dealt with a lot of these people on and off. And when you're indoctrinated into this, like when I was indoctrinated into the military, they train you and they get you to believe what you're doing is right. So a lot of these soldiers that go into combat, they believe what they were doing was right. And these judges and these lawyers think that what they're doing is right. So you see the right side of the law, and what they're seeing is what they think is the right side of the law. So it's like they have to be deprogrammed to see what they're doing is wrong. A lot of them don't realize what they're doing is wrong. I spoke to an individual today that was dealing with a small hometown bank, and she was trying to use the process to get the credits to pay off her farm. And the CFO of that bank did not know anything about it because they were using a CPA firm to handle their stuff. So that CPA firm was the one that was getting the credits and stuff, not that small town bank. So they had no clue when she made that move to get the bank to pay for the stuff to handle that. They honestly, I don't think, knew what was happening. So it's departmentalized. I know Lee has heard me talk about this in the past. And there's some others on here that have heard me talk about this in the past. So look at it as when they were making the nuclear bomb. The only ones that knew about it was Oppenheimer and the general, because they departmentalize things. So they hide it. So as you're going through your awakening and learning this stuff, you opened your eyes to it. They still haven't. So what this gentleman is doing is he's going to teach the judges, he's going to teach the departments to open their eyes to what's really happening, because I don't think a lot of these people actually know it, of what they're doing is wrong. I yield. And I hope that makes sense to people.
I think
it absolutely makes sense. Were you a postmaster?
Yes, that's him.
Okay.
No, I had
Okay.
to look at his thing. I was like, wait, that voice sounds familiar.
So everything, I would 100% agree with you. Everything is so compartmentalized. Guys, we are trying to do these processes and we are going about it the wrong way because, you know, like, okay, if you're trying to do the post office process, that place is so compartmentalized. The only chance you have at getting who you need is by your email, by emailing them. If you're trying, or by mail. But if you're trying to call the phone and get somebody that knows about the private process, you're joking because it doesn't happen. If they call you, that's different. But if you don't work in that direct department, you don't know about it. And that's just so many parts of our government are like that. But we also are using public processes and still showing that we have to have help. Blue boxes are important. I yield.
I love how you throw that little gem out there. No, I totally get it. But then also on the flip side, I know that I want to do grassroots and I do think that like community talks, work and that kind of stuff. But I think the biggest push is going to be through the internet. You know, everybody's on this TikTok, everybody's on Facebook, everybody's on Instagram, whatever. And, I feel like that's the way that we're going to be able to do it. Conducting a town hall, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I don't think a lot of people would show up,
I think that beyond this, though, I really, truly, in my soul, am feeling that we need. Okay, so the private organization, but that puts you in an indigenous, natural status, and not in the proper sovereign status where you're supposed to claim that, like putting yourself as the private postmaster. That process opens it up whenever you actually figure it out, which I've done over the last, 2 weeks. I've really had some amazing things happen, and because I've been executing things on my own and I've done all the work, and I still don't know everything, but I've got some ideas.
Hey, Lee, I think I heard you say talking about a town hall. I bet you if we advertise it and promote it enough, with the right people and the right platforms, I guarantee you we probably have a lot of people show up.
Yeah,
That's true. We do.
Somebody in the comments said even if it was virtual, so if we even held a town hall, whoever showed up in person could show up in person, but then we could also stream it.
Mm-hmm.
On TikTok or stream it on the Facebook or something like that, and then have speakers like you, Dallas, could get on and then talk about CPS, and then maybe Star could get on and talk about I don't know.
I mean, we can just make it work. There's enough of us with a loud enough voice. We will be heard.
Literally.
Your voice is more powerful than people realize, and I tell people that in consultations all the time because they're afraid to go into court. They're afraid that if they say something wrong, they're going to get in trouble. And I tell them all the time, listen, if you're pissing off the judge, that means you're doing something correct. You should not be afraid one single bit of voicing your voice, because your voice is what makes changes.
Like I've got a child support case, and I know not to have an attorney, that gives them guardianship and Title IV, Section D. I didn't know about all of that. I recently learned about it. And I was so scared to let that attorney go because I was like, gosh, this is my kid. I don't want to, it's one thing to fuck around with my shit, but my kid, it was a big step for me to be like, I dismiss you. This contract is over, and I'm actually doing all of the things on my own, claiming the non-informant and claiming the, just fraudulent contract because I wasn't given full disclosure at the time of the signing the contract, all of those things. And it is a big step, but power in numbers.
when you go into court or you go into any setting and you are relying on someone to speak for you, that person is not going to speak for you. Like an attorney, their first sworn oath and duty is to the state and to the court, not the client. So when you're relying on an attorney or someone who's representing you to speak on your behalf, you are literally telling that, the court or the body of which you are addressing, you're telling those people that you are incompetent. And that's not the case. You are far more powerful in court representing yourself than people believe. Because now you have a voice. Now you can speak to the things that need to be spoken to, and you can object. You can object to the lies and the hearsay and the bullshit that's being slandered against yourself and your family and your children.
Don't
And
forget, you don't even have to be in court whenever you have an
Right.
attorney.
And a lot of the times your attorney will say, oh, you don't have to show up to court for this. It's nothing real serious. Oh, bullshit.
Thank you. Thank you.
You better not miss a court hearing. Because the only reason why that attorney's telling you you don't need to show up is because I guarantee you he's about to do something nefarious behind your back. I guarantee it.
Default judgment. You didn't show up.
Yep.
Yeah, still, like when I show it to my child, the cop doesn't show up, but let's do it tomorrow. Like no continuance, no nothing, and they just expect me to accept it.
I think there's power in numbers. There's power in the words. Like we get this out there. We put good intentions behind it. We operate in, good faith. We be the movement. Like it sounds gay, but like for real, this is like what we've been waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give him this platform so that he can I'm trying to get like 1 million affidavits. Like 500,000 just seems so small to me.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if we can it too.
I hosted and organized a protest in Fort Worth, Texas, again, right in front of a family court, right in front of it, right on the front steps of it. And we had a few people show up, and we were making noise, and we were voicing our thoughts and our opinions and stuff like that. And we've had the cops called on us 4 separate times. We've had people pull over on the side of the road just to join us on the protest because they were
I remember
it was
that.
incredible.
Yeah, it was amazing. It made my heart happy.
I mean, we
Yeah,
can make
and
noise, guys.
There's no reason why we can't do this for this.
You remember in school when your teacher used to always say you were so disruptive? now, now it's time to be disruptive, y'all.
Hey, I've never been able to shut up. I don't know how to. I'm always talking. So let's do this.
Mm-hmm. That was on all of my report cards. Terry Lee talks too much. You're right.
But yeah.
See, the thing that we, as American individuals, I'm not going to say citizens because some of us aren't American citizens, United States citizens. 90% of what they taught us in school is complete horseshit.
Yeah.
And so now it's up to us to, rely on the truth and rely on others to lead us down the right path instead of a government sanctioned education.
Well, I was just telling Lee, I'm doing classes right now to get my federal notary. I'm a private postmaster and I'm a minister.
How do you get a federal notary? I'm already a notary republic. Like, how do you get a federal?
Look in the water.
Look in the water?
Yeah.
Can I go turn on the faucet? Look in the water?
The Navy.
The Navy? I'll send you a message, Star, because I'm interested in that.
Yeah, so I'm doing that because, we're going to need judges. We're going to need constitutional, actually taking an oath to uphold the Constitution. We're going to need people here.
Do you realize if you put 3 notaries. Notaries don't actually understand how powerful they truly are.
I went down the holes, and
If you put 3 notaries in a room, it turns into a tribunal. You can overturn any state's judge's
I'm a tribal
orders.
government too.
Yeah, it's
So
pretty crazy.
yeah, I've got the 3-3 EIN for it. It's crazy, and I'm doing all the things with like to get the grants and the assistance and all of the things because anybody can do it. We all have that right. We just have to claim it.
Yeah. And I have a felony on my record. I did 6 years in prison. People like, how did you become a notary?
Look, my grandma was she was the 12th district judge, his assistant, and she was a felon. She did time. It was, but that doesn't matter because whenever you work for the constitutional side of the court, you just have to explain to them what happened.
Right.
We have a president that's a felon. Love that.
Love it.
Ding ding.
But yeah, like that, I'm kind of, whenever you're in the federal jurisdiction, it's different than the state. So I'm not like placing myself in their jurisdiction, and we are going to need people to step in and be the voice,
It's going to be Honorable Starseed.
Oh shoot.
Here for the Constitution, so she'll talk about
Someone who's actually honorable.
We're going to do it by the book, but like the right book, the God's law, like.
I'll be the clerk because I'm super organized.
And I'm not. I'm
organized.
messy.
Yeah.
But I get it done, and I mean, you know, I'm
Organized chaos.
absolutely.
Exactly. Hey, don't judge it.
Like most of the time, I have more documents than I know what to do with right now, because I will draft them, and my husband's locked up right now, so I've been like trying to get him out, and.
Did you file the GSA bonds on him?
Yeah, I've done all the bonds. I have done the UCC, the non-UCC. He's in trust. I'm the trustee over the trust. I was acting as trustee, Suger's trustee. I use proper jurisdiction. Like my documents are fire. And yeah, nothing. And he's in there for child support. It pisses me off because
You can't go to jail over a debt.
I've put the Social Security Administration on notice of all the things about, you know, the non-informant, the reclaiming of all the rights, and then the third one of violation of contract or fraudulent contract for non-disclosure.
I just feel like there's somebody higher that we can talk to because honestly, Janet Yellen's not there.
I feel like Chris, what is his name? Chris Dijon? Or Dijon? Something? No. Yeah. I always get his name wrong.
Planetary judge or something.
Yes.
Like yeah, like well, I actually heard he went to jail.
He did. Because they're coming after him because he talks about the stuff, the hard stuff.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. He's a judge himself. So how is he able to go to jail? How is they're able to put him in jail? Just for the fuck of it. That's what I'm saying. So if they're able to put his ass in jail,
because he didn't have enough of us behind him, what I don't know. There's power in numbers. There's power in numbers, guys.
well, I did see that Matt Gaetz, that there's that blonde-headed lady that's coming in guns hot, so that's good. That they're shuffling Matt Gaetz around, but I'm kind of wondering why. I need to do some jump down the rabbit holes with that whole Matt Gaetz thing. Because they're shuffling him a lot. And he don't even look like the same
I don't
guy.
even know who that is. I
He
can't
looks
even put
like
my finger on it.
he looks like he's had horrible Botox. His eyebrows are way too high for his face. Pam Bondi. Yes, thank you.
Ooh,
Ham
I am
dog.
going to freeze his social security tonight. Thank you. That was a good idea.
See, and that's the thing with mine. My social's frozen.
Mine is too.
Yeah. So that's why I think that they gave me another social, because the social on the docket is not my own social. So I'm like, damn, you guys just out here frauding the streets. Like,
Oh, this
But
is hilarious at this
but
point.
you're
What
gonna
do we-
but you're gonna tell me that I don't have a right to travel, and you're gonna put me in jail for a traffic infraction. Okay.
We just need these people that feel like they're just, they're trapped because they've been part of the problem for so long. We just need them to realize that we're just all done with it, and they can make this right.
Right, but who do we contact at this point?
We get on the fucking radio, CB, and we get a hold of the Coast Guard.
And throw
Somebody
an
goes out in the
SOS.
water. That way, there's the boot. They gotta throw the booty in the water to come save you, and then
I mean, at this point, I feel like I've put everybody but Putin on notice.
we can go. I'm saying we go just swim in the. We go swimming between Puerto Rico and the stuff, and we call the Coast Guard.
I send all my stuff to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, me too. Even if it goes to another place, like sometimes my documents, like maybe it should go to Cincinnati, and I'll still send it to Puerto Rico.
Lee, do you remember the other day when you were like, or somebody told me the other day that we're like, all of our money is out in the water in Puerto Rico or something.
In Puerto Rico, that's the Mortmain account.
So we go to the middle, we go out there in Puerto Rico and call the Coast Guard and say, hey, come SOS, save my soul, come on. And we get rescued.
I think we need to
We can all
contact
be on the
Trump.
ship we're all on the vessel together because united we stand.
Well, have you guys been on Kennedy's website? Kennedy's website is actually where you can voice your opinion on like what you want for them to do. So you can say like, anything from we know that child support is fraud to, clean up baloney because I like it. like just whatever.
I want to be on JFK's team, like on his,
Same. I do too. Did you put in for the content creator, Dallas? You need to go to Trump's website.
Yes.
Yeah, don't make a face. Look, go.
He hasn't heard about it.
Right? Go shit in your hand.
Yes.
Yeah, right. So you go to Trump's website, and then there's like a content creator or something. Because he kept saying that
what's Trump's website? Anybody know?
something 45 or something,
Daddy 45.
maybe. Sounds like a for you or OnlyFans.
Have you guys heard
Jesus.
of Trumpy? The fish thingy? It's like a
what?
Trump fish.
A what?
It's like it's called a Trumpy. My dad's got one. I think it's upstairs. Hold on. Hold on.
Is it a number one thing that he does? No, I'm talking about Dallas. So go to Trump's website, and then there's a place. Hold on, let me get my thought out, everybody. Hold on. And then there's like a content creator area that you click on, and then it'll give you like whatever your content is. You click on that, like maybe you talk about food, how poisonous it is.
Right,
Or
right.
maybe you talk about CPS, and that's the link that you would click. Well, Kennedy was saying that, the news media is going to go bye-bye because they've been lying and corrupting this whole time too.
Oh yeah,
So-
nobody trusts them anymore. Nobody trusts the news medias anymore.
Right, but we're going to end up being the news. What the hell is that, Elena? Looks like a
Oh, called a
fish.
Trumpy.
Is it a fish?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's supposed to it sings or does something. It says something.
What
it's on
in the
YouTube. Y'all gotta go look it
hell?
up because
That looks like an adult toy.
That's what I was gonna say, and I thought, let me not be dirty.
I don't know if Trump. put that about waist high, people are gonna be like, wait a minute.
What is that?
Oh shit!
Put that in a bathroom stall.
In your
My dad
shower.
paid $50 for that thing, guys. I said, "Oh, so we're rich now? We got money to blow like that?"
All right, what's Trump's website? Does anybody know?
I don't know. It's something. I thought it was something 45. Hey, Nakisha, my girl. I love your pictures. You're so pretty. I think it's something 45. I don't know. And
I
then
guess Trump has a website that you can go to if you're a content creator and be part of a team where you know you're.
Yes.
I don't know.
Like you're the new voice.
Oh, is that it? Truth Social?
What's
No,
it
that's his
called?
web.
Who's making all the noise in the background? Is it clear?
I think that's Star.
Oh, I just needed change.
Yeah, it wasn't me. I'm trying to find the website too. The only thing I'm coming across is the official, the Office of Donald J. Trump, and then Trump 45 collection, Trump 45 America's Greatest President, Hicks LD.
Dallas, put in Google like content creator,
Trump content creator.
Yeah, some content creator application maybe. Because I went on the Kennedy thing and I basically told all of this stuff about this, like Kennedy's like civil stuff. Y'all ain't talking about the war room. No.
Oh, here we go. Mega influencers are making one last push for Donald. Oh, I don't know what that is.
Trump's. Oh wait, I don't know why it deletes shit like that.
Trump's
Sorry.
influencer strategy and the future of apps.
It's called the War Room. Nikisha says it's the War Room. Am I saying your name right, Nikisha? I think so, because I don't feel
It's
like
called the War Room. Okay, let me take a look. I'm just gonna put in Trump War Room.
I just found one that says War Room. Yeah, it's something about like, and basically whatever your topic is that you talk about is what you would click on and then submit your application, and then you can like tag your website or tag your YouTube channel. The one thing that I like to listen to just for shits and giggles on YouTube, the guy's name, it's the Salty Cracker. He is hilarious, and he talks about all the stuff like with Kamala, and just he just rags on everybody. It's hilarious. It's called the Salty Cracker. I feel like somebody was like, what is that? It's a white dude. Hence the name. Oh, Nikisha said it says exclusive content creator War Room. Oh yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Okay, I'll put that into Google.
Hey Star, tell everybody about, well, I don't know if you want to tell everybody about that. I just saw your Tree of Life.
It's so cool though. So, you know how we're like starting to learn that we're supposed to have family Bibles and things like that. Well, I've been working with the post office, and I'm trying to start a contract with them to start making family Bibles, where essentially they fund me with the startup cost of like paper and the leather and stuff to do that, and the printing and the area, like a space in one of their buildings. Because we can do that. We can contract with the post office, and it's different than contracting with the state. But I think it'll be really cool to be able to print like I don't know, individual family Bibles for people.
That'd be a good idea.
I've got a laser engraver, so it can do all the cool designs and stuff.
He just said, and there's another one that says Truth Social Platform. I don't know. I would look up like content creator platform speaker, like put in certain, I don't know. It came across my For You page on TikTok where some girl was talking about it, that we're going to be the new voice of like the new news, basically. And she even said, and I don't know how she would know this, but she said that like some of those people are like watching us to see like how serious we are and if it's a real thing and like that kind of thing. But it would give you a platform to like speak on, and then it would be like, you know, like you just
Yeah, I'll
said.
definitely sign up for it if I can find it.
Oh yeah. She said I had Googled Trump website for content creators. I don't know. You may have to fish around, or even you know what? Put it in TikTok and see what if people are talking about it. Because I know that there's two sites. There's that content creator site, and then the other one is where Kennedy is saying, speak out on the things that you want. He's like giving our voice back. So like if you don't want red food coloring in food, and you know, the red dye food coloring or whatever, then you tell people, you know. And then there's like little chats that you can talk about certain things. And yeah, little Joker, you're right. Your cousin's right. We should be recording our trusts in our Bible. Yeah, well, that's what everybody did back then, and then the government came around and took all of the Bibles. So at one time, there was people like hiding Bibles. So like if you ever came across like an old house that maybe was abandoned, it's a little dilapidated, you may find their Bible.
I was actually talking to my great grandmother who's 91. I went and hung out with her tonight. And I was asking her about the family Bible. I was like, Grandma, where's our family Bible? She was like, oh, honey, Mama had it. And I'm like, so we did have one.
Yeah.
She was like, well, yeah, of course we did. And I was like, and what was in it? Like, was it, you know, just a special Bible? Like, was it
Jesus
customized? And she was like, well, yeah, it had the verse and the family land and the, you know, all the things. And we have gotten so far from that, we don't even know that that's a thing that we're supposed to be doing.
But think about it. You said the land, so that would have been where like our, what is it, deed, our land of deed, or deed of land or something?
Patents.
Yeah, that's where it would have been all recorded before we had to go to the courthouse.
And that's how you record it in the private.
Yeah, for sure.
You do your publication. Oh, shit. You do your publication through the post office because I'm going to create the family Bibles. So you do that.
What do you mean publication through the post office?
So whenever you go through the post office, you know, you can create your own post, essentially. Your post is your home. And you can become the postmaster because that's your castle. That's your trust. So you can pay for postal things out of the postal trust. So postage and everything, like all anything is postage, you know, but you can establish yourself as a postmaster because we're just paying the taxes. That's all anything really is. If you look at the taxes for your car, it says postage due. Like on the little sheet that they send you to pay your taxes every year, it says postage due down there at the bottom where like your total is.
I haven't paid taxes in 7 years.
Well, that's the same thing
for
for
people who
houses.
do.
That's the same thing for houses. You can find houses in foreclosure. The reason why they foreclosed is because the taxes weren't paid. It's not necessarily the house; it's the tax.
But they weren't paid on the mailbox,
right? Because the mailbox is more valuable than the house and the land.
Well, they don't have the house. They only have the mailbox because the house is still kept in the patent. They only own the mailbox.
So get rid of your mailbox and then get a PO box, and it puts you back on land. And get rid of
rural what is it? Whatever it is. Rural
route.
Can't say that word.
It's rural route. right?
Something like that.
Rural. I can't say ours.
Because the post office is the only place on land.
Ours.
Can't you just do general delivery?
Not and get the business aspect of it. So depending on what you're trying to get out of it, yeah, you could essentially just do that. But do you want to have access to the business functions of the post office?
Yes.
Probably.
So you would want to do the post office box so that you have that 9-digit routing number.
I see your wheels turning, Malibu.
No, mine?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll give you a hint. 9998 is very powerful.
That's what I put at the end of mine.
9998.
Malibu, I'm going to text you.
I'm so glad you came back up.
Oh, I had to jump off. I'm
you
sorry.
want-
I had to jump off
do you
earlier
want
to go
me-
get some stuff done.
Do you want me to explain this a little bit?
Yeah, please. Please do.
Yeah, anybody. Yeah,
Okay.
explain it.
Okay. So if you go to the post office and you put in your trusts, you can put in a revocable trust. You can put in a non-revocable trust. You can give the
Do you do
post
this
office.
at, like, do you do this physically at the post office, or do you
No.
go online and do it? Like,
So the problem is not all postmasters understand this because they don't train them properly. So you're also going to have to train up the postmaster a little bit to understand this, because a lot of them don't understand it, because I tried to say it earlier that some things are departmentalized because they don't train up. So I would do it if you live in a community because the future, I see things happening in the future here, part of it. So I would go to the county seat where the courthouse is within your county for reasons coming, I think, towards the future here. So bigger cities, you'll be okay, or you could use a postal 1 type unit and you'd be okay. So when you go to the post office, you can bring in a will and a limited power of attorney with you. Okay? And what's going to happen is when you go in there with a trust, and you can go in with your trust that is irrevocable. And when you die, that postmaster is your lawyer, because they're going to take that trust that you have in there and the money that you have in that trust account, and they're going to distribute those funds through that will to the people that you want that money to be distributed to. They're also going to be your accountant to do that with. Make sense what I'm saying to you, Malibu?
yeah, makes sense.
Okay, you're shaking your head, yes. Okay. So when you do that, and then that's why you also give them a limited power of attorney, because what Starseed was saying earlier was they're going to pay your postage and stuff for you, because you're going to have a trust account with them also to withdraw funds to pay your postage when you go in there and pay your postage. Does that make sense to you? Okay. So you have an accountant, you have your lawyer, and you also have your bookkeeper. I hope I explained that kind of general to you with it. And then you get your P.O. box there, and you can get it in P.O. Box E.
I tried
So
to
when
get a
you-
P.O. box. They denied me because I don't have a utility bill in my freaking name here at the house.
Use a deed of trust.
So you do that through your trusts, because you don't really need that, because when you look up P.O. Box E, go to USPS.com and look up the standing for P.O. Box E. You're homeless, because your trust is homeless, because you're not allowing that portion to receive mail at your home. Does
Does
that
that
make
put
sense?
you on a reserve service? Having an e-box, does that put
I'm
you
not
in
sure how to.
reserve?
Well, I'm not sure how to explain that, but you have control of your mailbox because you own the home or you rent that home. So you have control what can receive mail there. You're the postmaster of that home. So let's say I'm renting a room from you in your home, or you're going to have a business within your home. You can say that that cannot have mail at that box. So you go because that business or that person renting the room from your home is not allowed to get mail in your box. So it's homeless. You can get mail through box E. When you look it up, it's homeless. So then you can get the box E, and that's free. It's kind of a play, but you can do it. They just have to learn how it works. So you go in there and have them look up box E so they understand how box E. Most postal employees don't know how box E works. So you have to explain it to them. I yield.
So I didn't know that about the post office boxes. I mean, I guess I don't know the difference between the actual different post office boxes. I know some of them are business, and I mean, all of them are private, because anytime you have a post office box, the actual definition for it is a private box for your mail to sit until called upon. So essentially, we've always supposed to have been paying our bills through the post office box. But we just got out of that. We got away from it and became uneducated. It's like whenever I tried to, I got threatened. They were going to call the cops on me 2 different times at my post office because they wouldn't sell me stamps.
Why is that?
They wouldn't sell me stamps. And that's a postal service.
Why?
Because I was asking for the 1-cent stamps and the 3-cent stamps. They were like, well, our postmaster's not going to be back for 2 weeks and we can't get in the vault. And I'm like, no, that's bullshit. There's always somebody that can get in there. Quit playing with me. My dad's worked here for 30 years.
Well,
well,
I order all my stamps online.
Well, at the time, the way it was going to make me order like 3,000 of them.
I was the only.
What's the sound in the background? It sounds like a dentist office.
It might be my dog's TV.
So,
Oh, okay.
So when I was postmaster, the clerks didn't have access to the safe. Only I could get in the safe. So I would give them enough stamps to allow them to work for a week or 2. And they wouldn't have had
Oh, so
access.
you were an actual postmaster.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So
Well, the
they
lady
would,
was just being rude. She just didn't want to deal with it because you have to count the stamps. So, like, they're so well monitored. She didn't want to have to deal with it, and that was the problem. And I wasn't even nasty. I didn't yell or like I didn't get absurd or anything. But I was like, "Are you serious? You're not gonna sell them to me?" There was actually an acting postmaster there from another post too. So it wasn't like there wasn't anybody in the building authorized.
if they were only there for, if the postmaster was only going to be there gone for a week or 2, they probably didn't transfer the stamp stock to the acting postmaster for a week or 2. So they wouldn't have had access to the stamps like that. It's a big
But
process to do that.
it
So
was like none. Like they refused to let me have any.
they might not have had them in their drawers because it's a rare request to have 1 and 2 and 3 cent stamps. This time
They never have.
This time,
They never have $5 stamps either, like a $5 or a $10 stamp. They never have those either.
Rude.
it's a rare request now. So the smaller post offices don't have them. The big post offices carry them in their drawers because they do get asked for those. So they have a different system than the smaller post offices. I yield.
I can't even get a firm book at my post office. They keep on telling me, yeah, I have to order those online.
Oh, because listen, I think that anytime we go in and we deal with the clerk, it's one thing when we're dealing with the postmaster, but I from what I've got from all of this is when we deal with the clerk, we're showing incompetence. We're showing that we can't handle our business, like we can't do it on our own. You can print the forms online, and then you just take them in. It's the same thing. You just take it in there to the postmaster, and well, actually, so I'm thinking we establish our postmaster position, and we go get our stamp made for our postmaster, and we do that part as well because we're showing incompetence.
What is that noise?
Anybody's help for anything.
I think the collective has his microphone on.
How do I turn it off?
No,
Not
it's
you.
not you, Todd.
No,
It's
not you. It's the collective.
My phone is off.
Oh, he's gone.
You can come back up. I just couldn't get it to stop. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, it was just a background noise was. So my post office, every time I ask if the postmaster's in the office, he's never there. He's like, we've never seen the postmaster. We've never seen him here.
You should be
So,
dealing
like-
with MSSC, mailing and shipping solutions. Their email is mssc@usps.gov.
What was it?
mssc.usps.gov. You should never turn in your mail unless you should always use the blue boxes. Use the blue boxes. Anytime you're dealing with the clerk, you're showing incompetence.
Malibu, it's Michael Sam Cat.
Got it.
You know, you can submit your trust through that email, and you can do a lot through that email. But when we are,
Oh, that's an email?
huh?
That's an email, not a website?
Yeah, that's an email. So instead of asking for that stuff in the inside with the clerk, go that way, go that route. And if you want to speak with a postmaster, you want to speak with somebody, go that route. You'll have a lot better chance of getting somebody. And I've learned whenever I go through the email, I get somebody that actually is specified in that area. That's their department, and they actually help me. Whenever I call, I get ran around in circles for hours, and I don't get any answers because I'm never put with the right department.
And they don't know.
That makes sense. Okay.
And I feel like, and I don't know this, and this is just an opinion, but I feel like when you email, you're doing business in the private. When you are calling, it's more of a public thing. I don't know why, but that's just what I've gotten. Could be totally wrong.
Well, it just kind of proves the point that they departmentalize things, so nobody really knows what's happening.
I don't understand why everything has to be so secretive and so behind your back bullshit. I don't understand why it has to be that way.
Because think about it. If anybody knows what's really happening at the Treasury Department, everybody would know about the bonds. If everybody knew what was going on with Social Security or child support, then we wouldn't be paying child support, would we?
Well, there's a lot of people, the American people are waking up to all that because there's so many people raising awareness about the issue.
Correct.
Like,
so that's why they want to do away with TikTok. If it wasn't for TikTok
absolutely.
or stuff like online, that's why they want to do away with this stuff, because we're opening our eyes to this, and they want to keep the umbrella covered from everything. So that's why they don't want us to know. That's why they want to do away with this TikTok. That's the way I see it.
But I think that the route that we need to be going at is exactly what we're doing, the what we're talking about with Panawa and doing all that. But also we need to, from what I'm gathering, what I'm doing anyways, I can't say what anybody needs to do. What I'm doing is I'm going to embrace that tribal government that I am. and I'm going to use the post office on my behalf as my transmitting utility. And you know, the original game of Monopoly was not called Monopoly. It was called the Landlord's Game, and it was played a little bit differently. So whenever the game started, everybody started out as the banker, and as the game slowly progressed, you know, people started going bankrupt. When three or more come together, they can invoke prosperity, and when prosperity is invoked, the rules to the game change, and everybody starts living out of the community treasure or the treasury trust fund. So, you know, all the money that goes in the middle of the board that one person gets to claim, that 1%. Well, in the original game, three or more come together and they invoke prosperity, and we live off the trust.
Hey,
So
Starseed.
why do you think they changed the game?
Right.
Hold on. Starseed, it's Michael Sam Cat, MSSC. Is
Yeah,
it
Mailing and Shipping Solutions Center.
Michael Sam Cat.
Yeah, it's down there in the chat. Haley got it.
Thank you, Haley. She's so sweet.
But yeah, like that was the original instructions for the game of Monopoly. And then in 1933, the Hasbro brothers bought it and they changed it up. But we still have that opportunity to have the meetings of the minds and come together and invoke prosperity. And we do that, I truly believe, by going through the post office. It's the foundation for everything here that we love. You know, why do we have roads? To deliver the mail. Why do we have railroads? To deliver the mail. Why do we have electricity? To deliver the mail. Like, are you seeing a pattern?
I think someone needs to put together a really like step-by-step inclusive book about all of the really cool things and necessary things that you can do through the post office.
Did you know they used to mail babies?
Yeah, that was where
That the longest postal route is over 1,000 miles.
And it was primarily little white babies. That's where the Cabbage Patch Kids came from.
Yep.
Is that where the whole story about delivering babies, like the stork?
Yes.
Yes.
Hold on. I'll show you.
Like the stork would deliver a baby to you?
Literally.
Hold on.
As you look that up, Terrence said, but you can't use the P.O. box for bank accounts or state IDs, then what? So my vision is they tried several times to open up the post office to banking. And the banks,
The post office is a bank, essentially.
in a way it is through the money orders, but you don't have a debit card. And if you try to pull your money out of a trust account, you have to wait 2 to 3 weeks to get the check. So you don't have a debit card. And the post office wanted to do banking, and Congress wouldn't let them because the banks lobbied to stop it. But eventually, I see the post office becoming a bank.
It is
Because
a
there's,
bank.
well,
It
more of a bank where you can have an ATM card, that style of banking, and go in there and make withdrawals, cash withdrawals like you would a normal bank.
But you can do ACH payments and wires now
Yeah, it is a bank. I'll send you that article, Todd.
through the EPS, the Enterprise Payment System, and the Enterprise Post Office box. So you got your bills of lading. And if you know anything about bills of
Correct,
lading, that is the
correct.
original title. You have
Correct.
your EPO, BOL. Very
Correct.
important here.
Correct. But I'm trying to make it the loop to the banking that we're used to doing on the public side,
Oh, yeah.
to where you have an ATM card and that type of thing.
Well, but you
They've
got the
stopped it.
ACH payments. That's just as good. You can you can go to Walmart, you can do Amazon, you can do, almost anywhere at this point, ACH. And you can hook up your bank account to it and ACH from your trust account to your bank account. And it's there, you can do like the instant basically.
but you have to go through the postal one to do that. You can't do that really at your local post office.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Well, you
see
can
the
initiate
difference?
the transfer now at the post office.
Right.
You
But
can
it's not as convenient as walking into your local bank though, is it?
It will.
You can also connect your like a credit system number. I'm not going to say any more than that to a particular stores. And do you know how like when you're at a really nice hotel and you'll pick out a water and then you walk by the counter and you're like, "Hey, charge it to my room." That's how you can do that in like, say if you always shop at Target or say if you always shop at Ulta, you know, you'll have to do it with certain forms, but you can fill it out with management and then you just go and you say, you know, ring it up and then it'll charge it to that particular private account. It's not going to go through like Bank of America public side account. It would come through your ACH account, through your trust account,
Correct.
where you would just hold it up and be like, charge this to my room or charge this to my
Okay,
account.
I've got a question. And I really hope that you know the answer because I have been. Okay, so I want to fund the trust. I want to use a Red Fox stamp, a 1882 Morgan silver dollar, and a federally registered silver certificate as the sui juris of the trust. How do I go about doing that?
That's a little out of my league. Because your local postmaster, like me, isn't really going to know the worth of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, so that's why that's out of my league.
Now, can you point me in the direction of whose league it's in? Is that legal department?
I've been retired for 13 years, so I don't really know how to answer that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure.
Because see, that whenever you use those three things, you've got the three jurisdictions: the state, the federal, and the international.
Yeah.
And you're using all real money. You know, if you know about the Morgan silver dollar, that's payment for all debts, public and private. And then you got the silver certificate, and then the Red Fox stamp. We know that's the only stamp to have the two lines going through the dollar sign. It was the first stamp to have the imprints designs within the actual design. It's very significant.
Yeah, it is. It is, but I don't know how to go about that.
Okay, no, it's fine.
I'm just being honest with you.
No, that's totally fine. I've been trying to figure out how I can go about like doing that and using that because I know that there's a way I can use that and literally have whatever. I will have unlimited funds. I just don't know how I can.
I would maybe call a Federal Reserve.
That's a good idea.
Somebody within the Federal Reserve might be able to answer that for you. But once again, you got to find the right department.
Right. What
So,
if I go to
Star, I got a question for you then, because if you're talking about funding your trust with a stamp, how does that work?
So stamps are backed by gold and silver. The post
Like
office.
if I buy a $5 stamp, that's like $5. How are you going to fund your trust with $5?
No. Because see, it's got a $5 value, like face value, but it's worth its weight in gold and silver. So, like a $1 money order is actually $1,000. There's like, it's just like a silver certificate. You can create a bond off of the money order, off of the silver certificate.
So if I go to the post office and I purchase a $20 money order, which is, I know it's backed by silver and gold, I understand that. But you're saying that $20 money order is essentially $20,000 in my hands?
Yes.
But you can only do one money order. It doesn't matter if you pay $50 for it or $900 for it. It's still going to be worth $1,000.
So if you want to pay your rent, you could pay. Say your rent is $1,000. You could get a $1 money order and send that.
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Hey, Cap.
I'm still trying to process that.
Because when I went to the postal office and I got a money order, I got a $1 money order to fund the trust that I had set up to the post office. And on the money order itself, it says cannot be valued, something to that nature, over $1,000. And you can make a non-negotiable instrument out of it, valuing at that max value of $1,000 rather than the $1 you paid for it, because it's a negotiable instrument in a sense.
It's not negotiable after it's separated.
Right.
Once you separate it, it's not negotiable anymore.
And if the teller stamps the back of it, then it's non-negotiable. Like they can limit it. So that's why if you go to the post office and you get a $1 stamp, try to get her not to stamp the back of it. You know, you can say something like, "Oh, you don't need to do that," or whatever. You just, because if she stamps the back of it, it kind of, you know.
Well, when they run it through that little machine that prints out the amount of it on the money order, doesn't it automatically stamp it on the back?
Not the back of it. It'll run it through the machine. It's just giving value. But then typically she'll take it out of that little machine and then flip it over and then do the little bopper stamp on the back. And that's where I think it becomes like non-negotiable, or it becomes something like that. But if you
just tell her as you're ordering it, say, "Hey, I want a $20 money order," but don't, please, when you run it through, just don't stamp the back of it.
Well, I don't know if I would even say anything to her until you see her to start to bop the back of it. Like, let her run her thing, and then as soon as she starts to like grab her little bopper, I'd be like, "Oh, you don't need to stamp it."
Tell her it's private. It's
Yeah.
private postal business.
Private postal business. Don't stamp the back of it.
But if you get a $1, that $1 is 1,000. So I have a friend of mine that used a money order to purchase her condo.
She purchased a condo for $1,000.
Well, no, I mean, let's say it was, you guys do the math. So let's say the condo was $500,000. What was the denomination on I don't do math. So what was the denomination on the money order?
She would have to have a $500 money order.
There you go.
Or 500 $1 money orders.
Well,
But
no,
you just got done saying it can't be valued over $1,000. So if you spend,
No, but look, okay, so then she would have only needed a $500 money order. Yeah, see, little jokers on, I love you, whoever you are. He does math. All you would need is a $500 money order, and it doesn't exceed 1,000, so he's fine.
But how are you getting more than 1,000 out of that? I don't get that either.
Right. That's what I'm getting. That's what I don't understand.
Because you can only go to 1,000 on one money order, period.
Right.
You can't exceed that.
So how could you get more than 1,000 off a $500 money order?
That's what I'm saying.
You would need 500 money orders, wouldn't you?
Yes.
500 money orders for $1 each.
Yes, I think that's what it is, because you can't do more than 1,000 on them.
Yeah. So 500.
So she went to the post office.
No.
So she went to the post office.
No,
You
I think
probably go like
what
and get 50 here, 50 there, or something like that, or 25, or.
well, no,
25.
I don't, it can't go over 1,000, right?
Or did she do a bond off of the 500?
You know, Starseed, you know who I'm talking about. So maybe she did. But I do know that she said that she bought her condo with money orders.
We're gonna have to get her on the live.
No, you need to get her in the private because she's under an NDA.
Do I know her?
Maybe.
Okay.
But the post office is very fascinating, and it is definitely a part of what we need to be moving towards. Because they are the only true bank. They're the only solvent one. All day long, you can tell me they're not a bank, and I promise you they are. We can create, once you establish yourself in a private, you can create bonds off of the money orders. You can create bonds off of the postal bonds, though. Like, you can create those out of the money orders. There's so much that we can do, and we can contract with them, and you can contract with them for mineral rights. You can contract with them for all the things, electricity, electrification, because that closes the circuit. Right now we're having a miss here. Like, we're doing all the things, we're submitting all the papers, we're working hard, we're studying, and we're having no luck. Like, the currency isn't hitting us. We're not, it's not, there's a miss, and we need to close the circuit. And so we do that by contracting with the post office and allowing the electrification to come through, allowing the currency, the energy, all of that to hit our PO box. We get that contract, and then we get the mineral contract, where that's our silver and our gold. And we essentially, we're getting the rights back to all of the things that are rightfully ours. And your trust. Okay, so whenever you set up your account through the post office, you're not setting up a trust account. The trust already exists. It's already there waiting for you to come get it.
You're basically just taking control of it, right?
Yeah, you're just showing that you're of age of majority and you can control your trust, and that you're of sound mind, and you don't need any assistance.
You're claiming it.
Yeah.
You know how that they say, in the name of Jesus, claim it. There's that. It's claim it.
And that also, so you within that, you get your, and I know we don't like this word. Okay, guys, don't come at me, but your sovereignty back. Because what is protected under the sovereignty is the Native Americans, the tribal stuff, us. We are all, because there's this thing called self-identification, or like self-determination. Yeah, self-determination, where we have the right to determine our indigenous status. We contract with these, to get the assistance or whatever, we go through the post office. And that's part of this whole movement, I truly, truly believe.
So if I go to the post office and I get the appropriate amount of money orders, and if I go buy, say, $60,000 truck, I can go pay that truck off with
absolutely
a $60 money order
for like a year, like that, before I moved in with my grandma to help take care of her when she got real sick.
And so the person, if I send that $60 money order to the bank and say, hey, this is my paid in full payment to the truck, they're going to go,
with the proper verbiage, with the proper execution, absolutely. They're going to accept it, because that's lawful money. Like, that's solvent money. It's better than the fake ass credits. So.
Oh, I agree, because it's backed by silver and gold. No, I get that, but
yeah,
I want to learn more about this.
Well, one thing that you have to do is even before you do that, I would write a letter to your bank to let them know what you're doing and then do it. And then that way they're not going, oh, well, we don't do this, or, oh, we don't, that way you're not hung up.
But
I
like,
just noticed telling them prior seems to help.
it does. And if you, okay, so I have this American Jurisprudence postal forms book, and I just got another book the other day, and I've been so just busy loading my brain with other things. But it's like highways. It goes over the master slave. It goes over all kinds of stuff. The estate. And that was another American Jurisprudence book that I just got.
As if you need any more books. Chief.
I love them. I literally have an entire law library at my house. It's ridiculous.
Literally sleeps with books.
And
do.
those are not cheap.
No, they're
now
not.
that I was blessed with them, like it was, they were going to be mine because the universe said, attorneys just gave me their entire collections. I had 2 separate attorneys give me their entire law libraries. I have case law
Yeah,
books
that's a good-
from 1913, 1915 case law books, like a shit ton. I've got LexisNexis books. One of them is boats and ships to
Really?
conversion. I like to call it boats and hoes. Because it gets people's
LexisNexis
attention.
books are freaking expensive.
Oh yeah, and I have some good ones. I have the banking book by LexisNexis, it's like commercial banking and paper. I've got some bankruptcy
Wow.
books and the dealership book that has all the forms to become a dealer, like contracts with Ford and
Do you have any books that will help me actually learn how to go get another vehicle?
I do. Actually, I have books that tell you about their hold on, I'm going to show y'all real quick because you can't just talk about it and not see it now.
It's ridiculous.
Excuse my messy room.
You can actually contact the law library and ask if they're getting rid of any books, because a lot of times they do, because they get new ones in. But honestly, the old ones are the ones that you want.
Yeah, look at this.
The old ones actually have a lot of powerful information.
Hold on. And then I've got this right here. Another little thing. And then
Geez, Star. Holy crap.
I've got all these. And that's 2 rows back. It's not just one. This is 2. This is 2 rows back. So is that.
Jeez.
And then so is that.
Some of these are $500 books.
Oh, thousands. Look, these case law books,
That's
they're
crazy.
e-books.
Oh, Jesus.
And these are from 1915, 1913. Bender's
Yeah, those
best
are good.
LexisNexis
Wow.
books.
That's why you have to get in her Telegram, and then she'll we go over the certain things in certain books and stuff. And we actually just
Bankruptcy.
had, I don't want to say a class, but we just went over the USPS stuff.
And then, it's still going around. And then it still goes out into my living room. And I just got them all out of my car not long ago, the other day.
That's crazy.
And I didn't pay a penny for any of, a couple of them I have purchased, my Black's Law Dictionary. I bought that. I've got a 1973, I think, UCC book. That's one of my babies.
Little Joker. Little Joker, it's her handle, Starseed Problems 22. But it's
And there's
weird
so
though,
much stuff
because
in my Telegram, guys, I have done so much research. You can ask anybody that knows me, really. I'm always elbow deep in a book, and I'm always trying to figure something out. And I'm always doing I'm doing something.
but when you're in her telegrams, you have to be active. Don't just sit in the bleachers.
Yeah, don't just come in and listen to us for 5 hours and not say anything. If we're doing a live, that just makes me feel awkward. At least like let me know like, hey, my kid's asleep, but I'm here listening, whatever it is. But don't just sit there. It makes me creeped out. Like it really, I don't know what you're doing, and I don't know why you're in there. If you don't like, at least say something. Because people will sit in there for 8 hours, never say a word.
And say nothing. And then they get mad when they're removed.
But I'll kick
Sorry,
you
I
out
haven't
if you don't say nothing.
So the only reason I said that, Star, is because about the car is because I lost my truck 6 years ago, and then I became homeless, and then it's only the last 3 years that I've been teaching people about CPS and stuff like that I've been able to, build my platform and stuff like that. And I work my ass off day in and day out. I probably work 18-hour days helping people, but I'm at the point where it's like I've been without a vehicle for like 6 years, and I don't make enough money to even put a down payment on another vehicle. And it's just like, and then I hear about people going to get these a new car with these 1099A things, and then I'm like, yeah, whatever. Nobody ever shows proof, and then I keep on hearing about something else, and I'm like, oh my god, why can't I do this? So I don't know. That's the only reason why I asked about that.
Yeah, no,
Hey, Boost was trying to say something, and everybody keeps talking over him. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, Boost. Go ahead, man.
Go
I
ahead.
was just checking in. I was just letting you know I'm listening, and
I'm here. Yeah.
I'm trying. I'm trying to do something with the information. I started. I boost Brave creators. I boost the Brave, and that's my account. So every video I post, I mention people and try to promote them, and I get other people to follow them. And I think that's kind of the premise to growing. I try to invite like 5 people that I'm not real close with, and every video I post in the details kind of has the plan to save humanity. I came up with the plan to save humanity. I'm the first out of 170 million. So I'm just looking for people that want to help implement the plan, and just bring people together to do it.
Oh yeah.
awesome. Yeah, well, that's kind of.
So if you follow me, and then the cool thing is I have a billionaire that's backing me up. So if you want to host the contest, and then any people I've mentioned are eligible. Anybody that comments is eligible. Anybody you tag is eligible to be blessed by a billionaire.
What's the request?
To be what?
What's that?
To be what?
Oh yeah, if you want to host a contest, just use the hashtags, and then
No, you said something to be something of about a billionaire. You said to be.
Yeah, for a chance to be blessed by a billionaire.
Or to be blessed by a billionaire.
What am I being blessed with? It depends.
Right. Am I being blessed with a steak dinner, or like what am I?
Or am I getting a Diddy
I don't
party?
know.
Because it matters.
I don't want to put too much pressure on him, but he is a billionaire, so I assume money. I said in one video anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000 for anybody that can come up with a better idea to bring people together.
Oh, did he drop down, or was that?
Where'd he go? He just.
No,
He was being
I'm not doing it. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not. We're not soliciting anything on here. I don't really care if you got a billionaire.
Like what are you gonna bless me with? Like I don't get that.
I was
edible
definitely
arrangement.
like I support the movement. Let's get together. Let's do that. But I don't need your millions, bro. I'm on my way to my own millions. Okay.
It was too much of a sales pitch for something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that. It just. I was following my vibes there.
Damn, you were quick to kick him out.
She's so quick. That's why I said. That's why I said if you are in her Telegram, you better speak up or you are gone.
Which I don't just kick people out. It's not like that either. I have kids. I get it. When my daughter's like, "Mommy, come snuggle me," but she's watching Peppa Pig for the 5th time of the same episode that day. Like, I put my headphones in and I'll sit out there with her and snuggle her. And but I'm not talking. So I get that, but don't come in there and just be a creep. Like, at least like let us know that, hey, I'm busy, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I just, there's a lot of creeps, and I've had a lot of inappropriate shit said to me. I've had people threaten to come to my house. Like, so I don't play lightly with that. I have children, and people are nuts in this world. Not to mention,
He said my name is Ethan.
people don't want.
He's in the comments.
Well, bro, you were just coming on too strong with the billionaire thing. Like, I'm all
totally
about
support the humanitarian.
Yeah, the humanitarian thing. I got that. We're not selling anything in here. We're trying to help break free from all that shit.
That's the first time I saw you kick somebody else, though.
That's hilarious.
I do it sometimes, and I just don't like to be like loud about it because, you know, I don't like to be rude, but we got to do that. We got business to handle, okay? Unperfected secured parties. We got. But yes, I actually. Lee and Elena. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was just going to say how we were going through this book the other day, and I did end up finding the contracts that you would create with them. And anyways, yeah. So yeah, I've got it. I just got to find it. Automobile and bankruptcy. This shit's crazy though, because it explains their fraudulent contracts.
Can I make a statement on that UPS post on the order bond?
Thanks.
So if
I
you
know
walk into a
it's a
dealership
little overwhelming when I bring up a billionaire. I know that. I understand that. Sorry.
It's
Freak
okay. It
people out.
was it was a little strong. I couldn't tell your intentions, and I have a lot of crazy. So I just I err on the side of caution whenever it comes to stuff because you got to protect.
Shane, what were you saying?
Shane. Oh, Shane.
Shane was trying to say something.
Yeah, he was
Well,
asking about the
I
car
forgot
stuff.
now. I've been too busy listening to what's been going on. I forgot what I was going to say. If it comes back to me, I'll come back.
It was about the cars. It was about
Yeah.
something about cars.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out how to go get a car because I
I'd be
keep
more
on hearing about these people purchase a car with a 1099 whatever, and then like what is this true process? Because nobody ever shows proof of anything, and I really want to learn what they're talking about.
Do the Brandon.
Well,
Joe
there
Williams.
is the
Do the Brandon.
there is
Joe
the
Williams
straw
thing.
man thing.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
If you know about your straw man and that whole thing, I mean, there are people claiming to get money from that.
You're far behind, Boost. I love you, but you, Malibu, you can.
Yeah, I'm talking about something totally different.
No,
I'm just saying.
No, you are, but we're. Yeah.
Are
no,
you? Or is that what you guys are talking about? Is that
no,
what
you're-
you guys
you're
are talking
doing
about?
great. You're doing great, Malibu.
I was.
You could do the Brandon Joe Williams way, but the problem is that you at some point you may have to litigate that, and I don't want to
Right.
have to litigate it.
I'm good at
I have a
litigating. That
video-
doesn't scare me.
I have a video on did you pay? It's called on the title. It says, "Did you pay yourself?" And the guy shows how he goes to the IRS website and he gets like a 1040 SE or something. But
It's an ES.
yeah, 1040 ES. Yeah, I mean, is that what you guys are talking about?
No, sir.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
Hi
mean,
guys. So this is for Malibu. About your car situation,
Yeah.
you will have to litigate on that because you have equitable interest in that now. I mean, you don't have your car and you don't have your money,
Right.
so you will have to take them to court if you want to get your money back. So
Oh,
you
that's
could
fine.
go get a car.
I'm actually really good at litigating. I'm really good at court. I'm really good at legal stuff. I just don't know how to get that process going.
Yeah, I'm actually taking a class right now. I could probably share more information once I learn more.
I mean, it's what I do. I teach people about court. I teach people how to operate in court. I teach them legal stuff. That's exactly what I do for a living. Real finance and installment contract. Oh, wow. Okay. Retail financing and okay.
Asha
Default
says,
repossession.
hey, Malibu, Asha says, for the car, you go to the fleet manager when you're doing the deal. That's what I've said this whole time. I feel like we need to bypass the dealership and go straight to the manufacturer.
Go to the
Yeah, but-
floor planner. Look, it's the floor planner. That's who we go to. That's who is in charge of all of the vehicles. That's who is running the show. It might have different names, but it's the floor planner. Because in this book, that's who is the HBIC at the car dealership.
What's a HBIC?
The head bitch in charge.
Oh, my bad.
Come on now. There's the truth in lending disclosure over here, the installment contracts. Down here, prohibited clause. You got your, I swear I was just looking at, arbitration clause up here. So you, essentially this goes through all the forms. It like has the forms in here. Like tells you how to fill them out to where you are the secured party.
Can you go back one more time so I can take a screenshot of that?
Or what part?
I don't know, whatever you think's pertinent. I got the title of the book.
That's what I was looking for. It was the good part.
Okay.
Well, I'll just order that book. I mean, if it's not too expensive.
I'm not sure how much this book is. I haven't really ever.
At the library.
The floor planner may claim cash proceeds even after they have deposited in the dealer's general operating account. But I was drawn to this because with the postal printer that I have, there's a deposit account. And you have 3 accounts. You have the lease account, the non-lease account, and then the deposit account.
AG here in the comments says, apply for a vehicle, get denied, then give them notice that you're going to be litigating it.
Yep, that's another good way.
Just go apply for a $200,000 car, get denied, and then take them to court.
Or you could get a purchase order, make sure it's signed, and then send it. You have to perfect it, but you have to send it into the Treasury, the IRS.
And then if it's not accepted, then you do the protest. Start using your notaries, guys. Whenever you're using these negotiable instruments and are not honored, you've got to get a protest to prove that the negotiable instrument was dishonored. Chattel paper, installment contracts. But yeah,
Well, I also hear down payments are illegal.
They are.
Let me see that one. Zoom in on that.
They are illegal because they're mixing public and private. They're mixing fiat and credit. You can't mix those two.
I take your notary with you to the deal. That's a good idea. I'm actually a notary myself.
Me too. And I'll tell you how to get the federal too, because that's where I'm pushing towards.
Well, that's exactly what I want to do, Star.
We're going to have a lot of empty seats, and we need good people who overstand. And
I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna message you my phone number, Star.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll get you some documents that can because I broke down the beginning parts of the post office. Like I've made my own PDF files, and I've I've broken down a lot of it. Like I explain a lot of it.
Yeah.
Starseed, can
Yeah.
I share your cell number with him?
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me and Lee talk all the time.
Yeah, she was like,
I told Lee I want to move to Florida, or I don't whatever. I don't know where you're at anymore. I told her I want to move in with her.
I told her I was going to move to Florida too.
It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, they do have the forums. Holy cow! But are those old forums? Because I don't think that's going to have the updated forms if they've changed anything.
Well, but you don't need the updated form. This is just as good. And this is like, these are the real forms. These are the forms that they're actually filing, you know? This one is, I'm trying to see. So
It's cold in Florida.
alterations, void, this title assignment of ownership, certificate.
I live in Texas. I think last night was like 32 degrees.
That's ridiculous.
Instrument to a dealer. Oh, entrustment to a dealer.
Well, I know if you get a purchase order, like
Whoa, what's that? What's that? Voidable title and good faith purchases? That's interesting.
Who is that? Asha? She's so smart. I love her.
There's so much good stuff in here. Like, I'm always.
Lance said it's 50 degrees outside. No, thank you.
50 degrees ain't that bad.
Oh, when you ain't got no meat on your bones, 50 degrees is bad.
I think I'm going to go back to the banking book soon because I didn't really know anything about banking whenever I originally got the book. Like, I knew nothing about it. And I haven't touched it for a while because I was just lost in it. But I think I'm going to go back to it soon.
Oh, Willie B said 48.
It's freezing cold here in Kentucky.
Oh, my exes live in Texas.
I used to live in Texas.
There's only 2 states I will live in. One is Texas, where I'm at right now, and the other one's Florida.
I lived in Killeen for a while.
I know where Clean's at. I live just outside of San Antonio.
Okay.
Going back to Tanawa, though, I think what he's doing is amazing.
Yes.
And I think if we all just get on board and look up his papers and his documents and then send it to him, like, that's also a way to help him.
Look, we can do lives. That's the best we can do. We can host lives and walk people through how to fill out the form. So we'll set up a website or something where we have the form. People can go and download it, and then we can all walk them through how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about the guy that sings karaoke?
No.
Huh? No.
So
Okay.
the guy that we're talking about is on his channel, he has a video that talks about how to send it and how to package it up to, hey, Asha, I love you. I think you're so sweet. But you can do, like, you have to mail it a certain way. You have to fill it out a certain way, too. Hey, this guy. That's Joe Lustica. What's up, my guy?
I think that we should get together. We should have like a a conference call and figure out how to really get this out there, like to the forefront of TikTok. And if you can make it to the For You page on TikTok and stay there, let's be trending for the next 4 weeks. We will be free.
Under all of our videos. Hashtag it all under our videos.
And let's have meetings of the minds and let's figure out how to effectively appeal to people who typically wouldn't bat an eye at this stuff because they don't want to worry about things that don't concern them or they think don't concern them.
I need to print it off. Maybe I could do like a little video and print it off and kind of show what I did, like print off on Mach 1. And then like how to even package it, because you said something about putting legal on the outside of it.
Yeah, you have to like sign your name over after you seal it. You've got to put your name across the back of it, and you got to put private property or something along those lines. I'm not exactly sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then you send it off to one of the 10 post office boxes, and you drop it off in a blue post office box.
But it makes me wonder, like I hear his story, but it does make me wonder what the push is. Because remember what he told us earlier on the phone
Yeah,
call?
we know what the push is, but that's okay. At least it's in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's more for the people than we've got now.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And we're the ones filing the documents, so we know that that part is for us because we're doing it. We don't have an attorney, we're self-representing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and even the people that he said that he talked to, I was like, oh, what?
for
That's
real.
Yeah.
Like my daughter, when she made her little YouTube video, it was so cute. She was like, I mean the real Donald Trump.
That's so cute.
It was so cute.
Yeah. We need to have, maybe we should try to set up like a call with him. Not weekly, because I know he's super busy, but kind of on the regular.
It kind of needs to be though, so we can meet, so we can establish where everything's at and gauge what needs to happen. Like, I feel like it's going to be a larger influx of people. Like, I think it's going to be way bigger than what he's expecting of 500,000 because.
Well, we have people all over the states, so it's not like it's just Florida, you know.
How
like
many people does Malibu have? 400,000.
Yeah.
How many does Elena have? How many? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Think about how many people, and they're following mostly us for the legal aspect of what we're talking about. So we already have the people that are interested. It's not like we have to go and find them. We've already
have them.
Yeah, we've already established that. Hey, we're over here on this side of TikTok.
Yeah, but I feel like even some of the groups that I'm in, and I've seen stuff come across TikTok, like certain people that are like, I feel like I've exhausted this process. So like, I don't know who else to turn to. Well, I feel like him standing kind of in the power for us, because, you know.
But we don't stop there. We still go and claim our sovereign, like we still go through that process too, because that's insured, like that's protecting us.
Mm-hmm.
We can't leave that on anybody else but ourselves. We have to properly position ourselves and protect ourselves, and we do that by going through the post office because it's federal.
Right, but what I'm saying is like in his stance, he's serving these guys because he has that status to do so. I mean, I know some of us do too,
but I
that's
feel like a lot
scary.
of people are hesitant. They're like, what's he doing? Like, what is he getting out of it? And no doubt, I'm sure he feels good just knowing that he's like doing this. Yeah, sometimes it feels good to just know that, hey, that's me, I'm doing that, you know? But also there's a lot of humility in that, and there's
because
nobody else is
honestly,
standing up and doing it.
I try to read his energy though too, and I think it's for good intentions. Like you can tell that it's very passionate and it's very like he just rattles off these laws. I mean, it's in his noggin. This ain't his first rodeo with all that, you know.
But I definitely was like, I can't help it. I read everybody's energy, and I don't get bad intentions, but I always want to protect myself on all sides because I've been burnt. So I like to just have my plan B's and C's, and because I've been homeless too, and I've been without. I've not known where I was going to eat or when I was going to have another shower, even like.
Yeah, I've been there, Star. I've been there 4 times. I've been homeless 4 separate times, and I've been in that exact same situation too many times.
So like I've made the mistakes, and I know how evil the world can be, but I also know how many awesome people there are out here. You know, the ones of us that are out here fighting, we don't charge, or you know, some people do have to. You've still got to pay your bills, and if you know, I give my information freely. If people want to donate, they can, but I don't even really like doing that because then they expect more out of me than I can give. And sometimes, I mean, I'm sure you understand my TikTok. I can't, there's no way I could get to all the messages. I've always got 99 plus notifications. I've not seen it under that in so long.
Yeah, it's just everybody needs help all at once.
Exactly. And I mean, I share what I know on here with everybody.
Hey, Star, I'm gonna give you access to my email and my TikTok and my notifications and like my DMs, and you'll see the nightmare that I go through on a daily basis. It's freaking nuts.
Imagine. But so many people are struggling, but you gotta, like, I stumbled across the Title IV Section D because I was like, where's the fraud? It was bothering me because I've always heard that it's fraudulent, but I'm like, where is it? Because see, whenever
it's fraud because the state's making money off of you.
Right. But I had to go down a whole rabbit hole to find that because at first I didn't see it. I was like, well, they only charge like $1.50, you know, out of the money that you pay. But that's only the front side. They're not showing what they're keeping, and they're saying that they're paying all these things, but I've never seen them lift a finger for any of that. Like, so I realized that it was fraudulent, and I actually submitted to the state to have access to their financial records. And I could just walk in. They have to be public access, but it's kind of like 2 hours away, and I don't really like leaving the house either. Not even because I'm scared. I just don't like people anymore.
It's the same thing with Title IV funding for CPS.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in a CPS case and CPS is taking custody of your children, CPS is collecting federal funding at that point through Title IV, right?
Now,
through
do you know the why? Do you know the exact? Okay, so whenever the mother when you like start having contractions and stuff, you know, when they start monitoring the baby, like the belly and stuff, do you know what they're monitoring? The electricity. Then they're whenever the father cuts the umbilical cord, they claim it to be a stabbing because they leave the umbilical cord connected for 1 minute to ensure that it has blood flow going through it. That way, whenever you cut it, it's considered a live birth. Anything, you know, the placenta is considered a live birth as long as it has blood pumping through it. So then you guys leave the hospital. Well, first off, when they come and take pictures of the baby in the hospital, and you think that it is because they're trying to help you get a memory of your sweet little baby. They're coming and taking pictures of the scene of the crime. Then they say that you leave your child at the hospital. Then they say that your child's a ward of the state and they have custody of the said child. So whenever you're awarded child support, it's an award. It means you're granted something, not that you pay something.
That's where the birth certificate comes in.
And that's how it's a fraudulent contract. Because they did not give you full disclosure, and under their law, under the POMS manual, it states that they have to provide full disclosure of the implications of said action of signing the birth certificate. Whenever you are not given full disclosure of that, and nobody was, it becomes a fraudulent contract. And you also have the right to rescind said contract at any point in time.
That's why the birth certificate has 2 dates on it. The date it was born and the date it was registered after the placenta died. So the real live baby is never even registered. It's the placenta that's registered. on that birth certificate.
So we create our own birth certificate, register it through the post office mail, sending it to ourselves to the post office box, because to convey title, you have to send it through the mail. Boom. You got
Create
your bond.
You can create your own birth certificate by re-registering it with the registered mail number.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You do that, but you put the registered mail sticker on the document itself, not on the envelope.
Right.
And you register it privately with the return receipt, proof of service, and you want to insure it. That's important. Get your insurance on it.
You securitize it.
Yep. And you create your bonds. And we could issue ourselves a new birth certificate as much as needed, really, right?
Just a million ways to go about this. I heard some people are returning their birth certificates, the bill of lading.
Yeah, the EPO BLL. The Enterprise Payment System post office box.
So at the end of the day, it's all trust law contracts.
At the end of the day, that it truly is. And we have to remember that we are from the land. We've got to wake up to that and
We're
claim
the
it.
creators. Yep.
As long as
we
we
can
are,
create.
as soon as we wake up and realize that, hey, there's no other way. We are all from the land. I mean, we're from Stardust or whatever they say. As soon as we claim to be from nature and get that, you pull yourself out of their jurisdiction. And tribal law stands in court. They can't touch you because they've got a friendship treaty that says you got like an easement, a rite of passage.
What treaty is that?
The friendship treaty. Well, there's the Moroccan treaty, or the Moroccan friendship treaty, but then there's another one that was before that.
I'll write that down.
It's called like friendship and peace.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But the friendship treaty is very important in all of this. Everybody, if you haven't read it, please go read it. And the Snyder Act. The Snyder Act is super important too. I believe it was from 19.
Did you say the Friendship Treaty?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a book or like what is that?
Well, here, I'll pull it up. It's a friendship treaty. Like it's like a document. It was between the Moors and the United States of America Corporation.
Oh, okay.
And it basically provided either one an easement or a right of passage and a non-detainment. Like you would have to let them through your courts, and they couldn't keep either one of the other people. Hold on, it's not that long, but we create our own friendship treaty. We can create our own, or you can claim being Cherokee or whatever you want, but there's the self-determination that people aren't they don't get, that we have that right to self-determine. And
the own Constitution tells you right there, liberty and freedom. They can't take that right away from you. So it's already been established by the Supreme Court that you have the right to travel freely.
Right, but if you don't know how to defend it, you don't got
Yep.
shit.
Exactly. That's why it's good to keep reading,
Mm-hmm. Keep going down the
studying.
rabbit holes.
Mm-hmm.
I
Gotta
have
read
it.
case law too. Case
Mm-hmm.
law's good. It's a
I
good
have this
resource for that.
divine guidance. Like I'm being led through this by other worlds, I promise you. Because I have the way that it has all come to me. I was not like a post office pro at the beginning of this. And I have just like, without even knowing a lot of times why I'm doing something, I have just been like so dead set, like, no, this is how it has to be done. And I couldn't even explain most of it at first. I mean, I had to do the research so I could overstand it. But a lot of it has just been like, I'll have the thought, like, that's how I need to do it. And it makes sense in that moment. And I'll stick with it. Just like how I want to fund the trust with those 3 specific things. I have stuck with that since day one. It has been something that I'm like, that is how it has to be funded to essentially like do that last triangle of protection. That's your triangle that everybody's talking about. Ow. Okay, here's this friendship treaty. Let me pull it up. We're going to go to the 1978 one. No, 1786. I just said that completely dyslexic. I'm neurodivergent. I swear it.
Back in 68, 71.
Yes. I can't help it. I literally the other day, it was a couple months ago now, but I was telling somebody my phone number, and I've had the same phone number for over 10 years, and I completely said it all wrong.
The Moroccan-American Treaty of Peace and Friendship, June 28, 1786-1. In the name of Almighty God. This is a treaty of peace and friendship established between us and the United States of America, which is confirmed and which we have ordered to be written in this book and sealed with our royal seal at our court of Morocco on the 25th day of the blessed month of Shaban in the year 1200. To trusting in God, it will remain permanent. Point 1. We declare that both parties have agreed that this treaty, consisting of 25 articles, shall be inserted in this book and delivered to the Honorable Thomas Barclay, the agent of the United States now at our court, with whose approbation it has been made and who is duly authorized on their part, to treat with us concerning all the matters contained therein. Point 2. If either of the parties shall be at war with any nation whatever, the other party shall not take a commission from the enemy, nor fight under their colors. Point 3. If either of the parties shall be at war with any nation whatever, and take a prize belonging to that nation, and there shall be found on board subjects or effects belonging to either of the parties, the subject shall be set at liberty and the effects returned to the owners. And if any goods belonging to any nation with whom either of the parties shall be at war, shall be loaded on vessels belonging to the other party, they shall pass free and unmolested without any attempt being made to take or detain them. Point 4. A signal or pass shall be given to all vessels belonging to both parties, by which they are to be known when they meet at sea, and if the commander of a ship of war of either party shall have other ships under his convoy, the declaration of the commander shall alone be sufficient to exempt any of them from examination. 3. 5. If either of the parties shall be at war and shall meet a vessel at sea belonging to the other, it is agreed that if an examination is to be made, it shall be done by sending a boat with 2 or 3 men only, and if any gun shall be fired, and any injury done without reason, the offending party shall make good all damages. Point 6. If any more shall bring citizens of the United States or their effects to his Majesty, The citizens shall immediately be set at liberty and the effects restored, and in like manner, if any more not a subject of these dominions, shall make prize of any of the citizens of America or their effects, and bring them into any of the ports of his majesty. They shall be immediately released, as they will then be considered as under his majesty's protection. Point 7. If any vessel of either party shall put into a port of the other and have occasion for provisions or other supplies, they shall be furnished without any interruption or molestation. Point 8.
Why do they keep stalling?
If any vessels of the United States shall meet with a disaster at sea and put into one of our ports to repair, she shall be at liberty to land and reload her cargo without paying any duty whatever. Point 9.
Notice that liberty.
If any vessel of the United States shall be cast on shore on any part of our coasts, she shall remain at the disposition of the owners, and no one shall attempt going near her without their approbation, as she is then considered particularly under our protection. And if any vessel of the United States shall be forced to put into our ports by stress of weather or otherwise, she shall not be compelled to land her cargo, but shall remain in tranquility until the commander shall think proper to proceed on his voyage. Point 10. If any vessel of either of the parties shall have an engagement with a vessel belonging to any of the Christian powers, within gunshot of the ports of the other, the vessel so engaged shall be defended and protected as much as possible until she is in safety. And if any American vessel shall be cast on shore on the coast of Wadnoon 4, or any coast thereabout, the people belonging to her shall be protected and assisted until, by the help of God, they shall be sent to their country. Point 11. If we shall be at war with any Christian power and any of our vessels sail from the ports of the United States, no vessel belonging to the enemy shall follow until 24 hours after the departure of our vessels, and the same regulation shall be observed towards the American vessels sailing from our ports, be their enemies Moors or Christians. Point 12. If any ship of war belonging to the United States shall put into any of our ports, she shall not be examined on any pretense whatever, even though she should have fugitive slaves on board, nor shall the governor or commander of the place compel them to be brought on shore under any pretext, nor require any payment for them. Point 13. If a ship of war of either party shall put into a port of the other and salute, it shall be returned from the fort, with an equal number of guns, not with more or less. Point 14. The commerce with the United States shall be on the same footing as is the commerce with Spain, or as that with the most favored nation for the time being, and their citizens shall be respected and esteemed, and have full liberty to pass and repass our country and seaports, whenever they please without interruption. Point 15. Merchants of both countries shall employ only such interpreters and such other persons to assist them in their business, as they shall think proper. No commander of a vessel shall transport his cargo on board another vessel. He shall not be detained in port longer than he may think proper, and all persons employed in loading or unloading goods, or in any other labor whatever, shall be paid at the customary rates, not more and not less. Point 16. In case of a war between the parties, the prisoners are not to be made slaves, but to be exchanged one for another, captain for captain, officer for officer, and one private man for another. And if there shall prove a deficiency on either side, it shall be made up by the payment of 100 Mexican dollars for each person wanting. And it is agreed that all prisoners shall be
100
exchanged
Mexican
in 12 months
dollars.
from the time of their being taken, and that this exchange may be effected by a merchant, or
Peso,
any other
right?
person authorized by either of the parties. Point 17. Merchants shall not be compelled to buy or sell any kind of goods, but such as they shall think proper, and may buy and sell all sorts of merchandise, but such as are prohibited to the other Christian nations. Point 18. All goods shall be weighed and examined before they are sent on board, and to avoid all detention of vessels no examination shall afterwards be made, unless it shall be first proved that contraband goods have been sent on board, in which case the persons who took the contraband goods on board shall be punished according to the usage and custom of the country, and no other person whatever shall be injured. Nor shall the ship or cargo incur any penalty or damage whatever. Point 19. No vessel shall be detained in port on any pretense whatever, nor be obliged to take on board any article without the consent of the commander, who shall be at full liberty to agree for the freight of any goods he takes on board. Point 20. If any of the citizens of the United States or any persons under their protection shall have any disputes with each other, the consul shall decide between the parties, and whenever the consul shall require any aid or assistance from our government to enforce his decisions, it shall be immediately granted to him. Point 21. If a citizen of the United States shall kill or wound a Moor, or on the contrary, if a Moor shall kill or wound a citizen of the United States, the law of the country shall take place, and equal justice shall be rendered the consul assisting at the trial. And if any delinquent shall make his escape, the consul shall not be answerable for him in any manner whatever. Point 22. If an American citizen shall die in our country, and no will shall appear, the consul shall take possession of his effects, and if there shall be no consul, the effects shall be deposited in the hands of some person worthy of trust, until the party shall appear who has a right to demand them. But if the heir to the person deceased be present, the property shall be delivered to him without interruption, and if a will shall appear, the property shall descend agrable to that will, as soon as the consul shall declare the validity thereof. Point 23.
Post.
The consuls of the United States of America shall reside in any seaport of our dominions that they shall think proper, and they shall be respected and enjoy all the privileges which the consuls of any other nation enjoy. And if any of the citizens of the United States shall contract any debts or engagements, the consul shall not be in any manner accountable for them, unless he shall have given a promise in writing for the payment or fulfilling thereof, without which promise in writing no. Application to him for any redress shall be made. Point 24. If any differences shall arise by either party infringing on any of the articles of this treaty, peace and harmony shall remain notwithstanding in the fullest force, until a friendly application shall be made for an arrangement, and until that application shall be rejected, no appeal shall be made to arms, and if a war shall break out between the parties, 9 months shall be granted to all the subjects of both parties to dispose of their effects and retire with their property. And it is further declared that whatever indulgences in trade or otherwise shall be granted to any of the Christian powers, the citizens of the United States shall be equally entitled to them. Point 25. This treaty shall continue in full force with the help of God for 50 years. 5. We have delivered this book into the hands of the before-mentioned Thomas Barclay on the first day of the blessed month of Ramadan in the year 1200. I certify that the annexed is a true copy of the translation made by Isaac Cardoza Nunez, interpreter at Morocco, of the treaty between the Emperor of Morocco and the United States of America. Thus, Barclay 6. Translation of the additional article. Grace to the only God. I, the underwritten, the servant of God, Taher ben Abdelkak Fenish, do certify that His Imperial Majesty my master, whom God preserve, having concluded a treaty of peace and commerce with the United States of America, has ordered me the better to complete it, and in addition of the 10th article of said treaty, to declare that if any vessel belonging to the United States shall be in any of the ports of His Majesty's dominions or within gunshot of his forts, she shall be protected as much as possible, and no vessel whatever belong either to Moorish or Christian powers with whom the United States may be at war shall be permitted to follow or engage her, as we deem the citizens of America our good friends. And in obedience to His Majesty's commands, I certify this declaration by putting my hand and seal to it on the 18th day of Ramadan in the year 1207. Signed, the servant of the King my master, whom God preserve, Taher ben Abdelhak Fenish. Point 8. I certify that the above is a true copy of the translation made at Morocco by Isaac Cardoza Nunez interpreter.
Okay, so real quick, I just want to say that that's what is ultimately happening for us right now. That's what the end goal is to get that friendship treaty. Because that's essentially what's happening here. Because we're not considered to be citizens of the United States of America Corporation, correct?
Interpreter.
So if we're not citizens of the United States, we are stateless, essentially. It's telling you to dock at the port, which would be the post office. And it's saying that we have the easements, the right of ways. And how do you get that? You get that through the post office as well, with your bills of lading where everything's weighed. That is essentially what we are pushing for, is to establish a new friendship treaty, because clearly the last friendship treaty was a long while ago. We haven't had one established in a long time. And that's what we're missing. Because we are the ones that are native to this land. We already are native. We already have that. We just have to go and claim it, because unless we ask for it, they're not going to give it to us. Our voice is powerful. I yield.
I believe all treaties supersede the Constitution. So I'm not sure why they're not honoring it.
And this goes back, way back, and this is, I don't know why we're not pulling that forward. I don't know why we're going to start out with the Constitution and we wouldn't pull this forward.
Yeah, all treaties are supposed to supersede that contract. Essentially, the Constitution is just a contract.
But I think that's where the process of the birth certificate came in. We switched out and put under another contract, and now we have to, like Starseed was saying, you have to now request it. You have to put in a request to change it.
Which we've done all those things. Now it's time to go and, because really all we needed to do was establish, you have to get with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Internal Affairs and look into that area and go and start establishing yourself there. There's a lot of programs, and like I said, there's that self-declaration that we all have the entitlement to, because if we're not U.S. citizens, then what are we? I'll tell you what we are. We're all fucking Moors. Because Moors is way more than what we think it is. It's not a color, and it is a way of life. It is freedom and true. It's the colonist. I don't know.
That's why, to me, it makes more sense. What some people were saying, give them back their bill lading, their birth certificate, because that's what they're really after.
I think that I gave them my husband's birth certificate back. I've already done that, and he's still locked up. And
Yeah,
I pointed it out. I filed a writ. Huh?
I would just lock his social security number so they're not able to securitize on it.
Well,
And then they have
but
no
I thought
reason
he
to
drove me
have
nuts
be
when
in
he was
there.
home, but he really drives me nuts in there.
Thank you for letting me join. I'm just listening in.
Yeah, if you want to send me your email address, I'll share some audio that might help with that. I'm not sure if you ever came across it. It's by Higher Minds.
No, I'll check it out. I usually don't, I don't listen to too many people. Like, I don't pay attention to too much other stuff because I don't like, my path getting like too clouded with other people's opinions.
Right, right.
Um,
Yeah, no, I understand that. But she made a good point about the whole Social Security card. Once you block it, they have no reason for him to be in there.
It makes me
Essentially,
think
it's all
about.
business.
I just want to make a quick statement. Just thinking about what she was saying about giving it all back, the register and all that. Like, you know how the Amish, they don't have it, so they move around freely without no documentation.
well,
They're
what I
not
think we need
registered.
to do, I think we need to essentially re-register instead of giving it back. Why are we giving it back? It was given to us. Now we need to securitize it. How do you securitize your birth certificate? I don't know. I'm going to send it registered mail with a return receipt to myself. And on the return receipt, I'm going to put my fingerprint, and maybe I'll put some of my hair in the thing, in the mail, and all of the stuff. And but what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect the birth certificate and the social security card with a silver cord, and I'm going to close the circuit. But I'm also closing the circuit by using the post office, because I'm going to get the connection back with the bank, because right now we're all dealing with insolvent, bankrupt banks. We need to get back to the solvent banks.
And we're all enemy of the states.
Well, I was
But
under
we're
the
not.
impression that our bank is the Treasury,
Our bank
not
is the
the.
post office. Well, the Treasury and the post office. So fun fact. So I happened to stumble across the postal court one day whenever I was looking for the TAS office, the Tax Administration Office. And interestingly, the buildings were connected. The Federal Postal Court building and the Treasury building. So,
Stacy, with that
yes.
lock that you was telling me about, the guy by the name of Russell J. Gould, he went
Mm-hmm.
to that sounds a little familiar what you're saying. But they wanted him to what he was saying was they wanted him to contract with them. He refused to do it, so he didn't eat the food, he didn't take anything. And he went through a period. After that period, they had to turn over the title, I believe the Title One flag. If you go on his site, he's the one that was associated with Miller. If you try to contact him, he might be able to help you.
Well, but here's what I'm doing. So I'm actually considered a tribal government, and I have already submitted my friendship treaty and recorded it. I've submitted it through the post office. I've submitted it through the Secretary of State, the Treasurer, like all the places, like all the things. Okay. And I am now getting ready to fall under tribal. Sorry, my phone's going to die. But I now fall under tribal jurisdiction, because a lot of people don't realize this, but in order to be federally recognized as a tribe, what is an EIN? Isn't that like a federally registered number, correct? So the moment you get your EIN for your tribal government, you are recognized by the federal government. And
You're
whenever
kind of
you do that,
recontracting. You're recontracting into their system.
no, I'm pulling myself out of their system, because I'm no longer operating off the birth certificate. I'm living in trust. So I get all of the rights, title, and interest. I'm claiming all of that back.
Yeah.
My mineral rights, all of the real property that we've had, like I'm claiming all of that stuff back. You couldn't be an employee of something that didn't recognize you, right? We want to be employed with them. That's a good thing. Like, it's whenever you're not operating in your proper capacity and you're acting in your minor capacity, and you don't properly you can't defend yourself that way. But whenever you start to understand how all of this works and you see where the actual protection is, I mean, it's just all been becoming very clear to me the last couple weeks, especially with the progress that I've had, the things that have happened and stuff. It's truly the way to go. That's where everything is, guys. That BOL, that bill of lading, your birth certificate, that initial weight. Did I have to pay any money? No, I don't pay for that. Like, if you want to like have a conversation, like we do the lives and we do all that, I don't pay for anybody's assistance. I'll figure it out myself. And if I don't, then it wasn't meant for me to know. I don't charge anybody for this, the information that I have. I share it freely. But, like, I've gotten a lot of books, like a lot of law books that were given to me. And these one books in particular have really just broken everything down. It's the LexisNexis books. Oh, I believe in getting full assistance because that's what it was put there for. We're not supposed to be living in poverty and not surviving because we shit gold. Like, we actually poop gold. I'm sorry for my vulgarness, but $4 quadrillion yearly gets mined out of our sewage. That's more than our fucking national debt that they're collecting yearly. Just out of what we flush, our trash.
Yeah, literally, there's unlimited credit.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
credits.
the credit is just it's just the currency, the energy, the flow of energy. We have to make the connection. And once we make the connection and close the circuit, it comes full circle to us. Once we start to understand that the post office and all of that, I know I'm like a broken record, but there's a reason for it. When we start to understand that stuff was established for us, it's for the people, because they're in a separate jurisdiction than like the state government and stuff. That's federal. It's completely different. It's there's the public side, which is the United States Post Office or Postal Service, but the private side is the United States Post Office. And when you move right with them, you get to claim your patents you get to claim all your land back. It's waiting there. I haven't exactly figured out all the land part, but I have started to figure out the trust part. And the trust is just waiting for you to access the account. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they go check out their website. Just go check it out. They do offer a lot. Look into the Snyder Act. Look into that stuff. I can't put it all out because I don't want to become a target. And this is like the stuff that people aren't saying out loud. If people figure it out, they don't talk about it. They just do it. So
It's just sad that we still have to hide, you know?
yeah, I know it is. And I talk a lot more about stuff, and I post a lot of these documents and stuff in my Telegram. You do have to be careful on TikTok. I don't want them to shut my account down right now, not with everything that is coming up in this next couple weeks. Like, I want to have my platform to be able to, promote this stuff. And if we're not careful, they will shut us down. Like they held my numbers down the
Right.
entire time he was in the room talking tonight.
Yep.
There's
They're
no
quick
way
to
that
ban
those
people.
numbers. There's no way the numbers should have been that low. Not the way people were sharing and liking and.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I believe you, because I remember the year I did. He was overwhelmed.
But
Yeah, it'd be just nice to have everyone that has gotten far enough into one conference room, you know,
well,
just kind of get together and,
we're kind
you
of
know,
getting to the point where we're making it up that food chain because we've started from the bottom. We didn't start at the top, guys. We started the opposite direction. So we're just kind of meeting him there. Like, okay, I'm gonna hand the baton off to you now. It's your turn. Go establish this friendship treaty again for me so that we can, all the debts are paid, which means that we are paid in full for the debts that they owe us, because the national debt is a debt that is owed to us.
yeah, it's all our credits.
Yeah, credit. I don't want credit. I want gold and silver. I don't want fucking credit. Give me lawful money. Legal tender. Don't give me no fucking credit, something that's fucking air. I want real shit. I want the actual currency, the energy. Give me that. Don't play with me.
The only one that will probably have it is the post office because Treasury doesn't have any gold.
I'll take money orders.
Yeah, you could go to Treasury and take a gold certificate or silver certificate. You will not go anywhere with that.
I'll take a gold or silver certificate. You know what I want? I want Morgan silver dollars.
Yeah, you try trading that in for gold. They don't have any gold. That's the messed
They
up
have
part.
gold. Gold is everywhere. They're using it because they're trying to set up a Dyson sphere around the sun. They're mining the ocean. There's there's nanoparticles of gold in every bit of the ocean. Also, earthquakes turn water into gold. Can't tell me there's no gold.
Well, meaning not for us.
We poop gold though.
Sure, there is gold, but not that we're gonna get our hands on, you know.
Don't speak like that, because we're getting everything back. It's time. There's gold. I live right next to Fort Knox. There's gold. Because, you need gold to power the quantum computer. So I know there's gold there.
It's just sad that they're using all the resources to run their trickeries.
It's sad that they're killing off the marine life for their silliness.
Basically killing everything off, to be honest.
Because there's a better way. They've got better technologies to succeed in their missions. I mean, because ultimately the goal of a Dyson sphere is to become like superhuman, like, Superman or Spider-Man or Glass, or, you become like the superhero, because that's actually a thing. If you look up the different phases of, like, I forget what it's called right now, but there's different levels to it. And
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
We're not even a class 1 civilization yet. They're saying we're like 1 million years away from that, but I don't believe that. I think that the April 8th event was actually the installation of the first layer of it, or the completion of the first layer. Because the Dyson
They just
sphere
have us sedated, to be honest. They just have us sedated with the food and the air, the water quality. It's just.
But look, a Dyson sphere harnesses the sun's energy. And in order to become the next class of civilization, that's what they think that they have to do, is pretty much enclose the sun with satellites that soak up all the energy. So they're mining our ocean floors, and they are taking all of our resources for that. And then saying we're the ones that we don't have anything, when we're actually, because the way that we our waste contains gold and silver is because the plants naturally leach the gold and silver out of the ground. And then when we eat the plants, we're then ingesting these metals. And then our body, the way that our digestive system works, it works just like whenever you do the e-waste stuff with the gold and stuff, our stomach actually reacts the same way. So whenever we are discharging our waste, there's all those precious metals within it: palladium, platinum, gold, silver, iron, copper. And that's also why when we put copper around, our feet or our arms or whatever, our heart is essentially a copper coil. We're all energetic beings. Our hearts, it's electricity. That's why the currency thing is so important, the railroads and the connection. It's all pretty fascinating.
It is. It's just effed up that they're doing the opposite to us.
But look, I don't know if everybody saw the videos that I posted the other day, but I posted a video where they did an experiment where they had these two houses. They were identical to each other. They were built at the same time. They weren't allowed to do any maintenance on either house. But one house, they had people like living in and, living daily life. The other one was just set empty. Nobody ever went in it. Nobody touched it. And you would think that the lived-in house would like deteriorate way worse than the one that wasn't touched. But it was the exact opposite. The house that wasn't touched fell apart completely. Opposed to, well, not completely, but it fell apart opposed to the house that was lived in, because our energy, what we put out there into the universe, these intentions that we have, and the way that the outcome that we are anticipating having has an effect. Also, water is conscious. We are water. So if you show a glass of water, a picture of like a snail, and then put it in the freezer, it is going to have that picture of the snail frozen in it, because water holds memory. But also, whenever you talk to yourself in your head, your brain perceives that as somebody talking to you audibly, like somebody else's voice talking to you. So whenever we're talking to ourselves or we're saying these things, it's actually changing the molecular structure of the water around us. Do what?
I can add to that by explaining that they actually did experiment and found that you can get light out of water.
Dr. Emoto did that experiment where he said words over water.
Yeah.
They showed this cup of water the word schizophrenic, and it showed two faces.
Hmm.
They what was it? It was like a bag of chips, and they said a word or something. I forget what it was now. But like I'm in school for psychology and addiction with the Business Foundation, trying to get my bachelor's degree, but kind of seems pointless at this point, because I don't believe in any of our systems right now.
Yeah, they done messed everything up, confused everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Reality is all about frequencies and vibrations, you know, your
Mm-hmm.
energy that you put out.
369.
Did you see the?
Everything is a
Go ahead.
vibration. All of these cathedrals, it's vibrations. It's fucking energy. It's sound.
Reason why
Dawson.
they got rid of the bells. They destroyed them.
Mm-hmm.
And did you see the churches? The way they said that the windows were frequencies, were the frequencies that you find in sound. They got the whole.
The
They got a video on that.
yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I like that kind of stuff too. I don't ever really get to talk about it anymore because everybody wants to know about the post office all the time. But like that shit is so fascinating to me.
Yeah,
And the
likewise.
effects of mushrooms on people with mental problems is profound because it can actually break through the blood-brain barrier and create new neural pathways in your brain. And allegedly, and this is all for entertainment and education purposes only, and I am not promoting and I am not a medical professional by any means. I am just sharing my experience, not promoting or selling anything. But I noticed that people sometimes performed better, mostly always performed better. Unless people have allergies, and you got to be careful because I don't like certain kinds because there's certain kinds of mushrooms that can actually get into plants' brains and take over their brains, called cordyceps. But that's besides the point. People have had they did an experiment back in the 70s on some prison inmates. They were doing psychotherapy, assisted psychotherapy, where they were doing like microdosing, and the inmates were 80% less likely to reoffend after this treatment, but they stopped it mid experiment for unknown reasons. But I
It's
think
about
it's cool
reaching
that
that pineal gland, you know, pineal gland. That's where it's at.
it's all about getting grounded and facing the dark night, doing the inner work.
Getting rid of that.
Yeah.
Getting rid of that Wi-Fi.
Because like
5G, everything. They literally created everything to sedate us. Everything you can think of.
we can take baking soda baths, and that will pull the radiation out. Salt pulls radiation out. There are measures that we can take. No, it's not fair that we have to do it, but we can do things to protect ourselves from these things.
Oh yeah.
Putting a pot full of bleach in your bath. I know that some people might not be cool with that, but it pulls these toxins out of your body. Chlorophyll, the green stuff from plants. Anytime you want to do like a cleanse, say you want to do like a paralytic cleanse. I'm using other words because I don't want to get in trouble.
Heavy metal cleanse.
Huh?
Yep. The heavy metal cleanse too.
Yeah, you always want to use a binder, guys. You have to have something for these toxins to stick to and pull out of your body. You can't just do a cleanse and think you're going to be you're just going to leave all those poisons and stuff in your body. You have to have something that's going to fine tune them and pull them out.
And pull them out. Yep. I was reading about that the other day.
That is so super important.
So what would you suggest as a binder?
As a binder, I would either use activated charcoal or chlorophyll.
Yeah, charcoal's great.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because and you can use baking soda, but I would use not as a binder. Let me clarify. Don't use baking soda as a binder. But
I use the one with no aluminum.
so salt. Here's something good to know. Salt neutralizes radiation. So say that there was a nuclear event and you had iodized potassium. If you had an intake of that iodized potassium before the radiation had time to get to you, you could potentially preserve your organs and stuff, your livers particularly, for as long as you had the iodized potassium to keep the keep the radiation out. So everybody should have iodized potassium on them. I have some in my car.
It's crazy how we literally got thrown into a full-blown survival now.
I've got buckets of food in my car. I've got all the stuff. You ain't catching me. Well, I mean, you might, but I'm going to try not to get caught. But I think that we are on the right path. I truly, truly do. And I feel like tonight was just a huge step forward for literally all of us. Because if we can get him in there with 1 million affidavits, they have to. You've got 1 million people. I think we should shoot for 1 million people, not 1 million affidavits. 1 million people to sign up, because
Yep.
that shouldn't be that hard to do. Honestly, not with this platform. And all the people that we have all spent so much time learning this stuff and studying this. We got somebody to come help now.
Yeah, I only came across this in April. It's just mind-blowing, you know. All the different processes. Some people doing 1099s, others are doing executive office.
Oh, yeah,
Others are turning in their birth certificates. It's crazy, you know, the amounts of information.
Oh yeah. I've just tried to come up with my own process. I've tried not to follow anybody else's process. I take I take information from everybody and put it with what I know. And
We're basically the process, you know, it's the knowledge that we gain and how we apply it. There is no actual process.
Right.
They're not going to give you anything. You got to figure it out yourself.
Yep. It's not for everyone.
It's not. Some people just would rather live in their little fantasy world, but
They've gotten comfortable.
I don't see how, because I'm so uncomfortable right now. I can't stand it.
For real. Just with the foods, go grocery shopping. Can't even find anything healthy to eat.
Listen, I have lost so much weight because I know it's all toxic.
Same.
I don't want it. It's not appealing to me. I got a Monster, the Loco Mocha or Mean Bean. Y'all, I couldn't even finish drinking it. I took a couple of drinks and I set it on my nightstand. I ended up leaving, and the next day when I came home, I was like, "Oh shit!" I went to go throw it, go dump it out. When I tell y'all that I was gonna puke, it was like sludge, and it wasn't 24 hours. It was like I left the house and forgot it that night, and when I came home the next day, it was like that. Wow. Those used to be one of my favorite drinks, and I never finished them. So I always had half empty cans sitting places. And I know for a fact that they didn't do that before. Like,
You know, the trippy part is though that we can eventually tap him, but we're still gonna be in this country full of poison. You know, nothing's gonna change in that aspect.
well, not unless we make it change, but we have
We're,
that power.
yeah,
That's what we forget. We hold the power.
yeah.
You can't wait for another 4 years. That's what everybody put their hopes in.
They are opening stuff up to where they're giving us a voice. They're saying, hey, you got a problem with something? Here's your email address, submit it here. Let's talk about it. Like, I know that Kennedy Jr., he has a platform right now where he's asking people to submit their opinions, and they're trying. I can't. I'm not for or against at this point the who is coming to be president. I just want somebody who is going to be for the people and not continuously try to fuck us.
Well, I don't think we're gonna get that because if you think about it, at the end of the day, they work for the corporation. You know.
Right. But I don't know that. Okay. I don't believe that anybody has held office since Trump left, because the corporation was dissolved in 2020?
October 20, what's the date? 24, 23, October 1st, 2023.
But I don't think
Well,
that
not
Biden was
not if
ever
you go to
president.
the UK website, they actually have another one now.
But
I'll
I think
post it
that the
online.
postmaster is the actual president. So when I always forget his name, but when he captured the flag, he became
David,
the new commander, like the
David,
new,
yeah, you talking about David Wynn Miller.
huh?
David Wynn Miller and Russell
Yes.
J. Gould. Yeah.
But that's the wartime flag. The
Yeah,
peace flag is still out there.
yeah,
Just saying.
yeah. That's the white one with his leaning. It's showing a 90-degree angle. That's the white one. Well, it's
If
white
it's
back.
got gold in it, it is the wartime flag.
Yeah,
Gold fringes.
yeah.
But guys, I'm about to hop off here. My daughter's gonna wake up in just probably like 3 hours.
All right. It's nice talking to you always.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for coming
Yeah,
by.
good meeting y'all.
We will be posting probably videos on how to fill out the affidavits, and please share this message out. Make your own video, duet ours, stitch them, just whatever you got to do. Let's get. We will be free, trending. Let's do all the things to make this happen, guys.
Just gotta keep pushing.
And change those negative thoughts. We are gonna do this. We can do this. We will do this. There's
Oh
power
yeah,
in numbers. There's power in
it
the tongue,
is.
and there's
Just gotta
power in
keep
the
that
city.
unity, you know, that transparency and that unity. We'll get there.
Absolutely. And we just got to stay in good faith and just remember that the trees, I'm gonna leave y'all on this one. The trees, they if the tree next to them is like in bad health, all the trees around it will push the nutrients that tree needs to get it better, because the trees understand that they can't survive on their own. They need one another. And when we
Yeah,
realize that as well, let's live like the fucking trees, bro.
no, for real.
So I love you guys. I hope to see you all tomorrow. I'm probably going to do another live and just try and get the word out.
Yeah, I'll jump in with you guys.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. You all have a good night.
See you
You
little
too. Much love, guys.
Yep.
Just a little tip. Try to go to Odyssey. Odyssey is where David Wynn Miller took his site, so you can go up there. He has a private site.
Yes, and guys, you are more than welcome to submit, your emails or whatever to these officials and let them know that Let's put some pressure on them. Let's make them feel this. and in the most respectful way. Nobody, like, I don't want anybody going and causing a scene, being loud and obnoxious. Like, let's do this the proper way so that they can't come back and be like, oh, y'all were just causing a disruption. So let's execute properly.
Yep, forgive them for they not know what they do.
All right.
Bye, guys.
All right, peace out, guys.